Hello. Good evening. My neighbors have decided to start having a party, so if you can hear their incredibly loud dubstep music that they're playing, sorry about that. Anyway, it's time to be lawyers. I hope I don't send any innocent people to bird prison. It sounds so deathly quiet. I promise there was okay. I promise there was sound. It just doesn't have menu music. Oh boy, lore. January 1st, 1848. Well, this party we studied law, yeah. Oh my god. I killed him. Is that Monsieur Grenouille? Oh mon dieu! French jump scare. Dame Caroline, what have you done? How could she? I don't like his man hands. It's midday already. Where on earth is that featherhead? Right there. Well, 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 look who finally decided to get up. Haven't you heard what they say about the early bird falcon? Ugh, too early for worms. Past the Cabernet Sauvignon. There'll be time for that later. We've got some business to handle first. Business? A letter arrived while you were sleeping. I haven't opened it yet. It's probably just more junk mail. Go ahead, Sparrowson. You may have the honors. All right. Ahem. Dear Monsieur Falcon, I'm writing to you today because my daughter, Dame Caroline, has been arrested for a crime she did not commit. She's being held at La Conciergerie prison on the charge— I can't do French. On the charge of murder, no less. Her trial's in 3 days' time. I would be greatly in your debt if you would offer her your legal aid. Yours sincerely, Seigneur Pertois de Miao of the de Miao estate. Well, this is quite something. I know, your first serious client in months. Not just that, the de Miao estate is well known for its exuberant wealth. Even if we cannot do much for Dame Caroline, his lordship would still reward us handsomely for our efforts. Wow, so I suppose you intend on defending Dame Caroline in court? Sure. Of course, it would be foolish to let such a good opportunity slip through our feathers. Grab your coat, Sparrowson. We're going to find our kitty client at La Conciergerie. Excellent. My derriere was getting tired from all this sitting around. Oh, but I better file away Seigneur de Miao's letter first. One moment, Falcon. Oh boy, a letter. You may access our evidence folder at any time by clicking the suitcase. Thank you, game. Nearly forgot my wallet. I wouldn't want to lose that. Again, I recall you losing it at the New Year's party, and at Christmas. Yes, alright, no need to make a list. And a wallet as well. You may see how much money he is carrying at any time by clicking on the wallet. Let's make a move. It's time to do investigations. Okay, we can travel to any listed area by clicking on a location name or mode. Areas marked with a clock symbol take the whole day to visit. Areas with no symbol can be visited freely. Great. Things are popping up on my screen that shouldn't be popping up on my screen. Go away. I don't think you can see it, but the little taskbar at the bottom of my screen was popping up stuff. Okay. A sign on the door reads the Aviary Attorney Offices. No cases too big or too small. No junk mail. For centuries, the infamous Conciergerie prison has detained the accused and the condemned alike. Alright. Why is my cursor being weird? I'm very distressed about this. I'm sure you can't see it. My cursor is acting strange. Okay, whatever. We'll go to the prison. I'm afraid it's going to randomly change the size of the window. Okay, Falcon and Sparrowson step into the stone-cold foyer of the Conciergerie prison. Solemn-faced guards and visitors linger beneath the medieval archways. Well, at least it looks cool. Ah, the Conciergerie. They say this is the finest prison in the whole of France. The outer walls are impenetrable, the cells are spotless, the guards are well-mannered. What do you want? Good day, monsieur. I'm here to save Dame Caroline de Miao. I'm due to represent her in court. Oh, you're a lawyer, huh? Fine, fine, follow me. What a pleasant man. Cursor stuck his arrows. Yeah, it's very mean. I don't know why it's— okay, now it's normal again. Well, what are you waiting for? Keep up. It heard us complaining, and it was like, oh god, I have to look good for them. At least they let her keep her fancy outfit. Sigh. My papa hasn't forgotten about me, has he? Dame Caroline de Miao, I presume? You've arrived! The fantastic lawyer, Monsieur Falcon, and his petite assistant, Sparrowson. I can't believe she just called him short. The lady is knowledgeable. Don't talk like that, Sparrowson. Sorry. My papa told me that he would only hire the best lawyers in town. I'm flattered. But they weren't available at such short notice, so we hired the first people in the address directory. Oh. You see, Falcon, I told you listing under Aviary attorney would pay off. Let's get down to business. Dame Cataline, could you fill us in on some details? Your father's letter was a little brief. I can do my best. What is it you wanted to know? What happened? Oh, let me think. It was Friday evening. Me and my papa had arrived at Chateau Crinière, the home of the great Baron Bourgeul. I can't read French. I'm sorry if I'm saying those horribly. My papa spent all evening talking with Monsieur Grenouille and the Baron about business stuff. Business stuff? Well, the three of them own a railway company together. So all through dinner they were talking about company shares and investments, but I didn't really understand most of it. But after dinner, this man with a camera took our photograph. That was a lot more fun. Sorry, man with a what took your what? Camera. It's a very new gadget. A tiny bug sits in a box with a tiny paintbrush and paints your picture very fast. In 10 minutes, poof, you have a perfect picture. Wow, technology is amazing. I don't think the lady's explanation is right, Saracen. Pshaw, let me believe. Still, it sounds like a very special device. I'll make a note of it. Okay. Please continue. So after we had the photograph, I went into the gardens to get some air, and that's when I found the body of Monsieur Grenouille. He was all ripped open. A housemate saw me standing over the froggy monsieur and called for help, and then the police arrived. Before I could say anything, I ended up here. It was such a blur. Must have been terrifying. Well, it wasn't so bad. My papa taught me how to be a brave cat. Was there something else you wanted to ask, Monsieur Falcon? Okay, anything suspicious? Suspicious? Like, maybe a guy lurking in the shadows, or a bloodied murder weapon. Monsieur Falcon, I do believe you are looking for an easy answer. You got me. I did not see anything, I'm afraid. The evening was very normal. The food was delicious. The conversation was boring. It was all very ordinary until the incident. I see. Wait, Falcon, you missed something of huge importance. What? What could I have missed? You said the food was delicious. You didn't say what food it was. Okay. Do you need to know? Let me see. We had poached red herring to start, garnished with garlic butter. Go on. Then a marbled steak served perfect bloody rare. Glorious. Falcon, write this down. Take notes. This can't possibly be relevant to the case. Write it all down, please, for me. Fine, fine. Red herring has been added to my evidence folder. And steak, great. Remind me not to let you talk to clients on an empty stomach. Come to think of it, I did find it a little strange that we weren't given any cutlery. No cutlery, even for the steak? Nope. You would think that the great Baron of Chateau Crinière would have gorgeous silverware, but there was none to be seen. That is a little peculiar. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Her only other question, please. Who attended the banquet that evening? Oh no, my cursor was doing it again. Well, there was me and my papa. My dearest maman couldn't make it. And there was Baron Bourgeul, who hosted the dinner, and his housemaid. Colleen, I think she was called. Of course, there was Monsieur Grenouille. Well, until, you know, he died. And there was Monsieur Robidio the Robidio. What a name. The man with the camera, but he was only there for a little while. I think that was all. Was there anything else? No, I think that will be all. So what's the plan? The way I see it, we have two tasks. We should head to Chateau Crinière and try to see the scene of the murder for ourselves. Draw a little chalk line around the body, that way we know where it was. And we should try to track down the supposed photographer, Monsieur Robidio de Robinio. 2 days for two tasks. Seems doable. But we should head back and get some rest first. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Wait, Monsieur Falcon, before you go. You do believe my story, don't you? Sure. Of course, it's our duty as lawyers, and as gentlemen, to have faith in your testimony. You can trust us. Thank you both. So is the twist that she actually did it. Okay. Dame Cataline, Monsieur Grenouille, Baron Bourgeul. These names are getting a bit confusing, aren't they? Not particularly. Well, it is for me. I'm going to start compiling a Facebook so that I can keep track of who everyone is. A what? A Facebook. It's a collection of people's names, pictures, and descriptions in one easy-to-carry catalog. I think I understand. The name could use some work, though. Okay. Great. Let's make a move. Is that going to be his catchphrase? Okay. We can make a quick save at any time by selecting save and quit from the pause menu. I can access the pause menu by clicking on the cog. Thank you. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go to the crime scene first. Don't want, like, the blood to get rained off the stairs or anything. Falcon and Sparrowson enter the courtyard. People with dirty clothes and gaunt faces linger around the building's shadows. Ew, the commoners. Excusez-moi, messieurs. I don't mean to be a pain, but my little girl and I are sick and starving, see? Cough, cough. I don't suppose you'd happen to have some spare change? We have 20 francs. They may or may not be scamming me, but I'm gonna be nice. Do I have like a good boy meter? Stay safe. Oh wow, bless you, messieurs, bless you. It's pretty generous of you, Falcon. Times are tough. Making sure a mother and child can make it through the last of winter is the least I can do. But what am I doing standing here moralizing? Come on, we've got business to attend to. Okay. Whoa, look at this place. Baron Rogiel must be loaded. More than loaded. When it comes to lucrative investments, the Baron is a legend. Factories, chocolate shops, hotels, railroads. The Baron owns a little bit of everything this side of the Seine. Is he here right now? Yes, he's a smug-looking chap with the impressive mane. But we must approach a man of his stature with tact and finesse. Hey Baron, we'd like a word! How's that? Sparrowson, you have the finesse of an inebriated warthog. You can thank me later, I caught his attention.
Did I hear my name? Great Baron Rogiel, property owner extraordinaire at your service. And who might you fellows be? More investigators?
Should we lie? No, we're attorneys. Not quite. I'm Private Attorney J.J. Falcon, and this is my associate, Sparrowson.
Liars, eh? You know you aren't the first to have passed through here today.
Oh?
Yes, this jumpy twitchy fellow came by this morning, asked a bunch of questions, then hopped away before he heard the answers. Most curious.
Lying is the worst thing you can do as a lawyer. I'm sure lawyers lie sometimes, like if they know their client did the crime. They have to, like, pretend to not know. Do you know who he was, Sparrowson? Perhaps. I have a hunch. We'll be seeing him at the trial. A friend of yours? Something like that.
So, what may I do for you, messieurs?
We're doing some research on Monsieur Grenouille, the frog who was killed here on Friday evening.
Of course. Such a tragedy. He was a good friend and a loyal business partner. I suppose you messieurs will be wanting to see the crime scene for yourself.
Yeah, just bluffing. That's totally legal. Actually, yes, that would be fantastic.
Well, be my guest. You'll find the garden where the murder occurred through the back doors. You may also be interested in the lounge on the second floor, third door to the right. That would be where we gathered for a group photograph prior to the incident.
Why do you blow your smoke in my face? I'm a bird. I'm very sensitive to that. Oh, can we see the finished photograph?
I'm afraid not. It is to my understanding that a photograph must be developed before it can be viewed. It's a slow process. My own copy of the photograph is to be delivered in 3 days' time.
Well, that's no good to us. The trial might be over by then. It's a fast trial. Nonetheless, we appreciate your hospitality. Thank you, Baron.
It's no trouble at all. I'll be here to see you out when you're done with your investigations.
So, where shall we go first? Okay. Lying court is perjury. It's be breaking your oath to say. Listen, you can still, if you really, really want to, and you think you won't get caught, you can lie in court. Like, you're fully capable. People have free will. You're just not supposed to. You just have to try not to let anybody know that you're lying. You have to be really good at it. Okay. Let's go out to the garden first. Dame Caroline said that she found Monsieur Grenouille on the stairs by the fountain, so this must be the very spot where the murder took place. Hey, Falcon, do the crime scene investigation thing.
The crime scene investigation thing?
Yeah, you know, that thing where you get all eagle-eyed and analyze every object in excruciating detail.
You mean search for evidence?
Yeah, do that.
That's not a bad suggestion. It wouldn't be the first time the Parisian police have missed something right under their noses.
Okay, you're free to examine the scenery. Click on Night of Interest and Falcon will examine it in closer detail. When you've had enough or when you can find nothing else to examine, click X. Okay. I mean, they did have a crime on the stairs. Dry blood. I know lying is bad. I'm not a I wouldn't lie in court. I'm just saying that you could if you really wanted to. Okay, this must be the place. You see any bloody footprints? Or maybe a name scrawled in blood, written with the frog's last breath.
Wishful thinking. All I'm seeing here is a big sticky puddle. Gross. There's nothing to indicate that the body was moved or that the frog left a last-minute clue. All I can make out from the bloody mess is that Monsieur Grenouille was attacked and killed on the staircase.
Okay. Maybe the statue saw something.
A finely crafted horse statue. The mane almost looks lifelike.
Would you say it behooves you to stroke it?
No, I would not.
Great. How about another one?
another beautifully made horse statue. You know, my uncle once had a horse that refused to eat hay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yep, eventually we realized that it was just filling up on hors d'oeuvres. Terrible. Okay. Why do all these lore games only feature murder? I don't know. What other crimes are there? I'm sure any other crime is less interesting. I don't know. Corporate espionage? Is that anything? Okay, Baron Virgil certainly likes his horse statues. I don't mind the horse statues, but the little cherub people creep me out. Maybe you should be waddling, not attempting saddleless horseback riding. I gotta inspect all the statues I have to now. This one has a goofy face. That reminds me of a joke. A horse walks into a bar and the barkeep says, "Why the long face?" Yes, we've all heard that one. What? No, the barkeep says, "You've gotta stop coming here. You're drinking us under the stable." I think it's time to rein in the horse jokes. Great. This fountain is finely crafted. It's solid carved marble. That can't have been cheap. I see nothing but water in the bottom of the lower basin. It's a shame we can't see inside the upper basin from here. That would be a perfect place to quickly stash a murder weapon. That's not a terrible line of reasoning. We gotta wade in to take a closer look, just to be sure. Real estate crimes. Thievery of various types. Drugs. Drugs could be interesting. Yeah, I suppose we should. Oh, I apologize, I wasn't being direct enough. What I meant to say was Sparris and go wade up into the fountain and take a closer look. I'm taller than him, really it would make more sense for me to go in. No way, if you want to go wading, do it yourself. I'm a respectable lawyer, you can't expect me to roll up my trousers and paddle around a fountain like a duck in a lake. Yeah, well, you don't pay me enough to justify getting my sweet threads wet. Look, there's only one reasonable way to settle this. We'll flip for it. Flip for it. Yep, I'll flip this 1 franc coin. You call the outcome, get it wrong, and you go for a swim. So what'll it be? Heads or tails? Napoleon face or plant squiggles? Let's pick tails. Plant squiggles? It's called a wreath, Sparrison. Sure, I'll bet on the plant squiggles. Here I go! It's heads. Should have gone with the old Emperor Falcon. Ah, fine. Hold my shoes. Falcon really should learn how to spot a raked coin flip. He's gonna do a crime at some point. I'm calling it now. Sparrison is a criminal. Okay. Ah, you're back. Had a good swim? No, I'm a bird, not a fish. But I did find a mystery item in the upper basin. It's no murder weapon, though. Was that like a cigar? It's brown and sticky and it smells weird. Don't tell me you picked up a very wet cigar butt, possibly belonging to Baron Rorgil? Correct. But that shouldn't be too surprising. It is his house, after all. I'll stash it in the evidence folder, just in case. Great. We can't do DNA testing in this time, so probably worthless. Is there anything else we need to do here? I have no idea. Probably not. Let's go pixel hunting, just in case there's some tiny little thing that they're trying to hide from me. They're trying to sneak one past me. What is the mysterious dot in the air? Nothing. Great. Okay, I think we're good. Wait. Okay, no, I hallucinated. There was nothing there. I think we're done here. Good call, but are you sure you don't want to take another dip? We still have time. Don't push your luck. Okay. The lounge, I guess. Jeez. They have some high ceilings. Second floor, third door on the right. This must be the room where the photograph was taken. Psst, hey Falcon, did you see that? See what? The housemaid totally just did something shifty. Shifty? I think she just pocketed something from that drawer. You should totally call her out on it. Excuse me, mademoiselle.
Ah, yes? Are you two policemen?
No, we're private attorneys. My name's JJ Falcon. And I'm Sparrison.
Oh, how rude of me. My name is Colleen Duhart. So, what can I help you messieurs with today?
We're investigating the murder that took place last week. Do you mind if we ask you a couple of questions?
That's fine. Let me just grab a chair. That's better. What was it you wanted to ask?
Yeah, they're all animal people, but we're birds practicing the law, so it's bird law. Are they French? I regret to inform you that they are French. Is there something we should know? Let's ask like a leading question. You were a little nervous when we came in. You thought we were police officers. Is there something we ought to know? Anything you need to confess?
No. I suppose I'm just a little nervous after all the drama of last week.
Pressure. Are you sure there isn't anything that you're hiding? It's okay to tell us. We're defense attorneys. That means we help people get away with criminal acts. Right, and Wait, what? No, that's not an accurate job description. It isn't? Oh, what do we do then? I'll tell you later.
Honestly, messieurs, I have nothing to hide. Was there something else you wanted to ask?
Is this where the photograph was taken? We're looking for the room where the photograph was taken prior to the incident. Would you happen to know whether this is the right room?
Oh, yes, you're in the right place. I saw the photography session for myself. Let's see. The cameraman was standing... just about where you're standing, actually, Monsieur Falcon.
And where was the camera pointed?
Right at the clock above the mantelpiece. The Baron insisted on using that very location.
Is there a clue? Now that I'm looking at it, something isn't right about that clock. I know. The painting on it totally clashes with the decor. I was thinking along more obvious lines. The clock has no hands.
Oh, that clock has never had hands in all the years I've worked here. I think Baron Rogel just keeps it around as a conversation piece.
Well, we're conversing about it, so I guess it's working. It's a peculiar detail, though. I'll make a note of it. Missing clock hands.
Is there something else you wanted to ask?
I guess that's all. No further questions. Thank you, mademoiselle. You've been a huge help.
It's no problem, messieurs. Actually, there is something. I know you two saw me stealing as you came in. I appreciate that you didn't give me the third degree about it. You see, I'm trying to save up to follow my dreams and, well, never mind. I'm rambling.
It's no problem, mademoiselle. To be honest, we have a much larger crime to worry about. Also, this guy is super rich, and it's old-timey France, so probably we all hate him. I should probably ask, I don't suppose you've been stealing anything else? Silverware, perhaps?
You know about that. Yeah, I suppose that was me. It started with a couple of teaspoons. I didn't think the Baron would miss those. But, well, yeah, I suppose the habit got a little away from me.
That's one mystery solved, at least. Missing silverware.
I would appreciate it if you didn't tell the Baron. He's been really kind, and I would hate to break his trust.
I see. So where to next? Great. Our only other room. Ah, the music got loud. Did you messieurs have a good look around? I trust everything was in order. We had a good look, thank you, Baron, but we actually have some questions for you. Please, ask away. I have nothing to hide. What happened? Baron Rogel, I would like to ask you about your activities on the night of the murder. Oh, am I in trouble? Of course not. No, nothing like that. We're just gathering the full picture. I see. Well, let me think. The guests arrived at 5 o'clock and we all sat down for dinner in this very hall at 6. That part went magnificently. The photographer arrived at 7 o'clock, but it wasn't until 7:30 that we had our picture taken. My housemaid discovered the crime scene soon after that. I see. Is there something else I can help you, messieurs, with? I don't know if about your housemaid will lead to, like, by the way, she's stealing from you. Who's the victim? The victim is, a frog. Monsieur Grenouille. I need to gather all the evidence I can. Too late, I brought her up. We met your housemaid. She's a courteous young lady, isn't she? Yeah, she was very helpful. Love her. 5-star review. She was more than willing to help us with our investigation. I'm glad to hear it. Did you two want to ask something else? We'll be leaving. I think that will be all. Thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure. Have a delightful day, messieurs. It at least gave me a chance to not tell him. Did you get all the information you needed, Falcon? I hope so. Don't worry. If everything goes wrong in the trial, we could always just wing it. Thank you. Terrible, just terrible. Let's head back to the office and get some rest. Okay. A new day. Good morning. Okay. To the studio. The karate chops Parasite with the might of Zeus. No, he's just a little guy. Look at him, he's just a little guy. How could you look at his cute, trustworthy little face? He would never commit a crime, I'm sure. So this is the studio of the famous photographer. Shall we knock? Wait, there's a note on the door. The magnificent and marvelous artist Monsieur Robidio de Robinho is currently out on an artistic expedition. He shall return when his muse sees fit. When his muse sees fit? What does that even mean? I think it means that he's a pretentious bird brain, but in any case, the artist seems to be out. What shall we do now? He'd never commit a crime like rigging a toy. Well, that's probably not a crime, right? I don't know much about the laws of 1800s France. Break down the door. Nope, doesn't look like he's in. Let's break. Let's do crime. I love crime. We should break in. What? Are you serious? Maybe. Monsieur J.J. Falcon, I would have thought that a man of justice like yourself would be against such reckless displays of unlawful barbarism. You're right, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over. It's a brilliant suggestion. Stand back, I'm barging the door down. Thank you, Sparrison. What, just like that? Shouldn't we discuss this first? Oh, you could have been a little less obvious about it. You could have picked a lock or something. Wouldn't bird Jesus' name was that? So we know that Jesus is a bird in this universe. You said you wanted to break in. I thought we could find an open window. I didn't think you would turn to a bird-sized cannibal. Well, now we're here, we ought to make the most of it. This place is quite something. It's very... swanky? I was going to say ostentatious. That's just swanky talk for swanky. God, this music is exploding my brain. We don't have time for this. The sound of a door being smashed in could be drawing unwanted attention. We should find anything that may help our case and get out. Select an area. Okay. Oh my god, that's so many pictures. What's here? Paints, inks, and dyes. I'm not quite sure what the clear liquid in this bottle is. I could taste test it. You could, but we don't have time for a hospital visit right now, so let's not. Okay. Just a bunch of pictures. Hey, Falcon, look! What? It's just an easel. No, look at what's on the easel. Oh, wow. This must be a copy of the photograph from the evening of the murder. There's no question about it. I see a housemaid, Dame Cataline, and I think that's Seigneur Pertois, Cataline's father. So, what should we do? Do we just take this? We should maybe not steal. I would assume that Jesus would be a dove. Doves are a big thing, right? People love doves. No, that would be a big mistake. Every half-competent lawyer knows that stolen property can't be used as evidence. Still, we learned some valuable information by seeing this photograph in person. I suppose so. Is there anything else we need to do here? I don't know. How long can we stay here before we get in trouble for crime? A chandelier! You should get one of those for the office. I don't have the money for that sort of luxury. Okay. This music is like making me paranoid. Does that mean that non-birds are automatically not birds? Can they not be saved by bird Jesus? There's every single type of animal has their own Jesus. It was very crowded back in the day. Let's pick a picture at random. How about this one? A lighthouse? No, wait, it's a man in a top hat. And actually, if I squint to turn my head sideways, it's a black smudge, Falcon. Okay. There's a photograph of a castle somewhere in the countryside. You know, I once had an uncle who fell off a castle rampart while on guard duty. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did he die? No, he got demoted. Ugh, terrible. How many puns does this guy have? I see a finely dressed dandy fellow upon a horse. Great. This appears to be a photograph of a ladder, symbolic of climbing towards success, perhaps. Looks more like a stepladder to me. Oh no, we're not getting into that old argument. Strange that they've had an argument about ladders enough times for it to be an old argument. Butterfly, or maybe a moth. It's difficult to tell in black and white. I doubt any of this is particularly important, but like, just in case. Picture of a sailing ship on a windy day. Picture of a fence. It's a fancy photograph. It leaves the viewer defenseless. Out of all the pictures here, I would pick it as my favorite. Okay, I'm done. No more. Thanks, man. A tiny photograph of what appears to be a jail cell. A clue, perhaps? How illegal is this? You know, breaking and entering, rifling through a person's belongings? It's fine, we're lawyers. It's okay, a recently passed amendment to allows for proportionate amounts of property damage in the pursuit of criminal evidence. I don't think that's correct, but your use of legal jargon makes me have faith in your credentials. It sounds like you're starting to learn the finer points of the French justice system, Sparrowson. Great. Is that our last one? A beautiful picture of the Paris skyline. Given the angle, this must have been taken from Notre Dame Cathedral. Okay. Oh no, there's one more. I see a bourgeois tigress in profile. Okay. I guess we're done. We should leave. Sounds good. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh mon Dieu! What happened to my door? I'll make up for it. I'll make up for my breaking and entering by being truthful. Well, Monsieur Robinio, it's like this. You see, we're attorneys who have been hired for the purpose of... Raven! A raven did it! We saw the whole thing! What are you doing, Sparrowson? I've got this. I'm not going to jail because your conscience is acting up. Nobody's going to jail. Just take it easy. Ugh, damn ravens. They're always after our shiny objects, am I right? Yeah, that's right. Let's make a move. Trial day is approaching fast. Right, let's go. We're not gonna talk to the man? Okay. Happy Thursday. I guess we have to go to justice. This time you may want to. I have to be a good boy. I have to be good. You can't lie in court now. Okay. Falcon is Barristan stand inside the marble portico of the Palais de Justice, awaiting the opening of the Tribunal de Grande Instance. I don't know French. Okay. Are you nervous, Falcon? Not in the slightest. I'm so good at law. We've got this case in the bag. Look at my feathers. See? Totally unruffled. Wow. Well, at least one of us is feeling confident. She's gonna go to super prison.
Monsieur Falcon, Petit Sparrowson, is there anything you need me to do?
No, we've got a handle on things. Falcon was just telling me how confident he was feeling about the case.
That's wonderful. I just know you two will pull through.
Let's move it along, fellas.
I'll be watching from inside. Do your best for me, Monsieur Falcon.
We will. I'm sure we'll do great. I'm sure we won't fail the tutorial trial. We're ready. Are we? We really? Okay. Alright, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Is everybody here? J.J. Falcon, President. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Oh, Rupert Rabbington, present. The readiest prosecution, Your Honor. Oh, darn, that's not it. Oh gosh, where are my notes?
I knew it. Knew what? Rupert and I went to Paris Law School together. He was in all my classes. Oh, was he smart? No, he always scored the second worst marks in class. I can only assume that he bumbled through the final exams on the luck of his two rabbit's feet. Unless he's improved considerably, you might already have this trial in the bag. That's good to know, but say, Sparrowson, if Rupert scored the second lowest marks in the class, then who scored the lowest? Was it perhaps you? I choose to exercise my right to not self-incriminate.
Here it is. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Are the jury all present? All present and accounted for, Your Honor. Hey, Falcon, I thought there were only 6 members of the jury for cases like this. Why do I count 8? Oh, those two birds with the funny hats are assesseurs, the associate judges. There's 3 judges! Everything seems to be in order, so let us begin. The court is now in session for the trial of Dame Caroline de Miao. Prosecution, please call your first witness to the stand.
Oh gosh, are we there already? Okay, I choose to call the officer in charge of the murder investigation, Inspector Valerdi, to the witness stand.
Inspector Valerdi, please approach the stand and recite the oath.
As you will, Your Honor. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Monsieur, no, Inspector, please state your, name and occupation for the record.
My name is Inspector Justin Valerdi. I am a servant to the law, a scourge of the gutter rats that plague this city. I have enforced the law for over 20 years, and I shall continue until I bring the infamous Viridian killer to justice. My path begins 18 years ago.
Let's stick to the questions, Inspector.
Of course, Your Honor.
Oh, great. I was hoping we could have one of those bumbling, cuddly officers, but instead we're stuck with lawful goody two-shoes. I bet this guy would turn in his own mother if he saw her littering.
So, Inspector, is it true that you're the lead investigator on this case?
That is correct. I was also among the first to arrive at the scene of the crime.
Then perhaps you can walk us through what you witnessed upon your arrival.
Absolutely. Just after 7:30, we were alerted and brought to the scene by the housemaid of Baron Morgil.
Please don't trauma dump on the court.
At the scene of the crime, we found Dame Caroline de Miao. She was standing over the corpse of Monsieur Grenouille with his blood on her paws.
Well, that sounds like an open and shut case, in my humble opinion. No more questions, Your Honor.
But bloody paws? Nobody told me that detail. Keep it together, Falcon. You're about to be given the opportunity to cross-examine the witness. That's your opportunity to find flaws in the inspector's testimony. Of course, I know this. You may begin your cross-examination, Monsieur Falcon. Oh no. Find flaws in his testimony. Select a key phrase that you find suspicious, and Falcon will press the witness for information. Ask the right questions to bring the truth to light. Avoid pressing for pointless details. The judge and jury don't like having their time wasted. Select a statement to question. Okay. The scene of the crime, we found Dame Catalina. She was standing over the sliced open corpse of Monsieur Grenouille with blood on her. Well, let's go for blood on her paws, I guess. Inspector, you say Dame Catalina had blood on her paws.
Correct. Blood clung to her fur like guilt to a convict.
How much? How much blood was there on the lady's paws, Inspector?
Enough for it to be clear that she had dirtied her hands on the victim's body. We noticed blood under the suspect's nails, around her fingertips, and even a little around her mouth.
Her mouth? How vile! The inspector's answer seems pretty definitive. You have another question? I have further information. Whose blood was it?
Ah, what a question. It was Monsieur Grenouille's, of course.
How can you be so sure?
I object. This line of questioning is absurd. There was only one murder victim that night, Falcon. The blood on Dame Cataline's paws could have only belonged to one person, Monsieur Grenouille.
Yeah, they had really rare steaks she mentioned at the beginning.
It's lore, we know. Judge, Falcon's tried to delay the trial by asking pointless questions.
I'm afraid the prosecution may have a point, Monsieur Falcon. Do you have any reason to suspect that the blood belonged to someone other than Monsieur Grenouille?
I do.
Actually, I have more than suspicion. I have evidence that the blood on Dame Cataline's paws had nothing to do with the murder.
This is foolish time-wasting, Falcon. If the blood on Dame Cataline's paws didn't come from the victim, then where did the blood come from? Steak.
On the evening of the murder, Dame Cataline ate a bloody rare steak. Is this true, Monsieur Remington?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I suppose steak may have been on the menu.
Then, Inspector, would you acknowledge the possibility that the blood on the lady's paws did not belong to the victim, but to the steak?
Well...
Wait, don't answer that, Inspector.
It is a possibility.
No.
Intriguing.
We gained a bit of favor with the jury. Oh boy, they like me.
So, Inspector Valerdi, is it possible that you arrested an innocent bystander simply for being a messy eater?
No, hold on just 1 minute, Falcon. You're overlooking something quite crucial. Dame Cataline is an elegant bourgeois kitten. She was no doubt brought up with a flawless etiquette and perfect table manners. At the banquet, she would have eaten the steak with a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right, like any proper civilized animal. How could she have possibly gotten blood on her paws with such good manners?
Oh, that is a good question. Or at least it would be at any ordinary dinner banquet. But as it happens, something was missing from that particular banquet, something that forced Dame Cataline to eat with her paws.
Silverware.
Yeah, he's openly coaching the witness. He should be held in contempt. Dame Cataline was forced to eat steak with her paws because the silverware of the household had been previously stolen.
Stolen? I don't recall any mention of that in the police report.
We weren't aware of anything missing from the Wargil residence when we performed the initial investigation. But as it happened, Baron Wargil approached us about this very subject last night.
Innocent, perhaps. What a twist.
They like us again. What is the meaning of all this? Bloody steak, misplaced silverware. Inspector, was your investigation so lax that you overlooked these basic facts in your initial report?
Lax? My investigation? Judge, I assure you I'm the most thorough investigative officer on the force.
Then it is amazing that the Parisian police managed to solve any crimes at all.
Oh dear.
Be on your way, Inspector. Perhaps do a little inspecting for your next case.
Do we win?
So be it, messieurs. Until next time.
Prosecutor, I trust your next witness is ready.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. I call upon, let's see, Monsieur Robidio Robinho, the photographer who attended the banquet on the night of the murder.
Monsieur Robidio Robinho, please approach the stand and recite the oath.
How does it go? I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
It's a little cliché, to be perfectly honest.
Could the witness please introduce himself for the court record?
As if anybody in this courtroom does not immediately recognize me. I am the great Monsieur Robidio Robinho, cutting-edge photographer and visionary. I don't just take people's pictures, I capture their very essence. Je suis l'artiste, tu es une pipe. You may have seen my works in hip magazines Le Branche or C'est Chouette. I can send you tweets if you like. What on earth is a tweet? Bird-to-bird communication. Come on, Falcon, it's the 19th century. Get with the times.
Yes, your works are very, impressive, Monsieur Robinho, but let's get down to business. Could you tell us your, activities on the night of the murder?
Very well. I was hired by Baron Wargil to capture the evening's events. I arrived at 7 in the evening, I pointed my camera and captured the beauty of the banquet in one fantastic photograph. Then I billed Baron Wargil and left, like a true artist.
And, with regards to the photograph itself, who did you photograph?
I thought you might ask. I brought a copy so that you could all see for yourselves.
Oh, very good. Let's take a closer look. My word, this is an exquisite picture, isn't it? So, let's see, who do we have here?
In the middle we see Baron Orgil, the lion who hosted the event. On the left we see Seigneur Prutoir de Miao, the father of the defendant, Dame Caroline. And finally we see the housemaid, Colleen Duhout, who I suspect may have snuck into the picture uninvited. As you can see, two people are clearly absent from the photograph. The first is the victim, Monsieur Grenouille. The second is the defendant, Dame Caroline de Miao. Quite suspicious, wouldn't you agree?
Just a moment, Monsieur Ravington. This proves nothing. So the defendant and the victim were not photographed with the others. That doesn't mean that they were in the garden together at that point.
Hold your horses, Falcon. I'm not done yet.
The prosecution may continue.
But that's not what the picture looked like. We saw... Are we allowed to mention that? Are we allowed to mention our breaking and entering? Will we get in trouble? Behind the photograph subjects, we see a wall clock with the time set at 7:30. Now, why is that time significant? Well, as Inspector Valerdi told us earlier, that was the exact time the murder took place.
Okay, so we might not have to bring that up. We can just talk about the missing clock hands.
Every suspect has an alibi at the time of the murder, save for Dame Caroline herself.
Falcon, something is fishy. In the jail cell, Dame Caroline told us that she was present when the photograph took place, but I don't see her in Robinio's photograph. That's true, but I can't use Dame Caroline's testimony as evidence. It has too little weight. If I want to prove that Monsieur Robinio's photograph is not a valid piece of evidence, I will have to dish out evidence of my own. Your Honor, I would like to cross-examine the witness. Very well, the defense may proceed.
It's a waste of time, if you ask me. Photographs are rock-solid evidence.
What about ye old Photoshop? Photograph, I guess. Let's take a closer look.
I see a mistake.
Just to clarify, Monsieur Robinio, photographs are a direct reflection of reality, are they not? That is correct. The photographic process leaves no room for bias or inaccuracies. That is most curious because I see a mistake. A mistake? Impossible. I just told you, monsieur. The camera is a perfect unbiased device. The photographs it produces are flawless.
Falcon, I'm not seeing any, mistakes. Perhaps you could be more specific?
Certainly. I'll click on there, yeah. Okay.
Clock.
The clock in this photograph. There's something not right about it.
Well, isn't that convenient? The defense sees something wrong with the key piece of evidence that implicates his client.
Don't give me that cocky tone, Monsieur Remington. I have evidence that there's something wrong with the clock in that picture. Photoshop. Good.
Here. Missing clock hands.
The photograph clearly shows the clock's hands pointing at 7 and 6.
That much is self-evident.
Which is most curious because the clock in the lounge of Chateau Crinier has no hands.
It has no hands.
The clock is merely a decorative piece, a talking item. Feel free to ask Baron Rogil or his housemaid if you have doubts. Monsieur Robinio, how do you explain this discrepancy?
I don't know. There must be some sort of mistake. My camera is flawless.
There is no mistake, monsieur. Your photograph depicts something that does not exist in the real world.
Maybe there was an error in the printing process.
An error precisely where the clock's hand should be? Please, monsieur, don't patronize us. Allow me to offer a more plausible explanation. You edited this photograph.
Edited?
I'm no expert, but I suspect that you used paint or ink to carefully put hands upon the clock. It would have been a simple task considering that the clock face was bare. One could even speculate that you specifically chose to include a handless clock in the photograph just to simplify the editing process.
Falcon, your reasoning is absurd. Why would the witness do such a thing? Because it's a grand conspiracy.
Is it not obvious? By showing the photograph to have taken place at precisely 7:30, it clears all the photograph's subjects of suspicion. In other words, Monsieur Robinio created a perfect alibi. ...
He's sweating. We're getting him nervous.
Of course, this raises further questions. Who is the witness protecting? And why? Was Monsieur Robinio coerced, bribed, threatened? Enough silence. Let's hear some answers, monsieur.
Fine, you've got me. I'm guilty. I did it all.
You did it? You're confessing to the murder?
What? No. I have no idea who killed the frog. I'm just admitting that I'm guilty of producing fraudulent photographs. I was ordered to make changes to the printed photographs, and yes, that included adding hands to the clock.
You were ordered? By whom?
I dare not say.
You were required by law to say.
With respect, Judge, I fear his claws more than I fear the punishment of the justice system. I shall name no names.
His claws? Did you hear that, Falcon? That is most unfortunate. Monsieur Robinio, we cannot and shall not torture names out of you. We don't live under the ancient regime, after all. But since you have admitted to falsifying evidence, then we cannot keep you on the stand as a witness. Take your leave. You shall be charged with perjury in due course.
I can't protest. That's the least I deserve for my failure as an artist.
Good day, messieurs.
They like me so much. They're my biggest fans.
Yeah, so Lion Man did the crime.
So the clock's hands were painted on. So what? It doesn't matter. The photograph still depicts Dame Cataline as absent close to the time of the murder. That's significant.
Don't be dense, Monsieur Remington. If the photograph is not completely genuine, then it cannot be considered reliable evidence.
Why not? It's still a portrayal of the night's events.
Because if we accept that one part of the picture was edited, then we must accept the possibility that other parts were too. It is possible that Dame Cataline was painted out. Even worse, it is possible that another person was painted in. We know that the witness was trying to cover for someone, so all possibilities must be accounted for.
So what are you saying, Falcon? That the housemaid paid off the photographer? Or was it Seigneur Pertois de Miel, perhaps?
I don't think so. The housemaid lacks a means or motive, and it wouldn't make sense for Seigneur Pertois to implicate his own daughter.
Well, surely you're not suggesting that the honest and beloved Baron Rogiel deliberately tried to frame Dame Cataline? Because that would be the most outlandish theory yet. The Baron is a pillar of our community. He would never do such a thing.
Monsieur Remington, I'm not here to throw accusations. That's the job of you, the prosecutor. However, perhaps I should offer my opinion.
Baron, it's not time for your witness testimony yet.
So you would think, prosecutor, and yet I see my good reputation getting tarnished by your incompetence.
Incompetence?
Indeed. Let us proceed with witness questioning. Is that fine with you, Judge?
Yes, I suppose that's fine.
Very good. And I trust the defense has no objections.
No objections here.
Fantastic. Oh, but before I forget, I pledge to speak without fear and prejudice, etc., etc.
He didn't finish the oath. That means he can lie as much as he wants.
Now, prosecutor, ask me about what I witnessed over the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. But Baron Rogiel, on the night of the,
The initial dinner went magnificently. When the photographer arrived, Monsieur Grenouille left to visit the garden. Dame Cataline followed behind him moments later. Seigneur Pertois, Monsieur Robinio, and myself were engaged in conversation, so we paid her no mind. After the photographer had left, my housemaid left to go find Monsieur Grenouille and Dame Cataline. That would be when I heard her cry for help.
Thank you, Baron. I think we all know the story from there.
I would like to cross-examine the witness.
You doubt my integrity, Garçon.
I'm just here to uncover the truth, Baron.
Very well, then. Hit me with your best shot. Let us establish with absolute certainty that I, Baron Rogiel, am an honest man.
The defense may proceed. Great. Select a statement of question. I feel like she mentioned that all the dudes were talking. Because he's a colleague. I could be misremembering. Where's my evidence? This is a red herring. Okay. Cigar was found at the bottom of the fountain. I don't know, maybe we can just bring up the cigar. Garden? Baron, we saw the murder scene in your garden for ourselves. When was the last time you visited it?
As it happens, I have quite serious allergies. I haven't been in my own garden for years.
Years, you say?
Indeed.
That can't be right. Your cigar would have deteriorated. I do not wish to call you a liar, but that claim does not hold up to scrutiny.
Oh, and why's that?
Because we have hard evidence that you visited the garden recently.
Balderdash, my word is gold. Should the court this so-called hard evidence that I've been in my garden?
If you say so. This was found in your garden. To be specific, it was found inside the fountain basin. Right beside where the murder occurred.
Cigar butt? That could belong to anybody, and...
Prosecutor, please shut your mouth. I can speak for myself.
Okay, sorry, Baron.
That is indeed the remnants of one of my cigars, but I must apologize, Monsieur Falcon, for I misunderstood your initial question. You see, prior to the banquet, I hadn't visited my own garden in years, but naturally, after hearing the housemaid's cry for help on the evening of the murder, I rushed outside. I was shocked and disgusted by what I saw. That must have been when I dropped my half-smoked cigar in the fountain basin.
You see, Falcon, that's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
I would find that believable if the cigar were casually discarded. But as it happened, the cigar butt was found in the fountain's upper basin, a location that could only be accessed with great inconvenience. And a little paddling. The cigar butt was not dropped, it was deliberately hidden.
There are any number of possible explanations.
Are there? Because I can only think of one.
That is that you, Baron Orgil, deliberately hid your cigar butt to disguise your own illicit activities.
Did I now? And what illicit activities would those be?
You want me to spell it out? Fine, let's put everything on the table. You, Baron Orgil, murdered Monsieur Grenouille. That is what you were trying to keep hidden.
Directly accusing me of murder? How shamelessly brazen.
That is a ludicrous accusation, Falcon. The Baron is an upstanding citizen of the highest order. Your allegation is baseless. You have no evidence, no means, motive, or opportunity.
No evidence? Think harder, Monsieur Revington. Every piece of evidence points to Baron Orgil as the prime suspect. You want the means? The Baron certainly had the means. His lion's claws are as sharp as a surgeon's blade. Gutting a frog belly would be trivial to him. Even Monsieur Robinho confessed just moments ago that he feared his claws.
Ridiculous! I would never threaten a man with violence.
You want a motive? The Baron had at least 10,000 francs worth of motive. By removing a business partner, the Baron's share of his railway company increased from 1/3 to 1/2.
This is preposterous.
And finally, the Baron had an opportunity. I just read your karate chop Remington thing and now I can't read. Don't make me laugh. This is serious. And finally, the Baron had an opportunity. No, he crafted the perfect opportunity. He arranged a small banquet with a very select number of guests. He was aware of the missing silverware, and yet he served steak, a food item that necessitates good cutlery. Why? To bloody the hands of his guests, of course. Then he hired an easily influenced photographer and staged a very specific picture in order to build a perfect alibi. Photographing the guests in front of a handless clock to make for easy editing is quite an ingenious plan, it must be said.
Prosecutor, are you just going to let this slanderous yarn go uncontested? Say something. Object! Oh, you're pitifully useless.
After executing the murder, the Baron found himself still holding a single piece of incriminatory evidence, his finished cigar. He knew that leaving it at the crime scene would raise suspicion, but didn't have the time to properly dispose of it. So, out of desperation, he threw it into his fountain, out of the sight of his guests and any snooping police. I imagine the Baron was hoping to implicate Seigneur Pertois and Meow, since that would ensure total control over his railway company. Alas, Dame Caroline was the first to happen upon the crime scene, so the Baron improvised.
This is an outrage! Judge, I demand that you disbar this ranting lunatic!
No, there is only one outrage here. That is, that a man like yourself is able to abuse his wealth and status to frame an innocent girl for murder. You're a bourgeois of the worst kind.
How dare you, Garçon! The utter nerve for a lying scumbag of a lawyer to accuse a philanthropist like myself of something so heinous. I'm nothing like the fat cat bourgeois. I'm a respectable, hard-working, thin cat capitalist.
No, you're a ruthless man who would slaughter a dear friend just to reap a few francs.
You incredulous whelp! I had to gut you right here and now, like a damned frog.
Like frog like a French person or frog like an actual frog? Who awkward. Could somebody please restrain the Baron? Yeah, let's just hit him in the head with his cane. I'm on it, Your Honor.
Let's go, old man, to the conciergerie with you.
Don't touch me, you filthy jackdaw. I can walk myself. Bye. This is quite a turn of events. Does the prosecution have anything to add?
Well, in a manner of, speaking, well, to be honest, no.
Then I shall now confer with the members of the jury to come to a decision. I ask that the animals of the court please be patient. We win, we win, we win. Falcon, that was pretty incredible. Thank you. I just hope it was enough. What do you mean? You just proved Caroline's innocence. We'll get a not guilty verdict for sure. Sparrowson, I think you've misunderstood something important about the justice system. What's that? I haven't proved anything. As lawyers, we cannot deal in proof. It's just not possible. All we can do is organize the evidence and convincingly explain what it suggests. I haven't proved Dame Caroline's innocence. All I've done is demonstrate that there is a significant possibility that she is not guilty. I'm not sure I understand the difference. We have reached a decision. In light of the recent revelations, it is clear that an error of judgment was made with the initial arrest. On that note, we unanimously find the defendant, Dame Caroline de Meow, to be not guilty. Yay! We did it! We did court! I'm a real lawyer.
Monsieur Falcon, Petit Sparrowson, you did it!
Yeah, I suppose we did, didn't we? We should head back to the office so we can celebrate properly. Yay! You did it, Falcon. I can't take all the credit. This was a group achievement.
I'm so proud of you both.
I'll go get 1 bottle of wine and 3 of our least dirty glasses.
You're amazing, Monsieur Falcon.
That was nothing.
I very much like the way you pinned the murder on the Baron. That was an act of sheer genius.
So she did do it. So she was the criminal. That sounds like she probably was the criminal. Well, I didn't pin anything. Esparson and I just worked on unveiling the truth given the facts of the case.
Monsieur Falcon, there's no need to play coy. The case is over.
Play coy?
Don't tell me you're actually being sincere.
I'm completely lost.
Oh, wow. I thought the goody-goody thing was an act, but you actually don't know. Alright, I'll spell it out for you.
Oh, whoops. Oh no, we're the baddies.
I murdered Monsieur Grenouille.
But for why?
I saw him in the garden all drunk and vulnerable, and I seized my opportunity.
Man.
It was nothing personal, just business, you understand?
So did she want her dad to own the whole thing? Business?
To increase my papa's share in the train company, of course. My papa always said that the drunk old frog was the weakest link.
Your confession doesn't make any sense at all. I've found Baron Rogiel's cigar butt hidden in the garden.
Oh, I put that there. I expected the police to find it, but I suppose that was putting too much faith in the brains of Paris' finest.
But Falcon proved that Monsieur Robinho's photograph was edited.
It was edited. I wasn't in the picture because I was busy paying a visit to Monsieur Grenouille in the garden. My papa knew I needed an alibi, so he ordered Monsieur Robinho to paint me over Baron Rogiel and to add hands to the clock. But that lazy artist didn't manage to finish altering the photograph by trial day. It's a good thing that Monsieur Falcon was so imaginative, because that could have gone very badly. What's with the silence? You should both be proud. There aren't many lawyers in the whole of France who could have won a case like this, even for a bourgeois kitty like me.
We can't get her in trouble for it because it'd be double jeopardy.
I think you should probably leave.
Fine. So much for celebrations. Here's the payment for your services, straight from my papa's pockets.
So it was the other cat's claws. See, that's how they get you. They're all cats. They all have claws.
Well, adieu, Monsieur Falcon. Adieu, Petit Sparrowson.
Well, at least we got paid. Falcon? I need a drink. Sure. Let's just get all the criminals off on their charges, I guess. He did say his claws. I just assumed it was the bigger, scarier claws. The Palais de Louvre. Oh boy. Is that a penguin? Let's be reasonable, senors. I'm sure this is a simple misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. In the name of a king, arrest that Spaniard. Okay. A fox among wolves. I knew Falcon wouldn't feel like turning up to the office on Friday. But now it's midday on Monday and there's still no sign of him. This is becoming a little concerning. Let's go look for him. Does he have a house or something? His home would be a good place to start. The bird ray never gave me his address. I'll just have to find him the hard way. Maybe in the prison? Talking to the lion and saying, sorry bro, I messed up. Excuse me, monsieur, I'm looking for my friend. Do I look like a lost and found to you? Buzz off, bird brain. It's weird that they use bird brain as an insult. You are both birds. Okay, how about the court? No sign of Falcon here. Excuse me, Rupert. Oh, it's you, the, first-year dropout. Hey, I didn't drop out. I was forcibly ejected. But that doesn't matter right now. I'm looking for Falcon. Have you seen him? Falcon? The guy who, somehow blundered his way through the Catalan trial with the help of some, very dubious evidence? No, I haven't seen him since the, trial. Oh, well, thanks anyway. Dang, where's our boy? Excuse me, Mademoiselle Duhau? Down here.
Oh, there you are. It's Sparrowson, right?
That's right.
I heard about the case you were involved in. I never would have thought that the Baron was a murderer. He always treated me with the utmost respect. But then I suppose it makes sense that the most ruthless killers are the one who can put up the best facade.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Say, how's your friend doing? He seemed a little down last night.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yes, he was brooding in the corner of Le Canard Joyeux, mumbling and drinking. It was a little depressing, to be perfectly honest.
Le Canard Joyeux? That's the dingy student bar on Rougon, right?
Well, it's not dingy, just a little rustic.
In any case, that's an enormous help.
Thanks, mademoiselle.
Any time, Sparrowson.
Okay. He's drinking his sorrows. Sparrowson steps through the doors of Le Canard Joyeux, the dingiest student tavern in all of Paris. His nostrils fill with the pungent aroma of sour wine and bitter tobacco. Gross.
Well, ruffle my feathers if it isn't little Sparrowson. I haven't seen you in years. How are you doing, hon?
I'm feeling pretty good, Madame Connell. Thanks for asking. I'm actually here to find a friend. He's a big guy named JJ Falcon.
Falcon? Yep, that sorry lump has been here all weekend. He's just been moaning and muttering to himself. Frankly, he's bringing the whole atmosphere down.
I'll take care of him. Thanks, Madame Connell.
It's no problem, hon. He's probably still in the corner of the drinking room upstairs.
Great. Why does my cursor keep doing that? Okay. No sign of him. Mon Dieu, I almost stepped on the big fellow. Falcon? What are you doing on the floor? Hey, Falcon, wake up. Wow, the bird's completely out cold. He must have drunk this place dry. Ignore your depressed fun to play cards. Yeah. Well, let's have some fun. How do you wake a drunk person? Kick him. Yell at him so that the hangover gets him. Good morning, Falcon! Nope, nothing. Drink time. Well, I guess it's time for a rude awakening. Wakey wakey! Hey, it worked. How good, you're up. Are you with us, Falcon? Yeah. Feeling sober? We should probably head back to the aviary office so we can get some work done. I don't understand it, Sparrowson. Huh? I thought I did everything right. I followed all the procedures, I found all the evidence, I presented the case beautifully. And yet a guilty feline walks free while an innocent man sits in custody. What went wrong? Where's the justice? I don't know, man. I'm not a lawyer, I dropped out. Sometimes the system just doesn't work, I guess. It should work. Yeah, it probably should. Sorry, Falcon, I don't have the answers, but what I do have is freshly baked croissants from Pierre's Boulangerie. Croissants. Yep, they're waiting for you back at the aviary. I'm sitting here moping about justice and you offer me croissants. Well, it's not just croissants, I've got some pain au chocolat too. I could go for pain au chocolat. Fantastic, then let's make a move. Yay! Alright, I admit it. These croissants are amazing. I told you, Pierre's Boulangerie on Rue Verde is something else. Oh, that reminds me. The baker told me something interesting. Do you know what they call pain au chocolat in America? They don't call them pain au chocolat? Nope, pronunciation difficulties. American is a whole nother language. So what do they call them? Chocolate croissants.
Hello?
Chocolate croissants. What they call profiteroles. Oh, I think those are still profiteroles, but rather than custard, they fill them with ice cream and smother them in melted chocolate. Simply outstanding.
Is this the aviary attorney? Can I speak to someone, please?
Well, what do they call crepes?
Excuse me.
Did you hear something, Sparrowson?
Down here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you, little one?
Oh gosh, where to start?
Your name, perhaps?
Mousy. My name is Mousy.
And what can we do for you, Monsieur Mousy?
I have this friend, and he's fallen under some legal turbulence.
Legal turbulence? You mean he's been arrested?
Yes, I suppose so. They're saying he's a murderer, but he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
That's quite a problem.
I know. Oh, but I forgot to mention, he's the Prince of Spain.
The Prince of Spain, and you didn't think that was worth mentioning from the start?
I forgot.
I must ask, Mousy, why did you come to us? I would have thought that the Spanish royal family would hire legal counsel with a little more... not terribleness? Expertise.
Oh, the prince has great faith in your lawyering skills. Monsieur Falcon, he said that your reputation as a lawyer was renowned.
Really? The prince said that? This is a great opportunity, Falcon. Surely you wouldn't deny a request from the Prince of Spain. Of course not. Of course we'll take the case. Grab your coat, Sparrowson. We have royalty to defend. We're gonna get so much money if we win!
Good luck to you, messieurs.
You aren't coming with us?
I have other matters to attend to. But Prince Juan is being held in the conciergerie. I'm sure he'll fill in all the details.
Right, let's make a move then. Okay. Back to prison we go. Good day, monsieur.
Oh, it's you two again. Hey, nice work on Lady Kitten's trial. Baron Rochelle is pacing around the cell right now, ranting about wringing your neck.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
He's super mad, but hey, a criminal's a criminal, right? If the lion didn't want a death sentence, he probably shouldn't have killed the guy. Oh, you're not here to defend him, are you? Because that would be hilarious.
We're actually here to see Prince Juan Carrito, heir to the throne of Spain.
The mouthy fox, huh? That guy's driving me nuts with his senores and his flamboyant attitude. I'd say the sooner he hangs, the better.
Oh no, we sense the lion to death.
Well, come on then, while we're young.
The Prince of Spain, I presume? Oh, he has a musical sting. Put a shirt on. Indeed, I am Juan Carrito, heir to the throne of España, and you must be the legendary lawyer, Senor J.J. Falcon. Well, I wouldn't say legendary. I wouldn't even say notable. Such humility. I would expect nothing less from renowned individuals such as yourselves. But let us get down to business. I trust that my compañero Mausi explained the situation. He told us that you've been accused of murder, but we need some further details before we can start our investigation. Ah, of course. What is it you wanted to know? Well, the murder is probably more pertinent. To be honest, Prince Juan, I'm a little confused as to how a member of royalty could get into so much trouble. Could you walk us through your activities on the day of the murder? Of course. Let me see. Where to begin? It was the cold and misty morning of the 6th of January. I had heard that King Louis Philippe was unveiling a new painting at the Palais de Louvre, and I wished to meet the man himself. So, after a brief stroll and picnic in Tuileries Garden, I entered the palace. I found the royal entourage in the Louvre's Grand Gallery. When I saw an opportunity, I presented a humble gift to the king. A rose, an international symbol of passion and virtue. How romantic. But before the king could take it, a rather rude person snatched it from my fingers. It was a royal guard, a dog by the name of Major Owl. Ouch, cried out Major Owl. I have pricked myself upon the thorns of this dastardly flower. And then the major slumped to the floor, his face turned blue, his mouth frothed, and he died. He died straight away after being pricked? Straight away, senor. It's obvious that the prick finger was the cause of death, but I don't know of any poison that acts so fast. Nor do I, Senor Falcon, but clearly the police felt that poison upon the rose's thorns was the only logical explanation. And with so many witnesses, even the king himself, what could I say to defend myself? So where did this rose come from? I acquired it from a beautiful Parisian flower seller at the Halles markets, a girl by the name of Catherine Marie Signa. But surely you're not suggesting that the flower girl applied the poison herself, Senor Falcon? Well, I'm not making any accusations yet. I'm just planning to explore every line of inquiry. Poisoned rose. Do you want to add something else, Senor Falcon? What were you reading? Before we so rudely interrupted. Ah, this book? It is a Spanish classic, Don Quixote of La Mancha. Do you know it? I have heard of Don Quixote. I am vaguely aware of Don Quixote. You mean the convenience store in Yakuza? Okay. I've heard of it. It's about the knight who jousts windmills, right? That's one part of the story, yes. The hero is a virtuous but elderly knight by the name of Don Quixote. In the chapter you mentioned, he takes up arms against an army of giants who are terrorizing a town. Quixote's partner Sancho warns him that the giants are just windmills and their flailing arms are just sails twirling in the wind. But Quixote doesn't listen. He takes up his lance, gets on his horse, and charges anyway. Sounds more like dumb Quixote, am I right, Falcon? Good one! Perhaps he is dumb, Senor Sparson, but many of us spend our whole lives jousting imaginary giants. Speak for yourself, Juan. I've never been jousting, let alone seen a giant. I think we're getting off track. Indeed, I tell you what, Senor Falcon, I'll lend you my copy of this book. Maybe you'll have time to give it a read at some point. Maybe I will, thank you. An ingenioso Hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha has been added to our evidence. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Why are you in Paris? I was on a diplomatic mission. I do not know whether you are familiar with current events, but you may have heard that my country is in a state of turmoil. Contenders for the Spanish throne are slandering, plotting, backstabbing, it's chaos, and the people are suffering. So I thought if I could befriend some French royalty, perhaps even the king himself, maybe I can strengthen my family's name. With the Carrito dynasty restored, I would have a chance at bringing peace to my beautiful nation. Well, I guess that plan's gone out the window. Sparrowson, don't be rude. No, he is right. I failed terribly. Don't fret, Prince Juan. We'll do everything in our power to clear your name. Maybe once the dust is settled, you'll have another opportunity to speak with King Louis Philippe and complete your mission. Thank you, Senor Falcon. I am sure you will do your best. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? No, I think that's everything, thank you. What's the plan, Big Bird? Well, we have 2 lines of inquiry. We should head to the scene of the crime, the Palais de Louvre, and see if we can find clues and witnesses. And we should interview the flower girl in the Halles market to see if she has anything to say about this alleged poisoned rose. 2 tasks spread out over 6 days. That almost sounds too easy. Let's not get complacent. Good luck, senores. Yeah, I know nothing about history. I am only vaguely aware of what year it is. Wait a minute, Falcon. What is it? Did something seem off about Prince Juan to you? He's Certainly a character. He seemed colorful to me, throwing roses, spouting about literature, Juan's one suave Spaniard. Maybe I misread him. Well, look, if this is bothering you, we could always ask around. Maybe someone in the city knows Juan's dirty secret, if he actually has anything to hide, that is.
Yeah, let's dig up the dirt.
But we still got a trial to prepare for. Priority, Sparrowson. I hope we just make every murderer get away with it in this game. With classical history, you can give Shovel loads of context. Maybe I'll play a game about ancient Rome at some point. Okay. Let's go to the Louvre first. Scene of the crime. We make our way to the Place du Carrousel. Okay. That's the Arc de Triomphe over there, right? I swear it's smaller than how I remember it. That's the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, you doofus. The big Arc de Triomphe is up the road. What? No way. Why are there two? This is all Goodman of France. Because when a man like Napoleon invades half of Europe, he gets to build as many triumphal arches as he damn well pleases. Well, well, well. I never expected to see you here, JJ. That arrogant voice. Good day, Severin. Let's be civil, JJ. Why don't you introduce me to your new assistant? Fine, fine. Severin, this is Sparrowson, my assistant. Sparrowson, this is Severin Cocorico, the most pompous prosecutor in Paris. Oh, were you two old school friends or something? More like arch rivals. Please, JJ, I think arch rival implies some sort of competition. As I recall, we've met in court on 5 occasions, and on 5 occasions did you get humiliated terribly. I'm amazed a failing bird brain like you is still able to get clients. Actually, Severin, business has never been better. I'll have you know that I'm currently being employed by the Prince of Spain, no less. The Prince of Spain? Juan Carrito? Well, well, this is quite an amusing coincidence. Don't tell me. Correct. I'm the prosecutor for the very same case.
Gosh darn.
It is a pity that the Spanish prince will indubitably hang, but I suppose that is what he gets for hiring a bird brain to represent him. Don't call me bird brain, you're the only bird brain here. I think we're all bird brains. One always speaks badly when one has nothing to say. Voltaire. Oh, he's giving you the verbal smackdown. Quick, Falcon, make a witty retort. Huh? Oh yeah, Don't try to quote things at me, use your brain. A witty saying proves nothing. Voltaire. Ooh! Very good, JJ. A worthy riposte. But enough talk. If you messieurs would excuse me, I have a case to prepare for. JJ, Sparrowson, I'll see you two in court. Can't stand that guy. He did seem like a bit of a cockerel, but is it true what he said? You know that he trounced you in court 5 times? I can't deny it. Severin has a reputation as a ruthlessly thorough prosecutor. Mountains of evidence, surprise witnesses. It's no wonder he always manages to one-up me. But this time will be different, right? I hope so. I know so, for you see, I stole this annotated map of the Louvre out of Cocorico's pocket when he was busy rattling off Voltaire quotes. Sparrowson, that's illegal. And immoral. Stealing from another attorney, that's the sort of thing that gets lawyers disbarred on the spot. Oh, I didn't realize it was so serious. Alright, I'll go give it back. I'll say you dropped it or something. We can't use stolen evidence. Wait. There's no need to be so hasty. Let's have a look and see what the map says. We'll just take a peek. Just moments ago, you said that taking the map was illegal and immoral. Well, the act is done. It's not like peeking would be making the act double illegal. Plus, the extra information would even the playing field. It would help to create a balanced legal environment. That's a good thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's discovery. When you put it like that, it would almost be illegal to not take a look. Yeah. Let's take a closer look. I see. This map shows the entire Louvre area, everything from Tuileries to the Rue de Louvre. Most convenient. We're currently standing here in the Place du Carrousel, and those pendant arrows seem to show the route taken by the king's entourage, which means that the king first went here through the Salle de Tibre, and then here to the Grand Gallery where the murder occurred. Didn't Prince Juan say that he spent the morning in the Tuileries Gardens? That's right, so that means Prince Juan approached the Louvre from the west side, somewhere over here. Sounds like we have a lot of places to visit. Where should we go first? I assume the gallery. I think that's where they got murdered. It's like the active crime scene. The Grand Gallery, the murder room. I believe the murder occurred right under the new painting. Make sure not to back up, you might poke yourself on that guy. I see hundreds of paintings. Which one is the new one? I haven't the foggiest. We'll have to ask. Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. Excuse me, monsieur. You look like you know your Mona Lisas from your last suppers. I don't want any attention. Maybe he isn't talking to me. No, he's definitely talking to me. Keep it together, Eric. Oh, hi. Would you happen to know which painting was unveiled on the 7th of January? The one the king came to visit? Oh, yeah, I can help you with that. It's the piece right behind you. Ah, I see. It's a painting of the king himself. That's one noble-looking penguin. What do you think of it, Falcon? What do I think? Well, I'm no art critic, but... and it's lovely. It's a magnificent painting of our beloved king. It's a masterpiece. Wow, really? We must be looking at different paintings because all I'm seeing is a penguin in fancy dress. I'm getting the impression that you messieurs aren't regulars at art galleries. No, we're a right pair of Philistines. Speak for yourself, Falcon. I've never even been to the Middle East. Then I'm guessing you're here to investigate the king's assassination attempt? That's right. We were actually hoping we could ask you a couple of questions about what you saw. Oh, I wasn't even in Paris when the murder took place. I didn't see anything. But, I have a friend who might be able to help you out. What's this? R&M Associates, the home of Renard Volpes, private investigator. Thank you, but I don't normally deal with these gray area of the law types. No, please, give the guy a chance. He helped me out of a bind before. I'm sure he can do the same for you. Well, I'm not making any promises, but I'll keep hold of the card. We appreciate the help in any case. It's no trouble. Yay, a business card. Thank you for your time, monsieur. Is there anything else we can do here? Well, ideally we would turn the whole Grand Gallery upside down in our hunt for evidence, but that's not possible with so many people around. We should probably just move to another room. Just let people right into the crime scene immediately after a crime, I guess. Who cares about contaminating it? So this is the Salle de Tivre. If I understand Kokuruga's notes correctly, this is the room the king and his entourage stopped in before heading to the Grand Gallery. The room doesn't seem to be very popular. I don't see anybody around to interrogate. Interview. Right, interview. Well, since it's quiet, maybe we should take the opportunity to do a little snooping. What would be the point? Surely all the interesting evidence will be in the Grand Gallery where the murder took place. Think about it, Falcon. The police would have already gone over the Grand Gallery with a fine-tooth comb. But I bet that numbskull Inspector Valerdi didn't even think to check the room for clues. There might be a murder weapon just under our beaks. Your logic seems a little questionable, but it couldn't hurt to have a look, I suppose. Yay. Okay. Object. Some sort of ceremonial container. It's beautifully crafted, but what did it contain? Maybe it's an arcane wine cabinet. Don't be so ignorant, Falcon. This is a sacred Mesopotamian artifact given to Emperor Hadrian for his victory at Euphrates in 123 AD. Stop making stuff up. You and I both know nothing about Mesopotamia. Alright, you got me. This could be a hipless chamber pot for all I know. Okay. What if there's something hidden inside it? I see a cabinet full of engraved plates, mostly bronze. How much do you think they're worth? I don't know. 300 francs apiece, at least. What? Are you serious? I'm in the wrong profession. It was painful to listen to. Was it, like, horribly inaccurate history? I'm pretty sure Mesopotamia was, like, pre-recording most things, so... I don't think archaeology works as a get-rich-quick scheme, Sparrison. Hadrian wasn't even alive. Who said anything about archaeology? I'm going to become a museum robber. Sparrison is such a little criminal. Oh well, that's one way to get rich quick. Let's just both become criminals. I hope the game ends with both of us becoming, like, I don't know, thieves. I'm not sure what this is. Some sort of stand or podium? Maybe it's just a decorative piece. It's a Roman doorstop. Roman doors were enormous marble slabs, so the doorstops had to be similarly large in order to stay in place. I don't think that's right. My uncle's a Roman historian, trust me! Source, I made it up. Okay. These columns have been designed to look Roman. I think the style is Ionic. It's not Ionic, Falcon. Iony is when a character says something, but its reader knows it means something completely different. That's not... never mind. Apparently Falcon did better in, reading than history. I can't say English because they're French. A supporting column. It's holding the roof up. If the column were truly supportive, it wouldn't hold the roof up. It would encourage the roof to get to its location on time. Sigh. Something hidden in the urn, perhaps? I guess it was used for carrying water, or for cremated remains. Probably not both at the same time. It smells good. Don't sniff the exhibit, Sparrison. No, really, it smells amazing. It's almost chocolatey. You poor thing, you're hallucinating from hunger. Would you like to stop by a bakery on our way back to the office? Don't patronize me, Falcon. My nose never lies. I'm telling you, there's something in there. I can feel it. Now you're touching the exhibit? That's definitely a no-no. See? Look what I found in the urn. Put that down. It's someone's old rubbish. No, look. It's a chocolate wrapper. Judging by the smell, the chocolate was bitter and dark. 70 perhaps, 80% cocoa, Belgian in origin.
The level of wrapper crumpling and the firmness of the chocolate residue indicate that this was discarded just a few days ago. Yes, I'm certain. The chocolate contained in this wrapper was undoubtedly consumed on the 7th of January, the day of the murder. Mon Dieu, Parson, you deduced all that from smelling the wrapper? Imagine what I could work out if I tasted it. That won't be necessary. Parson, if you could apply this level of critical thinking to areas outside of food, you would be the world's greatest detective. If only all evidence were edible. So, do you have any idea which shop this chocolate was purchased from? That might help us track down the person who consumed it. No, there's no possible way we could know that. I suppose we'll just have to visit every confectioner in town and sample every bit of merchandise for comparison. What a chore. Interesting, because I can see Lander Hagelslack's Chocolate Emporium written on the wrapper. Well, you can't blame a bird for trying. Okay. Select an area. Anything new? I don't believe so. Okay, I guess we're done. For now. You can't spend all day staring at Roman artifacts, I suppose. So, where to next? The only other place. Our feather-headed friends wandered through the immaculately maintained Tuileries Gardens. Oh hey, it's him! Hey, Falcon, doesn't that groundskeeper over there look familiar? Yeah, now that I'm looking at him, he does look a lot like that photographer. What's his name? Robidio! Did someone call me? Oh, it's you. The lawyers who don't appreciate a masterful photograph when they see it. It's good to see that you gave up on your artsy dreams to pursue the more grounded career of groundskeeping. Hey, I'm not doing this willingly. I was given community service for committing perjury. Can you believe that? They gave me, an esteemed photographer, community service. Me! Yeah, I can believe that. Perjury's somewhat serious. You should be thankful that you got off without jail time. You sound just like that self-righteous Judge Maxime. So, did you two want to ask me something, or you're just here to gawp? Personally, I'm just gawping. Actually, I do have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Monsieur Robinho. Have you met a prince? I don't suppose you've bumped into a Spanish fox who goes by the name of Prince Juan, have you? A Spanish fox? No, I've never met anyone like that. If this is about the assassination attempt on the king, then you're asking the wrong person. I only started here today. I see. Was there anything else you wanted? How you doing? Terrible. Tourists are pigs. Sometimes literally. Look at all this rubbish I found. Beer bottles, tin cans, apple cores. And look what I picked up by the west entrance. A book page. A whole book I can understand, but a single page? What kind of blithering moron loses just one page? Wait a moment. May I take a closer look at that, monsieur? Don Quixote. That's a page from Don Quixote. May I take it off your hands, monsieur? Sure. What's it worth to you? What's it worth? It's trash. It's literally worthless. Then I suppose I'll be destroying it as per my duties. Alright, I suppose you deserve a little compensation for your trouble. How about you give me the page and... I don't know if that's possible for me to do. I get your photographs put up in the Louvre, framed in the Grand Gallery front and center. Wow, you have the power to do that? Absolutely, we're lawyers. We can do all kinds of crazy things. Then it's a deal. Here, take the page. Page 44 of Don Quixote. Great. Psst, Falcon, how are you gonna fulfill your part of the deal? I don't have a clue. I'll cross the bridge later, once this case is over, maybe. Did you want to ask something else? No, we're good. We'll let you get back to your work, Monsieur Robinho. Okay. Did we investigate the carousel area, or did we just hang out? Are we done here? Not yet. Pass me the map. I don't know, maybe check one more in the Grand Gallery. Looks like the porcupine fellow has left the building. Do you want to ask him something? Nothing in particular. I just wanted some more details on this for Nord Vulpes, but I suppose we'll have to leave it. Okay, I guess we'll just leave. How much do I know about Don Quixote? As much as Falcon said, he gets upset at windmills, and he's a crazy old man. That's the only stuff that I know. I never had to read that for school. Are we done here? Yep, sure. Let's make a move. Good call. We can always come back later if we've forgotten something. Okay. It's a new day. The market, I guess? It's a damning critique about showing King Arthur literature. Why would they say that about King Arthur? Actually, I don't know anything about either of those things. I'm very uncultured.
Pair How Market. Vendors and buskers, performers and thieves, bourgeois and peasants all bustle from place to place. Hey, that's a human woman. Okay. Prince Juan said that he met a flower girl here. Signa, I think he said her name was. There's a swarm of flowers over there. You think that's her? I think so. It's possible that she knows the murderer, or even that she is the murderer herself, so we should probably act with tact and finesse. Excuse me, Mademoiselle Flower Lady, we would like a word. Tact, Sparrowson, tact. We've been over this.
Good day, messieurs. Are you interested in purchasing a flower?
Yes, I wish to purchase a rose from milady.
I'm afraid that I'm out of roses. I sold my last one a week ago.
You couldn't pick more?
Perhaps you would be satisfied with a chrysanthemum instead.
'Tis a beautiful flower from a fair maiden. Please don't mind Sparrowson, he fell out of his nest as a baby and he said dumb things ever since. Hey! Let me introduce myself. I'm J.J. Falcon, defense attorney. Are you Mademoiselle Signa?
That's right, Catherine Marie Signa. I suppose you're here to ask about the royal assassination attempt.
How did you know?
I'm no fool, monsieur. I know that a rose I sold was used as the murder weapon. To be honest, I'm surprised it's taken so long for someone to directly question me.
The Parisian police seem to have a habit of missing obvious leads. So do you mind if we ask you a couple of questions?
Business is slow. Please, ask away.
Okay. I hate that my cursor keeps changing. It's very distressing to me. Who bought your last rose? Mademoiselle, you mentioned that you sold your last rose a week ago. Who did you sell it to?
The person who bought the rose, I didn't catch his name, but he was a charming red fox.
Sounds like our Juan.
I met him around a week ago on the 6th. We talked for a little while about the usual things, you know, like how everyone seems to be in debt these days. Then he bought a rose and left. I hear that the fox is on trial, but to be honest, monsieur, I don't think he's guilty.
Oh, why's that?
Well, actually, never mind. It's just a gut feeling.
I love pressuring women. Mademoiselle, it just so happens that we're defending this particular fox in the courtesy, say. If you have something to say that could prove his innocence, now would be the time to let us know.
I'm sorry, messieurs. I can't.
Wait, Mademoiselle Signa, wait up! Nice display of tact and finesse, you scared her off. I didn't mean to. We have more days, right? We can come back. Why don't we try acting with a little more tact and finesse next time? Hush. My guess, based solely on the fact that we have mentioned two foxes, is that they are the same guy, and the prince is actually the private investigator in disguise. Okay. Chocolate place, I guess. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Lander Hagerslug's Chocolate Emporium, the finest Belgian chocolate shop in all of Paris. I am Lander Hagerslug, the founder and owner of this establishment. And I'm J.J. Falcon, defense attorney. Good day, monsieur. Oh, lawyers, very fancy. I must say that I once dreamed of being a lawyer, but, well, circumstances wouldn't allow it. It's a funny story. You see, when I was a young boy, I befriended the son of a Hungarian attorney. Falcon, you have to help me. What is it? It's a smell, Falcon. It's overpowering me. It's demanding that I lay waste to the shop. For pity's sake, restrain yourself, Sparrowson. Oh, but I'm rambling, aren't I? So, are you messieurs here to buy some chocolate? Yes. No, we're actually here on business, monsieur. Business? First things first, we believe that this chocolate wrapper originated from your shop, are we correct? Oh, yes, that is indeed the trademark Hagerslug wrapper for genuine Belgian Hagerslug chocolate. This was almost certainly bought from this very establishment. Very good. With that established, there is something else we wish to ask. Who bought this chocolate? Can you tell us who bought the chocolate that was contained in this wrapper? I'm afraid not, messieurs. Not just because of matters of confidentiality, although that is a factor you understand, but because I couldn't possibly know. I thought elephants never forget. My memory is impeccable, monsieur, but you must understand that I have dozens of customers a day. There are hundreds of people who could have potentially bought this particular item. So your memory is good, but you need further information. If we were to give you the description and name of a person, would you be able to tell us whether they purchased from you? Oh, yes, that I could probably do, monsieur. Let me think. Who to ask about? The fox, I guess. Right? Fox boy. Have you ever heard of Juan Carrito, the Prince of Spain? A Prince of Spain? No, monsieur. Well, that's good to hear. Our clue would have turned into a den, and if our own client turned out to be a chocolate fiend. I did once serve a princess from Mali, if that is any help. You see, I met the girl while hiking through the Himalayas. Please stop. Let me think. Who to ask about? Okay.
The mouse.
Have you ever served a tiny mouse named Mousy? No, monsieur, mice terrify me. Let me think. Okay. The dog, because it's chocolate and chocolate is poisonous to dogs. Have you ever served a member of the Royal Guard? No, monsieur. Are you sure? Yes, monsieur. I have served many soldiers, but I don't recall seeing a major here in recent memory. What does that mean, Falcon? Have we lost our lead? Not necessarily. It just means that Major Howell didn't buy the chocolate that may have killed him. There's still the possibility that someone bought the chocolate for him. That's our lead. That's who we want to find. I see. I did once serve a high-ranking officer of the British Army who was on his way to Zimbabwe, if you want to hear that story. No, I don't want to hear that story. Messieurs, I'm growing tired of these endless inquiries. Perhaps you should come back another day. You know, Falcon, it's possible we just haven't encountered the chocolate fiend yet. Rather than coming back here every day and making aimless guesses, we should wait until we have someone specific in mind. You might have a point. Thank you for your time. We shall return when our investigation has progressed a little. Anytime, messieurs.
Okay. So we're failing horribly.
How much more time do we have?
Back to the market, maybe. I don't know.
That's strange. I don't see any sign of the flower girl. Yeah, probably because you scared her off with your crazy tact and finesse strategy. Or maybe you scared her with your horrendous and inappropriate flirting. I'll have you know I can flirt like a peacock in tail fanning mode. We really don't have time for this discussion. Let's just continue our investigation elsewhere. How much more time do we have? I wasn't paying enough attention. Welcome back, messieurs. Have you finally decided to sample my fine chocolate? Or perhaps you've just returned to ask more questions? Just questions today, I'm afraid.
Two-blooded. We do have the swan.
What's she hiding?
Have you ever served a flower-selling swan named Catherine Marie Signa? No, monsieur. What are you thinking, Falcon? I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest. If she were the chocolate fiend, then our investigation would have become much simpler. But since she's not, let me think.
I hate this.
Just go through every possible person. He seemed nervous. Come on. I only have so many people to guess about. I think really the only person that we can ask about that is like connected to this at all is the lady. But I don't know. She's the only other character we've met. You mean like Robidio? I don't know what kind of animals some of these people are. Sparrowson? I don't think Sparrowson did it. Sparrowson wouldn't do a crime this early, right? He can't become the bad guy this soon. Sparrowson is already here. Like, he didn't kill the guy. Right? I feel like we're just wasting time. We're gonna lose this one. Yeah, maybe him. Have you ever served a cockle with ludicrously good posture named Severin Cocorico? I hate this. Where are we supposed to go? Where am I going? Oh boy, cinematic scenes. Viewing is optional. Well, time to watch a cinematic scene, I guess. A storm is brewing, my brother. Word of the royal assassination attempt has spread. The proletariats grow confident. The bourgeoisie are cowering. It won't be long before we have rioting. And then, a revolution. Dun dun dun. Okay. Here, maybe. It appears that it doesn't take time, so might as well. Oh, customers. Hello? Is this the office of Renard Volpes?
Ah, it's you two.
Mousy, what are you doing here?
Oh, this is where I work. See, R&M, Renard and Mousy. Monsieur Renard Volpes and I carry out all sorts of investigations together. Although, to be completely honest, it's normally Monsieur Volpes who chooses which cases to take on.
I see. Well then, can we speak with Monsieur Volpes?
Oh, I'm afraid that won't be possible. See, Monsieur Volpes is on vacation right now. He's visiting his father in England.
England?
But he is set to return in a week or two. Maybe you can come back then?
That's no good to us. Our case will be over by then. There's nothing to be done about it. I suppose we'll have to come back later. No! We're just wasting time now. Thought you were done with your mopey drinking. I'm not here to drink or mope. Taverns are a fantastic hub of information. If we wish to learn more about this Prince Juan, then this would be the ideal place to start asking questions. Oh, that's pretty good thinking. Voice from Mousy is too good, thank you.
Oh, you two are back. Are you feeling any better, Falcon?
Much better. Thank you for asking, Madame Canal.
That's great to hear, hon. Will it be the usual?
No, I'm back to investigative work today, so I've got to keep sharp. We want to know if you've seen a Prince of Spain around here recently.
The Prince of Spain? I don't know if you've noticed, hon, but this isn't exactly the classiest pub in Paris. I'm lucky to serve the occasional bourgeois. You can forget about seeing a member of royalty.
That's a pity. Maybe I should ask some of your patrons.
Feel free. The old regulars, Rufus and Powell, are playing cards in the attic, same as always. But we get all sorts of colorful characters in the drinking room. I bet if you rattled enough cages, you would find someone who knows whatever it is you want to know.
Thank you, madame. Let's see, where to start? Well, card room, I guess.
Come on, Powell, just one more game of Jacques Noir.
Absolutely not. My wallet is hurting enough as it is.
Please, I'll even let you deal this time.
The answer's no, Rufus. I'm skint. If you want to play cards, you'll have to ask someone else.
Fine, I'll ask that big fellow. Excuse me, monsieur. Yes, you, monsieur. Would you care to play some Jacques Noir?
I don't know what that is. I don't know how to play card games. I'm afraid I don't have time for that, monsieur. I have some investigative work to take care of.
Come on, surely you have time for one quick game.
Sure. Maybe it'll make him give me information. Alright, you've twisted my arm.
Very well then, do you know how to play?
Absolutely not. Not in the slightest. Nope, I'm only familiar with Sigo and Tap to Rock.
Oh, this is much better than those silly games. Let me tell you how it works. I have a deck of cards with values between 1 and 11. I deal you one at a time. If you hit 21, you win. I give you 5 francs.
5 francs? That seems a little steep.
This is a man's game, monsieur.
Only children gamble over petty sous. Besides, higher stakes make for a more exciting game, right? I suppose so. Oh no. Oh no, not cards. I don't know what that means. Which one is IV? Okay. Or is that... I guess that's me. Stand? I don't know what any of these things mean. Dang. I don't know how cards works. Shall we have another round? No, I don't think I have any more money. I don't know anything. I don't know what stand means. I don't gamble. Okay. I guess I have to win in order for him to talk to me. Hey, look, a parrot. So there I was in the grasslands 10 kilometers downriver, rifle in hand. I had been pursuing this set of footprints for an hour. I was getting closer and closer. I could almost smell the beast. Then I spotted it. It was a boar. A big stupid boar, completely oblivious to my existence. I readied my gun. I carefully took aim. And then BAM! You shot it? No, it was the most peculiar thing. The boar slumped over dead right before I could take the shot. Sounds like one of them heart attacks. My nan went the same way. That's what I thought, but when I went to take a closer look, I noticed the boar was frothing at the mouth. Whoa, it was rabid! Possible, but I don't think so. I remembered reading something about frothing at the mouth being a symptom of poisoning. Needless to say, I left the dead animal alone. Good call. Who wants to deal with tainted meat? Let's learn a bit about poisoning? Excuse me, monsieur. Yes, can I help you? You say that the beast you were tracking might have died from poisoning. Could you give us some further details? Further details? I'm not much of a poison expert, I'm afraid. Well, what do you think caused it? I would guess that it ate something bad. I saw some of that poisonous plant around. Wolfsbane, I think they call it. But really, I have no idea. I'm a hunter, not a vet. Excuse me. Excuse me, monsieur. What is it? I don't suppose you've seen a Juan Carrito around here? He's Spanish royalty. Foxy fellow, swanky hat, calls everyone senor. That doesn't sound familiar. Do you recall seeing anyone like that, Piero? I ain't got a clue. Sorry, messieurs, you're barking up the wrong tree. Well, what can you tell us about the Spanish royal family? Do we look like walking encyclopedias or something? I'm afraid my compadre has a point. If you want to talk about hunting, then I'm your man. But Spanish royalty? That sounds like a question to be answered at a library, monsieur, not a tavern. Library. Maybe you're right. Sorry for bothering you, monsieur. We're gonna fail this case. Sure, let's play more cards. Sure, I kind of vaguely understand how to play. Very good, I'll show you the dealer. We'll bet 5 francs per game. Tell me what to do, please. I have 8. What do I do? Does hit means you get to like take another card? I don't gamble. You want to get to 21 without going over. Standing means you're done drawing. Hit means you want to draw another. Okay. Okay. I win. Thank God. Yay, we win. I'm done. Will you talk to me now? Okay, so we can just play cards with him. He can't give us any information. Nobody appears to be interested in conversation. Not with the entrance. You ready to hit the road? No, not yet. I don't know, maybe we'll play more cards. Well, is he gonna be willing to talk to me if I play more cards with him? Deal me in. Okay. Is it risky to take another one on 15? 15 is only what, 6 away from 20. Risky, okay. Cuss! Dang it! Net 0 gain. Pain. Pain and suffering. I was so close. I can't believe it. I can't believe they did that to me. This is... You can also just lose because it is in fact gambling. What if I pull a Germa and I just gamble for like 20 minutes? Let's see. Ugh. I don't like gambling. It stresses me out. Please don't do it. I'm gonna throw up. I'm not doing it. I don't know if I even have money, okay? I'm 35. It's okay. It's fine. There has to be a reason for the card room thing, right? They have to tell me something at some point.
Or is this just like a nothing mini game to like get extra money sometimes? You might just be a fat dog who loves playing cards. Very possible. I don't want to play cards anymore. I hate this game. This sucks. Let's go, I guess. How many days have we wasted? I shouldn't have pushed the girl to tell me information. Library. Here for a little late reading. He could also be cheating. Not quite. I'm following the hunting beagle's advice. Don't eat poison pork. The other piece of advice, that if we want to learn about a member of royalty, we should hit the library. Oh, that makes sense. Say, Falcon, I've been meaning to ask, since we're in a library and all, are you a classic literature fan, or do you prefer more modern works? Readings for squares. I don't know. I feel like I like some old stuff. I probably like an equal amount, honestly. I have consumed more modern works just by virtue of there being more of them. Let's say I enjoy modern works. Have you read The Three Musketeers yet? It has heaps of romance, intrigue, and action. You would love it, Sparrowson. Don't patronize me, Falcon. Of course I've read The Three Musketeers. Despite its contrived narrative turns, I enjoy the novel's scathing critique of our current socio-political climate. Wow, that's quite an insightful review. Wait a minute, you just memorized that single sentence to sound well read, didn't you? Maybe. Would you, messieurs, mind lowering your voices? I can hear you squawking from the other side of the building. My apologies, monsieur. We'll keep it down. Wait, you're a librarian, aren't you? An astute observation. Yes, monsieur, as the only quiet person in the library, I am most assuredly the librarian. Well, now that we have your attention, my friend wants to ask you something. I do? Oh, right, I do. What can you tell us about the Spanish monarchy? You seem like a scholarly, well-read individual. I'm sure you're up to date on geopolitical news and the like. I don't need your praise. Spit out whatever imbecile question is in the back of your throat. Well, we understand that the Spanish throne is currently under dispute. Can you give us a brief rundown on who the contenders are? What a trivial question. Even an elementary school child can name the immediate heirs to every throne in Europe. Yes, but for the sake of those children who slept through that class, can you refresh our memories? Very well. Pay attention because I'm not repeating myself. The current reigning monarch of Spain is Queen Regnant Isabella II of the House of Bourbon, daughter of King Ferdinand. I don't know Roman numerals, sorry. Upon her death, the crown would likely fall to her husband, King Consort Francis, Duke of Cadiz, although it is certainly possible that an immediate family member could stake a claim. However, the Queen's position is currently being disputed by the Carlists, headed by the Count of Montemolin. I hope that answers your question. Did you catch all that? Not a word. Monsieur, we're actually interested in a Prince Juan Querido of Spain. I don't think I heard that name in your explanation. Prince Juan Querido, was that what you said? Monsieur, I think you've been misinformed. There is no current Prince of Spain, and I'm not even sure Querido is a real name. It is certainly no line of any Spanish monarchy. How strange. What does this mean, Falcon? Well, one thing is for sure, our client is not the Prince of Spain. Maybe he's a delusional lunatic, or perhaps he's involving us in some sort of con. We don't have long before the trial, but it may be in our interest to confront Prince Juan directly and get some answers. Right. Are you two quite done chit-chatting? How about give me some lore on Don? I borrowed this book from a friend. What can you tell us about it? Don Quixote of La Mancha. It's a classic. Everybody has read it. Yeah, everybody, but for those who haven't. I'm not going to sit here and summarize a great work of literature for two imbeciles who are too lazy to read. Nor would I expect you to, monsieur, but what can you tell us about the physical book itself? This particular book didn't come from any library, if that's what you're asking. See, there's no library stamp or card. I assume it was acquired from a bookshop, a French bookshop. The French translation and publishing information wasn't a giveaway. I see, thank you. Did you have any other questions, or can I get back to work? That's all. I think we're done here. Thanks for your time. I bid you good day. I guess we wasted all our time. You're feeling nervous, Falcon? Absolutely, I have no idea what I'm doing.
do we learn about Prince Juan? What do we know about the real murderer? Nothing. He's there, Falcon. We can do this. Senor Falcon, I trust everything is in order. Absolutely, I have every intention of bringing the truth to light in this trial. Ah, such confidence. That's magnificent to see. And bringing the truth to light, you say? An admirable goal. No more jousting at imaginary giants.
All of you, cease your yammering. The door is opening.
Here we go. Buena suerte, Senor Falcon.
We will. Great. I can't wait to die.
Are you ready? Well, we have to be.
Oh, I did kind of well in the first one, other than letting the murderer get away with it.
JJ, Severin, nervous. Why would I be nervous? I'm not nervous. I'm as calm as a cuckoo. You're the nervous one. This whole courtroom is nervous. Whoa, cool your feathers, Falcon. Terrible. You can't even maintain a stoic facade. I thought this trial would be the perfect opportunity for you to redeem your previous embarrassments. But if this is how you act before the trial has even started... Why, you pompous-tailed posture perfect.
It's a spooky wolf.
Order, order. Let's all settle down. Court is now in session.
Psst, Falcon.
What is it? Is it me, or does the primary judge look hairier today? That's a different judge to the one who presided over Dame Cataline's trial, you doofus. Ah, still, it's a little strange, isn't it? A little. I suppose. This is a video game. Usually you would expect the judge to be the same judge the whole time. I was under the impression that Judge Maxime would be residing over this case. Where is he? Judge Maxime has gone on temporary sick leave due to a terrible accident with a flight of stairs. But rest assured, as this year's prosecutor, defense, and members of the jury, that I am more than qualified to fill his shoes. Without further ado, let's get this show underway. This is the trial of Prince Juan Guido, who stands accused of murdering Major Hal and of conspiring to murder the king himself. He was founder of Rome guy. Did he do any sort of horrible murders? I'm not familiar with Roman history, and I'm sure you are much more. I only vaguely remember what I learned in middle school. The defense is present and ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Good, very good. I expect this to be a nice, speedy trial. I don't want to see this dragged out by technicalities and bureaucracy. Well said, Your Honor. I expect that once the court sees the overwhelming evidence, this trial will be over in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? He's just messing with your head, Falcon. Keep it together. So, we're on the same page. Excellent. Prosecutor, please call your first witness to the stand. Very well. I call the police officer who investigated the crime scene, Inspector Justin Valerti. Step up to the stand, Inspector, and recite the oath.
This guy.
Swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Please recite your name and occupation. My name is Inspector Justin Valerti. I am a servant of the law, a scourge of the gutter rats. That will do, Inspector. We've all heard your monologue before. Whoa, Cucurico's really going for a speed record, isn't he? Now, can you tell us what you witnessed on the morning of the 7th of January? Of course. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I was called to the Louvre's Grand Gallery by one of the King's Royal Guards. Did you just say o'clock? There I saw Prince Juan, King Louis Philippe, the corpse of Major Hal with a rose in hand, and around 24 citizens. The citizens and the king himself all attest to seeing Major Hal taking the rose from Prince Juan's hand and then promptly dropping dead. And what did the morgue uncover upon examination of the corpse? The coroner determined with absolute certainty that Major Hal died of poisoning. Aside from a prick upon the finger, there was no sign of external harm. Therefore, the poisoned rose must have been the cause of death. Putting the pieces together, that does seem very implicative of the prince. I have no further questions. Damn, I was hoping the coroner's report would determine that the guy died from a freak heart attack or something. That would make for a particularly speedy trial, wouldn't it? But no, we aren't so lucky. Something else must be amiss in the old bird's testimony. Right, I'll tear it apart. Your Honor, I wish to cross-examine. Falcon, wasn't it? Don't waste the court's time. A high-ranking police officer would never lie on the witness stand. I wouldn't accuse the inspector of lying. I just want to make sure every base is properly covered. This sounds like pointless nitpicking to me, but I'll allow it, for now. Go on, Falcon, do your cross-examination. This is a completely normal court thing to do, don't quote-unquote it.
Okay.
Romulus killed Remus. This guy's the murderer. We had a little cutscene with him. So he must be important. Okay. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I was called into the Louvre's Grand Gallery by a royal guard. I saw Prince Juan, King Louis Philippe, the corpse of Major Hal with a rose in hand, and around 24 citizens. Coroner determined that Major Hal died of poisoning. We can break up the poisoning. Chocolate is poisonous. To dogs. Inspector, you say that the coroner determined with certainty that Major Howell was killed by poison.
Correct. He stated the signs and symptoms were textbook. There was no possibility his death was natural.
What kind of poison? Did the coroner mention specifically what kind of poison it was?
He was not certain. At first the coroner posited that it was a plant-borne poison like that of the aconite flower, but when he learned how fast the poison had taken effect, he noted this was atypical. Consequently, he suggested it may have been some newly engineered concoction.
Newly engineered poison, you say? Well, that only reaffirms that this was a very deliberate assassination attempt.
Indeed.
Okay, yes. How was he poisoned?
His finger was pricked by the poisoned rose. He even commented out loud about it seconds before dying. All 22 citizens who witnessed the murder attest to seeing and hearing this.
Is there any possibility he was poisoned by something else?
What an absurd thing to ask, JJ. You just heard that 22 people saw the victim prick his finger and die. What are you suggesting?
That the pricked finger had no relation to the poisoning? That's exactly what I'm saying. We found chocolate. I don't doubt that Major Howell was poisoned, but I do doubt the rose was the cause. Unbelievable. Only a total buffoon could fail to draw the blatant link. JJ, as tempting as it is to sit here and lecture you on the basis of cause and effect, I'll end this discussion painlessly. Inspector, please tell the defense that you found traces of poison on the thorns of the rose itself. That should alleviate all doubt that the rose was, in fact, the delivery mechanism.
Actually, I can't tell him that.
I dread to ask, but why not?
We didn't check the rose for traces of poison. It just seemed obvious that the rose caused the poisoning, given the timing.
Well, then now would be a great time to make a test. Here's a marvelous thought. We prick the finger of the defendant with the rose. If there is no poison on the rose, then Prince Juan lives, and he is free to go. If the rose is poisoned, the prince dies, but that's okay, because the punishment would be just and fitting of the crime.
A marvelous suggestion.
What is this, a witch trial? This isn't America, Severin. That's not how we do things here. Calm your feathers, JJ. It was clearly a joke. There are far more humane ways of testing. I'm sure the inspector will perform his duty with due diligence.
Actually, we won't be able to test the rose at all.
Why's that?
Given the dangerous nature of the flower, it was destroyed by the police force. We burned it to ashes.
Ugh, such unprofessionalism. If we have no way to know whether the rose was poisoned, then this whole trial ought to be called into question. Nice try, JJ, but through the process of reasoning by elimination, we can still deduce with absolute certainty that the rose was poisoned. In other words, there was nothing else at the crime scene that could have caused it. Wrong, there was something else, something that investigative police blindly overlooked.
Chocolate.
Look at this. What am I supposed to be looking at? It's a paper wrapper to a piece of chocolate. It was found at the Louvre, the Salle de Type to be precise, and we can date its consumption to the day of the incident. You're not suggesting that Major Howell ate a piece of poisoned chocolate moments before he died? I most certainly am. I hope him being a dog counts. Did you see this wrapper at the crime scene for yourself, Inspector?
The police force does not have time nor resources to trawl every piece of trash at every crime scene, I'm afraid.
In other words, you overlooked it. Astounding unprofessionalism.
The prosecution is right to be disgusted. What a disgraceful display, Inspector. I offer my apologies, Your Honor. I don't want your apologies. I want you to do your damn job properly. Get off the witness podium before I kick you off myself.
As you wish. I'll take my leave. Until next time. Flirty, you suck at your job. So let me get this straight. This chocolate wrapper was found at the crime scene, correct? And you have a reason to believe it was consumed on the day of the incident? I do. I have an expert food-tasting witness who is willing to testify if need be. You have a foodie witness? I don't recall anyone like that. What are you talking about? Oh, I see. But do you know for certain that Major Howell consumed this chocolate? Well, that is a fact that we are still investigating. I see. And do you have evidence this chocolate was in fact poisoned? That might require a little more time. So you do not have evidence that Major Howell consumed some poisoned chocolate. Instead, you have a solitary piece of rubbish that you plucked straight out of the gutter. That's weak even for you. Well, it wasn't in the gutter, it was in an urn. Claims to have had an excellent view of the people going in and out of the Louvre at the time of the incident. Monsieur Toussaint Kingley. I don't even know who this is. Hello. Oh, right, the oath. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Okay. My name is Toussaint Kingley, and I am a person who fishes. A person who fishes? So you are a fisherman? Oh, is that how it is? I thought the French justice system was better than this. I beg your pardon? Here comes Toussaint Kingley, the kingfisher. Clearly he must be a fisherman, because didn't you hear? All kingfishers are fishermen. Well, you are carrying a fishing rod. And, can a man not carry a fishing rod, reel and bait without being branded a fisherman? Look, the prosecutor is carrying a riding crop. Clearly he must be a horse jockey. Oh, for pity's sake. Fine, fine, we can list your occupation as person who fishes and not fisherman.
Thank you.
Actually, why do you carry a riding crop, Severin? I've never seen you ride a horse. I don't know, JJ, why do you, a 30-something-year-old with no health problems, carry a cane?
Because it's fashionable. This is the 1800s.
This is veering quite far off course. Could the prosecution please go back to his questions? Of course, Your Honor. Monsieur Kingsley, is it true that you were nearby the Louvre at the time of the incident?
Yes, I was sitting upon a railing of the Pont des Arts.
The Pont des Arts? That's a new bridge that's just a stone's throw from the Louvre south entrance, correct?
That's right.
And what were you doing at the time of the incident?
I was fishing.
Kingfishers, am I right, Falcon? So you would have had plenty of opportunity to see the people who entered and exited the palace. Can you tell us who you saw?
Well, the Louvre's a busy place. Naturally, I saw a lot of people. But at 9 a.m., I saw the king, Louis Philippe himself, enter the building. He was surrounded by his entourage, of course. Then around 9:30 a.m., I saw this shifty-looking fox lurking around the entrance.
Your Honor, I object to the witness's use of the term shifty-looking. It's a vague and biased description.
No, really, he looked super shifty. I saw him rubbing his paws and cackling gleefully. And then I saw him take out a rose and carefully rub the stem.
Rub the stem of a rose, you say, as if you were applying something to the flower, perhaps.
Well, monsieur, I really shouldn't speculate.
Of course, it was wrong of me to ask a leading question.
But yeah, it definitely looked like he was putting some sort of powder on the stem.
Wow, even I wasn't expecting such a bold admission. Members of the court, it sounds like what we have here is a direct witnessing of the defendant readying the murder weapon. The defense claims the rose was never poisoned, and yet here we have a man who saw the poison with his own eyes. I smell perjury. You do? No question. He saw a shifty-looking criminal readying poison and cackling near the scene of the crime? That's not believable at all. I think you might be right. I wonder if I have any evidence that calls Toussaint Historian to doubt. Your Honor, I would like to cross-examine. Really, that's nonsense again. You just heard the witness directly describe your client readying poison. What is their question?
I'm just trying to uncover the truth.
Ah, fine. Do your thing. Go on, Falcon. Make a fool out of yourself.
Great. I can't wait to make a fool out of myself. Okay. What kind of evidence do I have at all? Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't like this game anymore. I'm gonna feel bad if I lose. I really don't know if there's anything that I can question. I don't know what to do. What? Why are you knowing me? What is your guess? Because I don't know what I'm doing. The king and the entourage didn't enter. They entered at 10. Did we learn this at some point? I'm not intelligent. I'll bring it up. Indeed I did. Are you sure? It is to my understanding that the king does most of his work in the Palais Royal, which lies to the north of the Louvre, so it's a little strange that you saw the king enter from a south entrance, is it not? I know what I saw, monsieur. JJ, there's little reason to doubt the king entered the Louvre from the south. Are you really calling this basic fact into question? Sure. Doesn't make a lick of sense. Why would the king walk from the Palais Royal all the way around to the other side of the Louvre just to enter via the south? Simple. The king wasn't walking from the Palais Royal. He was walking from the Hotel de Ville, which he had some business to attend to. As you probably know, it's simple to reach the Louvre south entrance from the Hotel de Ville via a brief stroll along the Seine. He came from the Hotel de Ville. Yes, a single minute of fact-checking would have cleared that up. Oh. I don't like this. Don't call me a buffoon. Who was there? Well, there was the king himself, obviously, and there were quite a few guards, maybe 4 or 5, including a big dog. Why, here's the guy who died, Major Howell. I think that was all. I see.
I don't think there are any more questions. I guess we just completely wasted all of our investigating time. I need to be better at talking to women, apparently. I don't know if I can actually ask any questions about any of this because I have like 2 pieces of evidence. I thought I was doing so well at the beginning. Okay, super mega shifty. Oh, Fox, don't be racist. Are you sure that Fox was Prince Juan? How do you know?
Well, he was wearing a suave hat that hanged low over his eyes. I hear that's how they wear them in Spain. And I'm not much of a fashion expert, but the rest of it looked quite out of place for the French winter.
Was that all you're going by, his fashion sense?
Oh, I nearly forgot. I heard him call a passerby Signor. I thought that was peculiar.
Well, that's him alright. Never mind. But none of this has anything to do with that, I don't think. What entrances can you see? You had a good view of the Louvre South entrance, didn't you?
Yep. Mont'Art is a great vantage point for seeing the Grand Gallery South side.
Well, the only other question about the fox was all foxes are shifty looking, which is, I don't think, anything. What about the other entrances?
You mean like if you were entering from Tuileries Gardens or the Place de Carrousel? No, I couldn't possibly see those areas from the bridge.
But of course, that isn't relevant. Monsieur Kingsley witnessed Prince Juan entering the south entrance with flower in hand, and that's what counts. What if he used another entrance? The west, because that's where we found the book page. That's a big what if. Do you have any evidence that Prince Juan entered the Louvre from Tuileries Gardens?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay.
The book.
Look at this. A book page. Page 44 of Don Quixote specifically was found just outside the Louvre's west entrance. This proves nothing. I'm not done yet. Take a look at this. Don Quixote. This is the book Prince Juan has been reading in jail since his arrest. I believe he's had it on his person for some time. And yes, page 44 is missing. That was the first thing I checked. You do realize what this means, don't you, Severin? The defendant was present in Tuileries Gardens prior to entering the Louvre. This also means that, in all likelihood, the defendant entered from the west. He could not have possibly been seen by Monsieur Kingsley from the Pont des Arts.
What? I know what I saw, monsieur.
A fine theory, Falcon, but maybe the defendant took the long way around. One can still travel from Tuileries to the Louvre south entrance by walking along the river. An extra 2 kilometers of walking just to enjoy the pre-murder scenery? Let's not say silly things, Cocorico. Okay, maybe the defendant deliberately left the page there to mislead the investigation. Now you're the one who's blindly speculating. It's not blind speculation, it's a viable hypothesis. You are fond of logic, aren't you, Cocorico? Let's talk about Occam's razor. When torn between 2 seemingly equal hypotheses, you must side with the one that imposes the fewest assumptions. Which of these theories takes fewer assumptions? 1. The page from Prince Juan's book fell out on his way to the Louvre south entrance. 2. Prince Juan deliberately planted the page on the off chance that it would be discovered, then took the long way around. How dare you! The nerve of you to lecture me on such basic philosophical concepts! I'll stop lecturing you when you stop making basic mistakes.
Please calm yourself. What is the point of all this yammering?
The ultimate point is that Saint's testimony is fabricated, made up, utter fiction.
No, everything I've said is the truth.
I suspect the witness isn't even a fisherman.
I'm not a fisherman.
See? He admits it himself.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, thank God, favor.
Prosecutor, you have something that'll put this arrogant falcon in his place, don't you?
I must concede.
You concede?
On this point, at least, Falcon's evidence strongly suggests the key component of Monsieur Kingsley's testimony is false.
No.
This doesn't mean that Prince Juan is innocent, of course. All Falcon has demonstrated is that this particular witness is unreliable.
But I did see something. I really did. Alright, so maybe I didn't exactly see a shifty-looking fox. I made that part of the story up. But I did see a swan lurking around the south entrance on the morning of the murder.
A swan? Do shut up, witness. Your word is mud at this point. How can we possibly trust anything you have to say? Your Honor, Judge Romulus, we're out of time. We're 10 minutes overdue to start on the Hare v. Tortoise trial. It's that late already. Curses. I was hoping we could have the case wrapped up in a single session. It's a shame, but ultimately an accurate sentencing is always preferable to a speedy one. Yes, all right, I don't need to hear your moralizing. Court will resume this Friday, the 21st of January at 9 o'clock. Don't be late. Prosecutor, do your damn job. Get this stupid fox a conviction already. I will do my best to ensure that justice is served, Your Honor. Okay, so we got more time. A lot came up in the trial, huh? Yeah, no doubts about that. But something's bothering me. Where did that fisherman guy, Monsieur Kingsley, lie on the witness stand? Perhaps he was coerced. That's just what I was thinking. Maybe the real murderer threatened the fisherman into making up a story about Prince Juan. Let's keep an open mind. Anything is possible at this stage. But to be perfectly honest, something else is bothering me about the trial. The judge. He's acting without a shred of professionalism. He's obviously more interested in securing a guilty verdict than he is in discovering the truth. But why? Maybe he has a vendetta against Spanish royalty. I'm not so sure. There must be something else at work here. Excuse me, Monsieur Falcon. Sorry to bother you, but this letter just arrived. I think it's for you. A letter from me? I wonder why it wasn't sent to my office. Have you been demoted to courier status, Rupert? Oh, hush, Sparrowson. I don't need to be pitied by a first-year dropout. Oh, good comeback. So what does the letter say, Falcon? It's a threat. A threat made with cut-out newspaper letters. Wow, I didn't know those things actually existed. Let me see. Falcon, stop your investigation or there will be consequences. Scary. There is no question that this letter originated from Major Howell's murderer. He or she must be aware that we're getting close to uncovering the truth. Sounds about right, but why would a person write with cut-out newspaper letters like this? Masking one's handwriting would be the most common reason, though I can't help but wonder why they would bother since we don't have any samples to compare it to. We're still going ahead with our investigation though, right? Of course. Absolutely. If a lawyer would deter every time they received a threatening letter, they would never get any work done. Besides, with only 3 days before the next trial session, we can't afford to be worrying about petty things like this. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Well, you're right. Let's make those days count. Okay. Well, this doesn't take up time, right? Anything.
Oh, hello again.
Hi, Mousy. Is there any sign of Monsieur Volbas?
No, not yet. He's still vacationing. Come back next week.
Okay. I hope we get to live till next week. I guess we could talk to the boy.
You again? Visiting hours are over. Come back later.
I have no time for your quibbling, monsieur. Stand aside.
You can't talk to me like that.
I most certainly can. We have reason to believe that you are housing a suspect under false pretenses. That is in direct violation of statutes 204B and 488C of the French Criminal Code of Justice. Failure to comply with our request may result in you, yes you, monsieur, being held directly responsible for any consequential legal action.
All right. No need to break out the legalese on me. I'll go open the cell.
Wow, Falcon, how'd you memorize those criminal codes? Memorize? Come on, Sparrows, and learn how to bluff. I love lying. Okay. Senor Falcon, it is so good to see you again. You have some good news about my case, I hope? Be polite about it. Listen, Juan, in order to maximize our chances of a successful trial, I need to know every bit of information. I can't work with half-truths. If you tell me one thing and the prosecution's evidence tells me another, then we're both in trouble. I'm afraid I don't quite follow, senor. Do you want me to spell it out? I know that you are not the Prince of Spain. I know that your name is not Juan Querido. Where is this coming from? I assure you, senor, that I am who I claim to be. If you want your trial to be a farce, then you don't need my help. Come, Sparrowson, we're leaving. Wait. Calm yourself, Monsieur Falcon. I'll reveal all. Did you say, monsieur? What happened to your Spanish accent? Your suspicions are well placed. Juan Querido is not my real name, and I'm not a Spanish prince. That was just a persona I concocted for the purpose of getting arrested.
Why do you want to get arrested?
You're putting me in a difficult position, monsieur. If I tell you the full story, I would be putting someone else in danger. How about this? I'll tell you a story. I like stories. There was a girl, a mademoiselle, who was in a great deal of debt. Everyone has a debt these days, monsieur. Indeed, but this particular mademoiselle was indebted to a very powerful man, and that man wished to collect. The mademoiselle had no means of paying, so the man offered her a deal. Murder this man, and I will forget what you are owed. Refuse, and I will reap what I am owed from your parents. With no alternative options, the mademoiselle accepted. But another man, a gallant knight with foolish archaic notions of chivalry, heard the mademoiselle's story. The knight knew that murder was inevitable, but he saw a way to take the fall in the mademoiselle's place. Do you understand what I'm saying, monsieur?
I get the idea, generally.
To be honest, it wasn't the subtlest of allegories. Storytelling was never my strong suit. But I'm glad that you're seeing things from my perspective. Hopefully that sheds some light on the situation. If I may ask, monsieur, why did you not just go to the police with the information you had? The police are not always an option. What is a man to do when the justice system itself is the problem?
So what is the judge?
I'll let you know when I figure it out, monsieur. Dwell on it. Perhaps we should talk about something else in the meantime. What is your true identity? What's in a name? It's just an empty label, a vapid reflection of who we really are. Today I'm Juan Corrido, the Prince of Spain. Tomorrow I may be Bruno Rare, a pauper living under a bridge of the Seine. But that doesn't change who I am or what I do. That didn't really answer my question. No, I suppose it didn't. But you're a smart bird, Monsieur Falcon. I suspect you already know. Perhaps. You're an Arvolpa's private investigator. Very astute. And you are Monsieur Falcon, private defense attorney. But that wasn't always your name, was it, Monsieur Falcon? Just like me, you know how to adopt a new persona on a whim. Ooh? You changed your name, Falcon? I didn't know that. This isn't about me. Juan, Renard, Monsieur, we're trying to uncover the truth here. Of course. So what truth is it that you are attempting to uncover, Monsieur Falcon? I guess that's all. I don't have any more questions for you. I think we've learned all we can. Really? I don't feel we've learned very much. Oh, Monsieur Falcon, before I forget, could you find Mousy and ask him whether the birds have successfully flown south for the winter? Whether the birds have flown south? What is that, some sort of code? Something like that. But rest assured, Monsieur, that this does directly pertain to the case. Well, if we have time, I'll be sure to let Mousy know. Let's make a move, Sparrowson. Trial day is approaching. Right. Okay. Yay, a new day. Okay. Oh no, now this takes up time. It didn't used to.
Oh, hello again.
Hi, Mousy. Mousy, we have a message for you. It's from Prince Juan himself. He wants to know if the birds have flown south for the winter, whatever that means.
Oh, yes, yes. The birds have migrated successfully. But if Prince Juan told you that, then that must mean he trusts you. He must want you to take these. Go on, take them, take them.
These are used train ticket stubs? It looks like two people took a railway trip to Vienna. What exactly is the point of this, Mousy?
Prince Juan said that they would help with the trial. See the names? See the names?
Gautier Signa, Nicolas Signa. I recognize the surname, but I don't know who these people are.
Neither do I, really. Prince Juan just told me to book train tickets for these people and then make sure they caught it. And so, that's what I did.
Strange. I'm not sure exactly how these stubs are supposed to help with the trial, but I'll keep hold of them just in case. Yay, evidence. Okay.
Is this our last day? I wasn't paying enough attention. Okay, apparently I have to go to my office. Why am I going to my office?
I'm feeling pretty confident about this case. The big picture is coming together nicely. I'm somewhat relieved that Prince Juan came clean. His secret was putting the whole case in jeopardy. We still got one day until the trial, but how to spend it? I suppose we could revisit the Louvre, or maybe we should just play some cards at Le Canard Joyeux. Is something wrong, Sparrowson? You're being unusually quiet. Falcon, we need to talk. What's up? See, I was doing some thinking. Dangerous thing to do, I know. Anyway, I realized that we were missing a crucial piece of evidence. What evidence will that be? Well, we know that Major Howell consumed a piece of chocolate before he died, and we know that he died of poisoning. But we still aren't sure that the chocolate was the cause. That's true. If we keep pushing the theory, Cocorico will almost certainly bring that up. So I thought to myself, if one were to consume the wrapper itself, then that may provide proof of whether it contains traces of poison. Well, sure. That could work, but it would be incredibly foolish. Wait, were you thinking of eating the wrappers, Emerson? Maybe. Well, stop those thoughts right now. I'm not going to let you potentially kill yourself like that. I knew you'd say that. That's why I already did it. 45 minutes ago. Oh no, he's dead! Now we have to waste time in the hospital! Doctor, is Sparrowson okay? Well, he's not conscious right now, but he is stable. I think it's safe to say that your friend is not on his deathbed. Oh my god. How did you say this happened again? It's a long story. Lawyering, occupational hazard. Doctor, can you tell me what poison caused this?
I have no idea. I'm an expert in mental health, not toxicology. But I have sent for a specialist who should be here by tomorrow morning. He'll make a full assessment.
That's good to hear. Thanks, Doctor. Take good care of him.
Wait a moment. There is the matter of the bill.
We'll have to discuss it later. I have an important case to prepare for, and I'm one partner down.
I see. Well, rest assured that your friend is in good hands.
Okay. This is terrible. What the hell is Sparrowson thinking? I can't win a case like this. Not without my little buddy. You. I finally found you. Running around like a headless chicken. You're one tricky lawyer to find. I told you to drop the investigation, but you just wouldn't listen. Who's speaking? I can't see you, monsieur. Step forward. All right, I'll step forward, but it'll be the last thing you ever see. Oh no, no, I'm dead also. Everybody dies. This is the end of the game. Oh god, we got thrown at the river! Au revoir, JJ Falcon. No! What just happened? Where am I? Am I dead? No, that can't be right. This is nighttime, I'm just sleeping. If I focus and count to 3, I should be able to wake up. 1, 2... I'm in heaven. Did it work? Dame Caroline.
I can't believe how easy you were to fool. I put on a cutesy voice, acted all innocent, and you ate the whole thing up.
Stop, don't be mean.
I'm the murderer? Why, Monsieur Falcon, it was your accusations that put Baron Rougil on death row.
It wasn't my fault. There was evidence. Where are you going? Out of my way, Severin. I'm not done talking to Dame Caroline. It wasn't my fault. Is that the excuse you make after all your failures? I'm not making excuses. Failure after failure after failure. No desire to improve yourself. You're a joke of a lawyer, JJ. Don't call me JJ. That's all you have to say? How pathetic. You don't even deserve to stand in your grandfather's shadow. My grandfather? What, do I have like a long-lost granddad? What's up? I'll prove you wrong. I can do better. Oh, it's you, Sparrowson. Have you come to berate me too? What? No, no, I'm just here to tell you to wake up. Wake up, monsieur. Wake up. Hey, can you hear me? I said wake up. Yeah. I can't believe we wasted a day. The bridge. Yeah, the river is dangerous. I'm gonna get every disease.
Come on, monsieur, wake up. I said wake up. You're starting to worry me. Oh, thank goodness. I wasn't sure whether I would have to find a doctor or a mortician.
Ugh, my head. Where am I?
The Panthéard, you know, by the Louvre in Paris, France. I just fished you out of the Seine. Nearly broke my rod doing it. Wait, I know you. You're that disrespectful lawyer guy. Giro Falco or something.
What time is it? Actually, what day is it?
You hit your head pretty hard, huh? It's the 21st of January and around 9 o'clock in the morning by my reckoning.
21st, 9 o'clock. Oh no, the trial. I should have been at the court, I say, 10 minutes ago.
Well, you're running late. But take it easy, monsieur. I'm sure they'll be understanding.
Maybe if I sprint it.
In your condition, that would be stupid. Take a seat. Clear your head. I'll go get some dry clothes.
No time.
Wait, monsieur. Please take this before you go.
What's this, a dip pen? No, wait, it's a fountain pen. Bone handle, gold nib. This is very fancy. Thanks, monsieur, but this isn't mine.
Really? Are you sure? You were holding it pretty tightly when I found you.
I was holding this? Then I suppose it has to be mine. Oh boy, a pen. Don't know what that's gonna do.
Don't call me a fisherman.
Yeah, he keeps getting wet. Poor guy. He had to walk through the fountain. He got alcohol poured on him, dumped in the Seine.
It's 9 o'clock. I believe it's time for the roll call. Is the defense not present?
Such unprofessionalism.
If there is no defense, then this trial cannot proceed further. We must make a ruling based on the evidence that has already been presented. I will now converse with the jury. We shall decide whether Prince Juan is guilty of murdering Major Howell and of conspiring to murder the king.
Your Honor, may I have a word?
Fine, but make it quick.
I'm a firm believer that a trial must be orderly and punctual. There is no room for wishy-washy dilly-dallying. But it seems somewhat rash to end a trial session the moment it is due to start. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait 5 or 10 minutes, in case the defense is just a little tardy. Then the trial still has a chance to proceed, and justice will be served.
You are the prosecution, are you not? You have nothing to worry about. A guilty verdict is all but guaranteed.
Your Honor, you appear confused. I'm not here to secure a guilty verdict.
Of course you are. You're a prosecutor. By definition, you're here to prosecute.
No, my job description is to prosecute, but I am here in this courtroom to ensure that justice is served. An unfair and unbalanced trial is not in the spirit of justice.
That's very noble of you, but if the defense is absent, then there is little that can be done. I'll hear no more about the matter. I will now talk with the jury.
Wait, no, I'm here. I'm just a little bit moist.
You're too late, Falcon.
Mon Dieu, JJ, you look like a total mess. Did you take a morning swim in the Seine or something? Something like that. Your Honor, we are all present. We are only 3 minutes over schedule. Let's not needlessly dirty the pure name of justice.
Rules are rules, Prosecutor. Falcon clearly has no respect for legal procedure. Frankly, for turning up while looking like a drowned rat, I ought to hold him in contempt.
Your Honor. But, Your Honor.
Rules are rules. One more word out of either of you and I shall have you both disbarred.
It's a pity. The King of France was most looking forward to standing behind the witness podium. The King of France. He's here. It's him! Oh, we are not doing the trial after all. That's a pity.
Your Majesty, what a surprise. Well, you see.
You know, it is my 7th time testifying against a would-be assassin. But it's the first time seeing a trial where the case has ended before it even began.
Well, the defense, he was late and,
Oh, pish-posh. France didn't become a great and dignified kingdom through rigorous punctuality. Let's go ahead with this trial. It'll be fun. Look, I'll say the oath to get us started. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Did I get it right? That was perfect, Your Majesty. JJ, I trust you have no objections with the king testifying? No objections here. Going ahead with the trial is fine with me. Ew, Squishy, your French gross. And surely you wouldn't stand in the way of the king, would you, Your Honor?
Gah, fine. Proceed with this cursed trial.
Excellent. Now, Your Majesty, could you tell us your activities on the day of the murder? My activities? Well, I started my day with tea and toast as I normally do. I was dressed in my PJs at the time. I think you can skip ahead a little. Perhaps your arrival at the Louvre? Oh, right, of course. Well, my entourage and I entered the Louvre's south entrance at around 9 o'clock. We passed through the Salle de Tube with little fanfare. At the Grand Gallery I unveiled the new painting and gave a short speech to inspire the citizens who attended. That's when I was approached by a man claiming to be the Prince of Spain. He presented a rose which was taken by Major Howell and, well, I think you know the rest. Indeed we do, Your Majesty. Mesdames and Messieurs of the court, what we have here is another testimony that establishes Prince Juan's guilt. And this is no ordinary testimony. It is the testimony of perhaps the most trustworthy man in all of France. Oh, you flatter me, prosecutor. But I am the trustworthiest in all the kingdom, aren't I? I have no doubts, Your Majesty. Nonetheless, I would like to perform a cross-examination.
How dare you doubt your king? The utter nerve.
Oh, calm yourself, Judge. I have no qualms with standard legal procedure. Defense, please proceed. I want to see your best courtroom drama material. Okay. I guess probably the Prince of Spain thing. What's this? A pen with green ink.
I don't think I got anything with ink on it.
I'm assuming that the trial will go to another day just because my boy has been poisoned. And we gotta end off the trial with my boy. The fact that the king is doing this for drama. Yeah, I mean, he didn't die of assassination, so really it doesn't matter to him. He just wants to have a fun day out in court. Okay, he formally introduced himself. I knew he was telling the truth because he called me Senor. Why did Major Howell take the rose? The Major has always been a protective fellow. I think he was just doing his diligence as a royal guard. And given how he took the figurative bullet for me, I would say he did his job well. Well, I can't argue with that. Yeah. Okay. That man was not the prince. Your Majesty, prosecutor, members of the court, brace yourselves because I have a revelation that will turn this trial on its head. Juan Carrillo was not the Prince of Spain. It's not a revelation, Falcon. It isn't? Of course not. We all know the current ruler is Queen Regent Isabella II and that she has no children. The Carrillos were obviously pretenders to the throne. Prince Juan's title is probably self-appointed. His name isn't even Juan. I don't think the fox even is Spanish. So what? So what? That's important. JJ, what's important is that this man is accused of committing murder and of conspiring to kill the king. That's what's in dispute. The man's name is irrelevant. He could be named Juan Carrillo or Bob Struney for all I care. It doesn't change the events that transpired on the morning of January 6th. I suppose that's true. I guess not. I have no more questions. Okay, I mean, I know it wants me to say more things. Is there no way to back out? Was the poisoned rose in any way green? Not as far as I know. The thorns of the rose were supposedly coated in poison. Also, we don't have the rose. Because apparently it got, ow, my arm. It just cracked my arm really loud. Ah. Okay, but yeah, apparently the rose was destroyed, so we couldn't even check it for green. I assume that, I don't know, maybe in something that we missed, we maybe get another letter, and it's written in green, and then they match up for something, but I don't know. I'm uncertain. We know that they did enter to the south entrance. The Prince of Spain thing doesn't matter, so it's either Salle de Table or Grand Gallery. I don't know, whatever. We stopped briefly to look at the paintings and then moved on to the Grand Gallery. Did you see anything interesting? What did I see? Well, Roman stuff, mostly. I meant aside from the artifacts. For example, did you talk to someone in the room who wasn't a member of your entourage? You're reaching, JJ. The king already testified that he passed through without encountering anything of interest. I would like him to elaborate. I have reason to believe this was a key moment on the day of the murder. I want the king to elaborate on exactly what and who he saw. Then I suppose you will have to proceed, your majesty. Alright, let me think. So, there was this giant doorstop, and there was that copper urn thing. Oh, there was something else now that you ask. I was offered a box of chocolates by some peasant mademoiselle. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but Major Howell was keen to accept a chocolate or two on my behalf. What? Did I say something startling, prosecutor? No, please continue, your majesty. I think the prosecution is startled because he just came to the realization that I was not spouting drivel in the previous trial session. Well, that's debatable. To cut a long story short, your majesty, this mademoiselle may hold some relevance to the case at hand. Could you describe her? Really? She's relevant? Well, let me think. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was a sorry-looking swan, probably in her late teens or early 20s. A young sorry-looking swan, you say? I don't suppose her name was... Mademoiselle Signa? Signa? That sounds familiar. Why, yes, I think that was it. She was called Mademoiselle Signa. I see. This is undoubtedly significant. Mademoiselle Signa gave chocolates to Major Howell minutes before he died. Now, just 1 minute. I see what you're alluding to, JJ. You're suggesting that the gifted chocolates killed the Major. But that line of reasoning holds no weight because the evidence is circumstantial. Circumstantial, my tail feathers. The king just testified that the Major Howell ate chocolates. Yes, that much is no longer in dispute, but you've still not proved that the chocolates were poisoned. Without that, we must assume that the swan was merely offering a gift, rather than speculating that she is a murderer. Yes. Shame on you, defense, implicating a poor innocent girl like that. Absolutely disgusting. Why, I ought to end this trial. Hold on, I do have evidence the chocolate was poisoned. I don't believe you, JJ. If you had a piece of evidence that significant, you would have slammed it down already. Present it. Well, I can't. It's not really the evidence folder type of evidence. Why am I not surprised? Everybody look at each other. The drama was just getting good. Why did you all suddenly go quiet? Well, your majesty, it appears the defense just had a realization of his own. That is, that he lacks the evidence to support his theory. Since he cannot continue with his argument, I believe the cross-examination has come to an end. I'm not done. Let me present my evidence. I had the chocolate wrapper back in my office and Sparrowson ate it. Stop, JJ, stop while you still have a little dignity. The results of whatever crackpot pseudoscientific experiment you performed do not constitute valid evidence. I think this trial is over, Your Honor. About bloody time. You may take your leave, Your Majesty. Very well. I am pleased that justice has been thoroughly served. Until the next assassination attempt, adieu, messieurs. So I guess we lose. I will now deliberate with the jury. Objection. It's Sparrowson. Sorry, I've always wanted to do that. Sparrowson, are you okay? Yep, the doctor said I have an iron stomach. Most of the poison passed straight through me. Speaking of which, I would like to testify on that poison chocolate issue. I even got a doctor's note, see? It's too late. The trial is over. You can't be serious, Your Honor. The contents of that note could turn the entire trial on its head. You must allow it. Why are you constantly arguing with me? I thought the job of a public prosecutor was to assist the judges. I told you, Your Honor, my job isn't to get a guilty verdict, it is to ensure that justice is served. I swear you are the worst prosecutor in all of France. Go ahead, Sparrowson. Read the contents of the note for the court. Ahem. This patient, Sparrowson, was submitted to Salpêtrière Hospital, where he displayed a variety of symptoms. These included profuse sweating, a rapid fever, and severe nausea. The patient was diagnosed with poisoning, probably originating from the plant known as aconite, aka monkshood, aka wolfsbane. When we questioned the patient, he admitted to having consumed a discarded chocolate wrapper, potentially carrying the poison. Examining the contents of the patient's stomach confirmed this to be true. As a mental health professional, I believe this patient to be clinically... We can skip that bit. Yada yada. Okay, here we go. Signed, Dr. I forget the name. Thank you, Sparrowson. I don't think I'll even need to question you. Between your note and the king's testimony, every angle of the chocolate wrapper business has been covered. Awesome. Wait, did you say the king is here? You can get his autograph later. Right. So, what happens now? Do I get cross-examined by the prosecution or something? To be honest, I see little to cross-examine. Do your damn job, prosecutor. Cross-examine that little annoying liar of a bird. Tear his testimony to shreds. Your Honor, he has a note signed by a medical professional definitively proving that the chocolate wrapper from the crime scene was poisoned. We can nitpick the details or delve into the doctor's credentials, but I fear it would be a waste of the court's time. Nobody wants that. So then what the hell do we do now? We do nothing, Your Honor. This poisoned wrapper has introduced an element of doubt to the case. The prosecution must accept that. But is the level of doubt reasonable? Is it significant? I think the members of the jury will agree JJ's evidence is still tenuous. Tenuous. A step above circumstantial. You've proven a link, a not wholly illogical link, but you haven't proved beyond doubt that Major Howell was killed by the chocolate. You are still making far too many assumptions. Where is the empiricism that is required by any good court of law? Where are the witnesses who can back up your claims? Oh, I brought along a witness. Maybe she can help. The girl? The girl!
Hello.
You. Sparrowson, it's great to see you on your feet, and you have been an enormous asset to this case, but what are you trying to pull off? Surprise witness! Surprise witness. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that Cocorico liked calling surprise witnesses, so I thought we would beat him at his own game. I brought the flower girl, Mademoiselle Signa, so that she can testify about Prince Juan's character. Yes, Sparrowson is the real lawyer. You're putting me in a difficult position, Sparrowson. Just moments before you arrived, we the court established that Mademoiselle Signa is a possible suspect. What? That can't be right.
Sparrowson, it's okay. Monsieur Falcon, I would like to testify.
You want to testify? Do you understand what you're agreeing to?
I do. I have accepted my fate.
Prosecutor, do you have any objections to calling upon Mademoiselle Signa as a witness? No, none. Bearing in mind, of course, that you are here to defend Prince Juan, not to convict Mademoiselle Signa. Prosecuting is my job. Of course. I have no objections either. Please proceed, witness. Speak the oath.
The oath.
Say that you swear to speak without hatred and fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I swear, Your Honor. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good, very good. Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Catherine Marie Signa, and I'm a flower seller.
Mademoiselle Signa, tell the courtroom of your activities on the morning of the 7th of January.
Very well. I saw the king and his entourage enter the Louvre around 9 o'clock. I followed. When they came to a stop in the Salle de Tibre, I stepped forward and offered the king a chocolate. He refused, but a guard, a big dog by the name of Major Howell, was happy to oblige. The guard died because I personally had previously added poison to the chocolates.
No, that can't be right.
I used poison derived from monkshood, a notoriously dangerous plant. As a flower seller, it was simple to acquire.
Why did you do it, mademoiselle?
Why? Monsieur, people have tried to kill the king before, and people will try again. He is a vile man who has no respect or love for the people who suffer under him. I did it to better the French people.
I don't believe that at all. Falcon, say something. Mademoiselle, are you being coerced or threatened? Speak freely.
No, monsieur. I'm confessing of my own volition. It is my guilt and nobody else's.
Dun dun dun. You gained a little favor. Well, defense, it looks like you wormed a confession out of this murderous... Pute? I've never heard this word before in my life. I suppose that gets your client, Prince Juan, completely off the hook. Lucky you. So, shall we wrap this court session up? No, I haven't finished. I have further questions. To what end? You already proved your client's innocence. I wish to uncover the truth. You aren't here to uncover the truth. You're here to defend Prince Juan, and you've done that job with a disgusting level of diligence. Nonetheless, I believe the mademoiselle has omitted something of huge importance. I wish to question her further. Something of huge importance. I won't allow it. Fine. Can I at least show something to the witness? You and the prosecutor are a right pair of moralizing blowhards, aren't you? You're doing my head in. Fine, if it'll shut you up, I'll let you show one magical mystery item to the witness. I can't imagine you'll have anything up your sleeve to change the flow of this trial, though.
Monsieur Falcon, save it. I have nothing more to say.
Okay. Well, we don't have our spooky letter saying stop investigating as evidence. I feel like it has to be the pen that we just got, the ticket stubs, or the business card. The pen did appear magically. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's like 3 possibilities. Probably not this. Maybe? I'm trying to like think it. The business card, I guess not, because it does apparently it doesn't matter who Foxman really is. So ticket stubs or fountain pen, but I was thinking ticket stubs would just be like, oh yeah, I got my parents a trip or whatever. Nicole Signa. I assumed. I don't know, maybe they're married. I don't know. There's multiple possibilities, and apparently we only get one piece of evidence, so I feel like I have to. I'll either eeny, meeny, miny, moe it, or we have to like try and reason it out. Because it's Gautier and Nicole Signa. I'm assuming that Signa has to be her actual last name because she is a swan. The pen appears to be the only magic item since it appeared out of nowhere. I'm just struggling to think of what a pen could do, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll go with the pen. The pen seems magical. Ring any bells, mademoiselle? Dang! Cuss! I'm stupid. One more. Okay. Ticket stubs. So we don't only get one. Train ticket stubs. Look at the names. Papa and Mama. Okay, I thought it was her parents.
In Vienna, really? Are they really safe?
They are. The tickets were arranged courtesy of the Fox.
Then that means the wolf has nothing to hold over me. I can speak freely.
Indeed. Go ahead, mademoiselle.
What are you two muttering about down there?
I'm amending my testimony, Your Honor. Members of the court, everything I've said today has been the truth. I did go to the Louvre on the 7th of January. I did present a box of poisoned chocolates to the king. Except it was not of my volition. I was threatened. I was forced to carry out the task under threat of harm. You see, my family has been struggling to get by. The winter has been harsh and my flower business has been struggling. One day, a man approached me, a man I assumed to be kind-hearted. This man offered me 200 francs to get us through the cold, but I could not offer to repay the debt. When I attempted to bargain with the man, he offered me a deal. Assist him with murder, and he would drop all debts. Refuse, and he would ruin me and my parents. I obliged because the alternative meant death for those I love. The name of the man who did this is Judge Romulus.
Called it. Ha! What a creative story. This is obviously a last-minute desperate attempt at passing the buck. The sheer laziness of this girl to accuse a man she's never met. She's blatantly floundering.
Indeed. I've heard dozens of these self-pitying yarns during my time as a prosecutor. Although, admittedly, this is the first time I've seen a witness directly accuse a judge. Quite a brazen gambit. But in any case, these sorts of stories never turn out to be true. They're always proven to be fabrications born of desperation.
I've never been more honest, monsieur.
Listen, Mademoiselle Signa, I would like to believe your story, but accusing a man, a judge no less, of conspiring to murder the king is a hugely serious accusation. Do you have any proof to support your story?
Proof.
You say the judge lent you money, then you both must have signed a contract when they made the transaction. The contract would suffice as proof.
The contracts were all verbal. He said the money was a gift at first, and only later said that I had to repay him.
How convenient. Of course, the supposed contract doesn't exist. The mademoiselle has no proof because her story is a blatant lie.
How can you have to do something? Do we have anything to link Judge Romulus to Mademoiselle Signa? A link? Of course. Members of the court, I know for certain Mademoiselle's story is true. I can say with certainty that Judge Romulus has made contact with Mademoiselle Signa in the past. I know this because, at this very moment, I'm holding a key piece of evidence that links Judge Romulus directly to the crime scene. Am I though? Am I though actually for real? I don't feel like I am. I feel like that's an incorrect. Now the pen? Okay, wait. I don't know, is the pen just nothing? Just because I feel like we probably missed something on one of our many wasted days. Maybe there would be something written in green on, like, in something that we missed. holding that pen in the river. Listen, we don't have proof that he's the one who pushed me in the river. We don't have proof that he gave me the pen. We don't have proof that he wrote anything with the pen. So, even if it is correct, I wouldn't be able to say anything proving it. I don't know. I just wish that our letter was evidence and also that it was written in Greek ink. I know he's the guy. He's got to be the guy, but none of our evidence says anything. Oh, we'll go with the pen, I guess. I know this pen belongs to Judge Romulus, that much is obvious. But if I were to present it right now, it wouldn't prove anything. I have to find a link between the judge and the crime scene. See, there's nothing. So I must have missed some kind of evidence somewhere. I guess we just missed something. That's annoying. Yeah. This is upsetting. We're so close. I just want to know what we could have possibly missed. I guess it would have to be I missed asking the fox enough questions, or the first day when I scared the girl away. Maybe she would have had something. Depression arc continues. God, poor guy. Unless somebody else barges in and is like, objection! I don't think there's anything that we can pick that'll actually mean anything. I don't know. Pick a random thing, I guess. I don't know. None of it means anything. I'm skipping past it because I'm embarrassed. Do I, though? Do I really, though? Nothing has green text on it. Like, do I just have to go through every piece of evidence and have them say, you idiot, that's not evidence? Before they let me just end it? The code? What do you mean the code? The card? I'm trying to fumble it, but it won't let me fumble it. It's over. It's so Jover. I'm skipping past it because I feel bad. We're wasting time. We're wasting time. Anyway, whatever. Enough. Okay. I don't even want to read it in their stupid voices. I'm upset. Don't worry, mademoiselle, we'll get you out of this, won't we? I'm gonna go drink myself to death now. How is this for the best? My parents are safe. That's all I wanted. Your parents? But what about you? Well, the deliberation was straightforward. We find the defendant, Prince Juan Guido, to be cleared of all charges. We therefore find the defendant not guilty. What about the girl? If they give her a trial, then she better, like, not have this judge, because that would just be a conflict of interest. You haven't been formally tried yet, but fortunately for you, we have a free trial slot this afternoon. We should be able to determine your guilt by nightfall. You may even see the blade of the guillotine by tomorrow. How lucky. I see. You look scared, mademoiselle. Don't fret. They sharpen the blades regularly. I can't wait to kill myself. Nobody here likes gallows humor. Whatever. Court is adjourned. I think this is a goodbye. Thank you, Monsieur Falcon, Monsieur Sparrowson. You did your best. If you hadn't run away when we tried to ask you questions, maybe it would have ended differently. Time to victim blame. This isn't how I wanted things to go, Senor Falcon. No, me neither. We mustn't blame ourselves. He made an admirable effort to save everyone. What good is effort if these are the results I produce? Tell me, Senor Falcon, do you know why I hired you as my defense lawyer? I really don't. I hired you because I thought you were a lawyer with a philosophy, an ideal. And I stand by that. You are a man with a strong ideal. It's just unrefined, like an unpolished gem. I'm sure that given enough time, your ideal will become refined, and you will come to live up to your reputable family name. The Falcon name is reputable? I didn't know that. He's not talking about... Never mind. In any case, here's your payment. I don't deserve this. Keep it. I dragged you into this. It's only fair that I compensate you for your time. I think this is the last you will see of Prince Juan. But feel free to come by R&M Associates if you need any help in the future, Senor Falcon. No! Impressive, JJ. You actually managed to successfully defend your client. Severin, are you going to be in charge of prosecuting Mademoiselle Signa? Probably. Why? Do you think you can get a reduced sentence? For attempting to murder the king? I empathize with Mademoiselle, JJ, but I'm not a miracle worker. No lawyer can save the flower girl now. But what if you really try really hard? Perhaps do some investigating about it. I'm gonna go get a drink. Yeah, me too. We're just turning our boys into alcoholics. This sucks. Okay, one more trial, I guess. Do I remember the July Revolution? Of course, how could I ever forget? The chanting, the violence, the smell of gunpowder. The 3 glorious days. You gotta play the game to do better. You gotta beat me. This is now a competition. I'm not good at time management. An explosion! We've been exploded! Remember the 5th of November. Wrong country, wrong country. Close, though. They're relatively close, though, right? I don't know, they're both in Europe-ish. I can't believe he's skipping work again. I swear, if I find that moping bird brain at Le Canard Joyo... Ah, finally. Good morning, Falcon. Morning, Spat. No way, it's 2 in the afternoon. That means the official greeting is, where the hell have you been, lazy bones? It's far too early for this level of roasting. Pass the Cabernet Sauvignon. No way, we've got important business to discuss, and I can't do that if you're half drunk. Mon Dieu, give me a break. I haven't had a good night's sleep since the trial. Something on your mind? Actually, yes, it was what that wolf judge said, about a revolution. Pshaw, that guy was off his rocker. And besides, if we worried about every potential French revolution, we would never get any work done, am I right? Yeah, maybe you're right. Worrying doesn't do us any good. Tell me about the important business you wanted to discuss. Oh yeah, the business. A letter. This one's from the Paris Police Department. Fancy wax seal and everything. That is indeed a fancy seal. Well, go ahead, Sparrowson. You may have the honors. Alright. Monsieur Falcon. Meet me on the rooftop cafe opposite the Place de la Bastille. I have a proposal. Regards, Inspector Valerdi. That's it. How terse. Valerdi's letter has been added to evidence. A proposal from the inspector. Interesting. Do you have any idea what sort of proposal he has in mind? Not a clue. So, are we going to go meet him and find out? Sure. I don't know what sort of proposal the inspector has in mind, but we would be foolish to reject it without even hearing him out. Grab your coat. Alright, no dilly-dallying. I like it. Oh, but before I forget, I need to drop by the hospital at some point. What did you eat this time? No, it's not like that. Well, not entirely. I need to pay for the bill for my last visit. Oh, that's reasonable. Sure, you can pay a visit, but the inspector's call should take priority, I think. Okay. I don't like that takes all day. I think I should have more time. Okay. Place de la Bastille. Brr. It's far too cold to be meeting on a rooftop cafe. Why couldn't the inspector have chosen a comfier location? Who knows? Maybe the inspector likes the view because it reminds him of his days guarding the old Bastille under the ancient regime. Wait, you think the inspector worked here during the ancient regime? Do you think that's how he got his war wounds? It was a joke, Sparrowson. I'm pretty sure the inspector isn't that old. Well. Severin, what are you doing here? Settle down, JJ. Just like you, I was invited here by the inspector. What could he want with all 3 of us? It is hardly unusual for the lawyers and police of France to collaborate. The inspector probably has a big investigative role that requires all hands on deck. A big investigative role sounds juicy. Oh, by the by, did you hear what happened to Judge Romulus? No, what? It turns out he acquired his position as judge through illegal means, so a warrant has been put out for his arrest. He's a wanted man. He acquired his position through illegal means? What does that even mean? I'm a little hazy on the details. Something about pushing another judge into the Seine? I can believe that. Anyway, I'm sure he'll be caught before long. Nobody managed to escape the long arm of the law forever. Speaking of which...
Good. You're all here.
Excuse me, Monsieur and Mr. Inspector Valderdi, sir. Falcon and I were wondering, did you get your injuries while defending the old Bastille prison? Don't drag me into this, you fool. I was joking.
You impudent whelps. You're not that old. I sustained these injuries when in the July Revolution 18 years ago. I was a royal guard, just a lowly peon. The air was thick with gunpowder and blood.
Oh, great. Now you've set him off.
We were given the order to charge at a rebel barricade. My comrades and I fastened our bayonets. Suddenly, boom! Without a warning, a gunpowder keg exploded. My comrades were dead. I was heavily wounded. That's when I looked up and saw a looming figure standing between the gargoyles of Notre Dame. It was the Viridian Killer himself.
Ahem. This is a fascinating story, Inspector, but perhaps you could tell us why we're here.
Oh, right, of course, why we're here. What I'm about to tell you is to remain strictly confidential, you understand? It's a matter of national security. As you've probably heard, France is under threat from a certain heinous group.
Hipsters. Terrorist, question mark?
Terrorist. Now there's a powerful word. You're absolutely correct, Falcon. A group of terrorists are plotting to strike fear into the heart of Paris. We, the Paris Police Department, have known about it for months, no, years. In every tavern and every street corner, people talk of organizing protests and overthrowing the government. The king has ordered for public gatherings to be dispersed and newspapers to be censored, but the whispers of dissent remain.
No surprise there. If you take away an angry citizen's ability to speak, they'll just get even angrier.
Indeed, and that's why it's paramount that we find and strike at the heart of the rebel group as soon as possible. For that, I need your help.
What exactly do you want us to do?
Interview citizens, scout locations, find the secret rebel meeting location that has escaped the eyes of the police.
Do we have any leads?
Just one. We know that the rebels are having weapons supplied to them by a crooked merchant who is only referred to as the Croque Monsieur.
Like the sandwich? What? The Croque Monsieur, it's a hot sandwich. Cheese, ham, a little bechamel, throw on some peppers if it's Friday night.
This has nothing to do with sandwiches. Croque Monsieur is the alias of an accomplished and notoriously dangerous arms dealer. In any case, that's everything the Parisian police know.
That's everything? That's all you have to demonstrate after years of tracking? Naturally, as a public prosecutor, it is my duty to help the police with their investigative work. I would be honored to lend any and all assistance. Suck up.
That's very good to hear, Monsieur Cocorico. But what about you, Falcon?
Well, to be honest, Inspector, I don't quite understand why you're asking me. I'm a private defense attorney. I work for citizens who get stuck in legal trouble. Rebel hunting isn't quite my forte.
You want to know why I'm asking you? Look around you, Falcon. We are surrounded by corruption and incompetence. Judges are bloodthirsty wolves, the jailers are thieving ravens, and the National Guard are sitting ducks. Look at the slaggards and dullards who supposedly protect and serve this country. Nobody cares about justice anymore. You saw my shameful display at the previous trials. Those are the results I produced with imbeciles to assist me. But you three, you care. Falcon, I saw you defending Dame Caroline and Prince Juan. I heard of your escapades around the city, frantically collecting evidence and interviewing witnesses. Frankly, you did more investigative work over the last month than I've seen any policeman do in a year. Not including myself, of course.
But Dame Caroline...
It doesn't matter. You have passion and conviction, and you aren't a total bird brain. By my book, that makes you a fantastic investigator, even if that is not in your job description. So what do you say? Do you want to sit around your office twiddling your thumbs until another pointless job offer falls into your lap? Or do you want to take this opportunity to do something great and help us track down the animals who wish to harm our glorious nation?
Sure. Great. I'd be honored to help my country, Inspector. Consider us on board.
Excellent. Just what I wanted to hear.
I had no idea we were such a patriot, JJ. There's nothing wrong with a little national pride. Yeah, pride is fine and all, but do we get any compensation for this?
Of course. Here's 50 francs. You'll receive another 50 upon completion of your work.
50 francs? We're being undersold. Hush, Sparrowson. This is a great opportunity.
I don't want to keep you any longer than necessary. You already have all the key facts of the investigation. Find the elusive Croque Monsieur. Find where the rebels are congregating. Those are your two tasks. I will check on your progress in 3 weeks' time. See what you can accomplish by then.
I'll be doing my own independent investigation into the rebel group, JJ, so I suppose this is a competition of sorts. Try to keep up with me. Don't make me laugh, Severin. I'll have the rebel leaders behind bars before you even have your first suspect. Come on, Sparrowson. We have a Croque Monsieur to hunt. Okay, let's go. I knew a little competition would kick those bird brains into gear. Well, Inspector, this has been a productive meeting. I should probably start my investigation too.
Not so fast, Kokoriko. There's something else we need to discuss.
Oh no, they're hiding things from me. Apparently I'm playing Mr. Falcon as a real French patriot completely by accident. Okay. Bridge, the hospital. I guess we can go to the tavern, as they were saying that people were meeting in bars, right? No, no drinking. Bad Falcon. Calm down, Sparrowson. I'm just here for information. Taverns are the first place people go to moan about the government. Therefore, they are perfect rebel breeding grounds. Ah, that makes sense.
Ah, it's you two. What will it be today? Wine or beer?
I'm afraid it's just questions for now, Madame Cano. We're looking for a man called the Croque Monsieur. Have you seen him?
No, that name doesn't sound familiar at all.
Okay, have you heard any of your patrons bad-mouthing the government?
Of course, this is a tavern, hon. If people couldn't come here to grope and talk politics, where else would they go?
That's true, but has anyone stood out?
Well, just between you and me, the pair on the drinking floor have been acting very shifty. Now, I'm not saying that they are or they aren't rebels, but they're doing far too much talking and not enough drinking, if you know what I mean.
I think I do. Thank you, madame. Let's see, where to go? Drinking room, of course. That's when the mademoiselle told me to put the order in. No idea where she's going to keep them, though. Piero, you know that she hates being called mademoiselle. You're going to get stuck with guard duty again. Ah, right you are. The madam it is, then. Wait, she ain't married, is she? So why do we have to call her madam? Why don't you ask her yourself? No way! She would straight out eat me alive if I asked that directly. Wait, hush up. Do you smell that? It smells like eavesdroppers. Can I help you, messieurs?
What you talking about?
Before we so rudely interrupted. Well, I would like to include you in our conversation, but to be perfectly honest, I don't think that's any of your business. I feel like this is too forward. I don't know. Will they run away and not give me evidence? Pretend you want to be... It doesn't sound like they were talking about rebellious activities. I know. We want to fight alongside the rebels. We do? Listen here, you... Hold on, Piero. Let me handle this. Listen, messieurs, I've seen you two around a couple times. We're acquaintances, I suppose. Now, I don't know who you are, but I do know that your line of work involves a fair amount of investigation. Therefore, I must assume that you're some sort of detective or prosecutor. Am I far off the mark? Well, as I thought. Now, I don't claim to be part of any secret rebel alliance. I've never heard of such a thing. But if I were a member of any such hypothetical group, I would not allow the entry of a man of the law like yourself, understood? Damn, that's a solid shutdown. Yeah, I'll try asking something else. Have you heard of a man called... Falcon, wait! There's a slight chance these guys might be rebels, right? So if we ask directly, they might be scared off. Good point. I'll try to keep it subtle. Where'd you get your cool hat? Monsieur, I see you're carrying a rifle. Evidently. Who manufactured it? Ah, good question. See, most hunters around here are carrying old French Charlevilles, but this beauty is something special. See, it's American from the Springfield Armory, model 1812, percussion lock firing mechanism. An American musket, you say? That's certainly quite special. It must have been hard to procure. It's true that you can't buy guns of this quality from standard street sellers, but if you know the right people... Please, go on. Well... Okay, listen carefully. You didn't hear it from me, but to meet the Croque Monsieur... Actually, it would be foolish to explain in public. It would be much easier if you would just take this. The Book of Judges. What is this, some sort of law book? The book's subject is not important. Just take it. Oh, I see. It's the Book of Judges from the Bible. Old Testament stories of God smiting people and stuff. I appreciate the gift, monsieur, but I'm not religious. Nor am I. Then why are you... Just take it, you idiot. Bible books are what we use to pass around in code phrases, don't we? Code phrases. Piero, please. I'm trying to be low-key, and I can't do that if you're mouthing off with that big beak of yours. Right you are. Try to forget what my friend said. Just With a little searching and with the contents of that good book, you should be able to get what you desire. Is that a religious metaphor? No, monsieur, I'm being very literal. So we have some sort of book cipher to decode, probably. To be honest, I have no idea how this is supposed to lead me to our gun salesman. I see. Well, I hear that there is an excellent friar who performs Bible readings at Notre Dame Cathedral. Perhaps if you show the man your new book, he'll be able to find you a particularly spiritual passage. Are you sure this is not a religious metaphor? I feel like you're trying to convert me. I assure you I'm as secular as they come, monsieur. Friar at Notre Dame Cathedral. Thank you, monsieur. I'll make a note. Was there something else that you wanted? That's all. Thank you for your assistance, messieurs. It's nothing. Get out of here already. You two seem like decent fellows. You shouldn't get involved in this rebellion business. Just do whatever you need to do with the croque monsieur and get out of Paris. That's what a smart person would do. I appreciate the advice. Okay. How much money do we have? 120. Just to know, I'm not gonna camp. Ready to hit the road? Yeah, sure.
Let's make a move.
Okay. Notre Dame. Falcon is Paris and stepped in the grand atrium of Notre Dame Cathedral. Scaffolding lines much of the crumbling outer wall. Unperturbed, a handful of devotees are silently kneeled in thought. Here for a little prayer, are we, Falcon? I had no idea you were the religious type. Don't be silly, I'm following up on Fontaine's lead. We must find our mystery friar. Do you think it's that hunched-over fellow over there? I bet it's him. He looks super suspicious. It could be. Let's show some tact. Excuse me, Monsieur Friar! I hate you. Do you know what tact is, Sparrowson? Oh hey, Remus. It's the other one.
Welcome, my brothers, welcome. All are welcome under the roof of the house of God. Are you here to confess your sins? Or perhaps you wish to join in our services?
Actually, Friar, we're here because... Falcon, that friar, he looks eerily familiar. Are they perhaps twins? Now that you mention it, he does look a little like the guy who delivers our post, doesn't he? What? No, that's not who I meant. He doesn't look anything like our postman. Am I going mad?
Your friend appears to be upset. Don't mind him.
Don't mind him, he's just in a huff because he thinks you look like this judge we once met.
Judge Romulus, I get that all the time. I'm his twin brother, you see.
Ooh. Oh good, I'm not going mad. Friar, would you say that you had a good relationship with Romulus?
We were close, but as you may have heard, he got in trouble with the law recently. I haven't seen him in weeks.
I see, I didn't mean to pry.
It's no trouble, but tell me, why are you here, my brothers?
Right, well, we have a couple of questions. Could you take a look? We have something that we would like to show you. Could you take a look at this? We heard you could give special passage readings.
I see. You have your own copy of the Book of Judges. I see you will find chapter 15, verse 2 to be quite particularly enlightening.
Let's see, chapter 15, verse 2.
This chapter follows the journey of Samson, the heroic judge with divine strength. In this part of the scripture, Samson is confronted by the men who are angered by his notion of justice. Please, could you read the passage?
Okay. 3,000 men of Judah went to the top of the rock Adam. They said to Samson, Knowest thou not that the Philistines are rulers over us? What is it that thou hast done unto us? And Samson said unto them, As they did unto me, so have I done unto them.
As they did unto me, so have I done unto them. A beautiful sentence, wouldn't you agree?
Poetic, sure. Beautiful summation of justice.
You understand the passage? That's delightful to hear. Yes, Samson was a great judge. Not a judge of today who sits on a high chair and files in this paperwork, but an old judge, a holy judge, a shofet. Shofets were to be admired and feared. They made their own judgments and dispensed their own punishments. I'm starting to ramble, aren't I? Okay, let's get back to the point. The key word of the day is Adam. That's the name of the cave where Samson hid, the Rock of Adam.
Adam, got it. I'll make a note. It's like a backwards mate, but I'm confused. What do we do with this key word?
That is for you to learn on your own, my brothers. You appear to be intelligent. I'm sure that if you put your faith in the right people, you can uncover the truth.
We'll see what we can do.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Perhaps you wish to make a confession.
Yeah, an eye for an eye revenge justice. But revolutionaries love eye for an eye revenge justice. I'm trying to ingratiate myself with the revolutionaries. Anyway, tell me about the scaffolding since I'm here. Is there some sort of construction work going on?
That's right, a little repair, a little renovation. It's no secret that the cathedral has seen better days. The cult of reason did a lot of damage back in the days of the revolution. But now we're well on our way to restoring this holy place to its former glory.
Cult of reason, the religion of Christianity. Hey, Falcon, what's the difference between a religion and a cult? Don't be rude, Sparrowson. Don't worry, my brother. I understand how it is. To a young person, all ideologies look like gobbledygook in different packaging, don't they? Pretty much. Then maybe you'll come to learn the differences as you grow up. I promise some ideologies are worth following to the very end. But let's not talk more about cults and ideologies. Did you want anything else? That's all. I think we're done here. Thank you for your time, Friar. Go in peace, my brothers. And also with you. Okay. Okay, where's my boys? Well, well, this is most unexpected. Monsieur Falcon, Monsieur Sparrowson, I believe this is our first time meeting without disguises or pretenses, as it were. But first things first. Mousy, would you kindly fetch our guest some tea?
Oh, of course, Monsieur Vulpes, of course.
Messieurs,
Messieurs, what sort of tea would you like? Chamomile, Darjeeling, maybe?
Let's take some nice, calming tea. Sounds good to me, thanks, Mousy. Sure, I could go for chamomile too. Is it chamomile or chamomile? I feel like I've heard people say it both ways. I instinctively want to say chamomile.
Okay, 1 pot of chamomile coming right up.
Goodbye, Mousy. I love you. Okay. Let's get down to business. What is it that you two came here for? We just have a couple of questions. Have you heard of the croque monsieur? And no, we aren't talking about the sandwich, unfortunately. The croque monsieur. Are you referring to the black market salesman, the man who claims to be able to procure anything, no matter how illegal? Yes, that sounds exactly like the person we're looking for. Do you know him? Me personally? No, monsieur. I just know of his vile reputation. I see. Then do you have any idea how we can find him? Meeting the croque monsieur face to face is not easy. The man doesn't make himself known to just anybody, after all. I know. I should do a little investigative work of my own. Come back in 3 days, and I will tell you where and when you can find the croque monsieur. That's an enormous help. Thank you very much, Monsieur Vulpes. Of course, there is a price. A price? It's just a small fee, a mere 30 francs. Hey, we saved your derriere over that Prince Juan business. Is this any way to show your gratitude? Monsieur Vulpes, you must understand that this is no personal errand. We are investigating on behalf of king and country. I'm sure your intentions are noble, Monsieur Falcon, but I'm running a business here. A fox has to eat. 30 francs, and I guarantee I will find you the croque monsieur. That's my final offer. What do you say? Sure. Why not? I have cash to burn. Very good. As I promised, return in 3 days or later, and I will tell you where the croque monsieur can be found. Rest assured I will undertake my end of the bargain with care and diligence. I expect nothing less. Thank you, Monsieur Vulpes. It's my pleasure. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Have you heard rumor of an uprising? Of course. These days a man can't walk into a tavern without hearing angry men whispering about violence and revolt. I dare say that Paris may find itself in the midst of yet another revolution before the end of winter. But what can you tell us about the dissenters specifically? Do you know where they're meeting? I'm afraid I only know what you can read in the papers, monsieur. I know anti-government protesters were meeting out in the open until the government clamped down on large public banquets. With the banquets gone, who knows where the dissenters went? I see. Perhaps I can assist you with something else. That's all. It's approaching 2 a.m. Okay, sleep. Enjoy your sleep. It's okay, I'll just fail another trial. I'm sure it won't be that interesting. Have a pleasant day, Monsieur Vulpes. As to you, messieurs. I've been shrimping, my head hurts. We just left. No, Mousy had to go and make tea and we just left. I'm afraid you're too slow, Mousy.
Oh, bother.
We couldn't have stayed. You wasted a day anyway. Okay. So I wonder if the 3 days is 3 days from literally when we were there, or like 3 days from the day after. I don't know. Well, we'll go back in 2 days, I guess, and hope that it's the same thing. The bridge, hospital. Maybe we could go back and talk to the guys. I'll go back and see if I can talk to them again. Maybe I can tell them the secret code word. Okay, the drinking room. And nobody appears to be interested in conversation. Dang. If we go back up to the drinking room, will more people show up? Just keep reloading the drinking room until something happens. Just keep booming that door. Okay, I guess we have nothing. I need to hit the road, sure. Whatever. Okay, the market probably is nothing because it doesn't take up any time. The prison. He is a black market guy, but I don't know if black market would mean actual market. So, maybe we could find something about our book cipher in the library. Time to hit the books, am I right? If you're looking for croque monsieur recipes, I guess that would be in the cooking section. We aren't here for recipes, Barrison. This librarian fellow seems pretty intelligent. If there's something we've overlooked, he would know. Would you mind lowering your voices? You're disturbing me during my daily crossword. Oh, I should have known. It's the two harlequins. It's good to see you too, monsieur. We have some questions. Of course you do. Fine, let's get this over with so I can get back to my puzzle. Have you ever heard of the croque monsieur? The sandwich? Of course I've heard of it. No, I mean a person with that name. No, that doesn't ring any bells. I'm familiar with the Earl of Sandwich, if that's any help. Wait, you can become an Earl of Food now? I'm in the wrong profession. Never mind, we'll try something else. What can you tell us about an uprising? An uprising? Would you care to be more specific? The Paris uprising. You cannot be serious. You want me to talk about every rebellion, revolution, revolt that Paris has ever been through? We would be here all night. What about an uprising that hasn't happened yet? A future uprising. I read the newspapers, messieurs. The government tries to strangle the media, but the truth shines through the gaps of censorship. The citizens' contempt for our current leaders is blatant. A future revolt is a very real possibility. That's all I know. I see. Let's try asking something else. Or not. Goodbye. We're barking up the wrong tree. Thank you for your time anyway, monsieur. I bid you good day.
I thought he might be able to tell us something about the book code.
Okay. Do they have information now? Monsieur Volpes, you've managed to dig up some good information, I trust? There is good news and there's bad news. Hit me with the bad news first, please. The croque monsieur refuses to speak with anyone who does not know a secret password, and I'm afraid I wasn't able to procure that particular password. I see, that is a problem. So what's the good news? If you want to meet the croque monsieur anyway, I've learned that he lurks around the Rue de Marmoset on Friday evenings. The Rue de Marmoset? Oh, the Monkey Road by Notre Dame. That's easy enough to get to. I apologize that I cannot be of more help. It's no problem at all, monsieur. You've given us a fantastic lead. Rue de Marmoset's on Friday. I'll be there. And I think we know what the password is. We do? Come on, Falcon, don't be a bird brain. I shan't delay you two any longer. I'm sure you have a lot of investigative work to do. That we do. Thanks for all the help, Monsieur Volpes. Okay. Dang, we have to wait all the way until Friday? Okay, what else can we... Oh my god, my stupid cursor. Okay. How about the art scholars and historians? They got anything to say? Excuse me, madame, do you have a moment to talk about the cult of reason?
Petty a pyramid scheme to someone else, but I've got a kid to feed.
Madam, it's not a pyramid scheme. Madam, take a leaflet at least. Well, what about me, monsieur? Would you like to learn about the glorious teachings of Jacques Hébert? A cult is it? Not today, monsieur. I've already been in my fair share of cults. But this cult is different. But my cult, though. Member of the cult of reason, huh? Strange, I thought that cult died out way back in the old revolution. Hey, Falcon, that person. Looks like a run-of-the-mill cultist. I can see that, but doesn't his face look familiar to you? Sure, why not? Actually, it resembles his uncanny. Shall we get his attention? Uh-oh, he spotted us. There he go. Wait, monsieur, we would like a quick word. Come back, teach us about the wonders of the cult of reason. He's gone. So I'm not going crazy, right? That guy was the spitting image of Judge Romulus, wasn't he? I can't deny the similarity. Then again, there are plenty of wolves in Paris. Maybe there's no link at all. Either way, we have an investigation to conduct. Let's focus on that. Right, where to first? Okay. Let's go into the gallery. Let's see, who to question. Oh dear, it's these guys again. Keep together, Eric. Maybe they won't recognize you. Excuse me, monsieur, it's us, the Philistines, remember? Were they talking to me? Yep, definitely talking to me. Okay, deep breaths, Eric. Hi. We have a couple of questions if it's no trouble. Oh, it's no trouble at all. What's the deal with the cultist outside? Did you see him? The cultist? You mean that cult of reason fellow? Yeah. He accosted me a few days ago. We chatted for a while, not by choice of course, but because I didn't know how to get out of the conversation. It got a little out of hand. He insisted that I take a pamphlet. Let's have a look at this. Be Your Own God, an introductory guide to the cult of reason by Jacques Hebert. And even added his own signature, see? At the bottom there. My new bestest bud Eric, happy readings. Best wishes, Sylvius. Green ink too, what a fiendish color choice. Green ink, you say? The guy was such a slimeball. We aren't even close to bestest buddies. Well, at least now we know the cultist's name, Sylvius. Do you mind if we keep this pamphlet, monsieur? Be my guest. I don't want it. Okay. You want something else? Do you know better enough to just ask everybody about the uprising? An uprising? You know, people getting angry, being violent, overthrowing the government, stuff like that. Goodness, no, I don't know anything about that sort of thing. Never mind then. Goodbye. Thank you for your time, monsieur. You've been a great help. It's no trouble at all. Okay. Back in the old salle de type. I still don't see anybody around to interview. Yeah, I can't imagine this room being of any use to us, unless we need any priceless Roman artifacts, of course. But all the Rome! What if there's clues? Okay, into the garden. You seem to be really doing a lot of Rome lately. Hey, Falcon, isn't that our old friend? You promised to get my photographs put up in the Louvre. What happened with that? Where are my photographs, huh? Oh, well, we've been a little distracted. We had this messy case, and now we're investigating stuff. But I guess we can fit in some time. Oh, monsieur, forget it. I've only got another week to go, and then I'm done with this dumb job. So what do you want? I haven't found any interesting bits of paper today, if that's what you were hoping for. Actually, we just wanted to ask a couple of questions if you have a moment. I have a moment. Just the one, mind. What's the deal with the cultist outside? Yep, he's been hanging around all week. Today he tried to hand me a leaflet, so I told him where to put it. And where would that be? What? Where did you tell him to put the leaflet? Oh, I see, never mind. Monsieur Robinio, what do you know about that guy? What's his story? His story? How should I know? He's just a cultist loser. The Louvre attacks those types of crazies all the time. I see. Did you two want something else? I will ask everybody about this uprising. You mean like a rebellion? Yeah, I've heard rumors. There are a lot of uneasy people in Paris. What kind of rumors? Nothing specific. Just that there's a group planning to form a huge protest before the end of February. Some say it might go violent. If you were wise, you'd probably fly out of the city as soon as possible. So people say. Do you plan on leaving? I couldn't if I wanted to. No thanks to you guys. But in any case, I'm sticking around for the photograph opportunities. Wartime photography. Imagine the possibilities. This sounds dangerous. Sounds like a good way to get hit by a stray bullet. I guess, but all that danger just means it'll pay really well. I've thought this plan through. Evidently. Anyway, did you want something else? That's all. I'll let you get back to work. Okay. I guess we just go back here. Are we all done? Sure. We can always come back later if we forgot something. Okay. Yay, Wednesday, one day closer to Friday. Remind me on Friday because I might forget. Okay. High Court. Well, perhaps the cult guy's hanging out on the bridge. Or this guy, that works too.
Well, if it isn't the rude lawyers. You know, you owe me, big guy.
I owe you?
Yep, my fishing line snapped when I dragged you out of the water the other day. I had to buy a new reel. So the way I see it, you owe me 2 francs for the fishing line and 1 million for saving your life.
I don't have 1 million, 2 francs.
Really? But you look so bourgeois. Alright, I'll tell you what. 2 fresh for the line and we'll call it even.
Sure. I'll make you like me. Consider it a gift of gratitude for saving my life.
Much thanks, monsieur. Now, why are you here?
Why are we here? Alright, we have some questions. Have you heard of the Croque Monsieur?
A man called the Croque Monsieur? No, doesn't ring any bells. That's a strange name, though. Did the man name himself after the sandwich, or was the sandwich named after him?
I have absolutely no idea. I can only aspire to have a sandwich named after me one day. Sparrison, thick slices of white bread, mayonnaise, cheese, chicken, bacon, slices of sausage, honey glazed ham. Stop, you'll give us all heart attacks. Anyway, how's fishing? Got anything good?
Today, not a kipper. This new fishing line is really good, but I've run out of good bait, so it's practically useless by itself.
That's quite an issue. So, if we were to offer you some bait, would you be able to lend us some line?
I guess.
Sparrison, why would you even ask that? We don't have any use for fishing line. Just checking the possibilities. You never know when we might need fishing line in the future. Why would we ever need fishing line? Actually, don't answer that. You're ridiculous.
Maybe I can help you with something else.
No, that's it. Happy fishing.
Bye, Monsieur Fisherman. You know I hate being called that.
The birds eat chicken. I'm assuming this is a... They're not actually furries situation. The furries just represent people. Okay, it's Thursday. Hospital, Appellee to Justice. I guess we can go to court. See if there's anything up in court. Oh hey, it's that guy. Judge Maxime. Hello, Monsieur Falcon, and, Blueberton? Sparrowson. Right, Sparrowton. Your Honor, we heard that you had an accident with a flight of stairs. It's good to see that you're back on your feet. A flight of stairs? No, I was assaulted, if you can believe that. I can believe that. I was just standing by the Seine minding my own business, and the next thing I know I was on a riverbank 100 kilometers downstream. That sounds a little familiar. When I awoke, I had a mild case of amnesia. I thought I was an ex-lotto accountant. It took 2 weeks for me to return to full mental health. In any case, Your Honor, it's good to see you back and healthy. Would you mind if we ran a couple of questions by you as part of an investigation we're undertaking? By all means, ask away, monsieur. Have you heard of the Croque Monsieur? You're referring to the arms dealer, aren't you? Yes, have you ever convicted him? No, the man is notoriously unfindable and uncatchable. I don't think anyone working in law enforcement has so much as seen his face. That's crazy. Well, there's no reason we can't be the first to stop him, right, Falcon? Have you heard rumors of an uprising? Of course, tons. You have no idea how many criminals rant about bringing down the government. You know, I was the one in charge of prosecuting the ones behind the June Days uprising of 32. That was some messy legal work. What about recently? Have you had anyone talk of anything specific? Well, I'm not attached to the case, but I hear that imposter Judge Romulus had some very strange things to say. Cults, anarchy, firing gunpowder. The man is not mentally stable. We knew that much already. Okay. That's all. Thank you for your time, Your Honor. Any time, messieurs. Great, happy Friday. Let's go to wherever the place that we're supposed to go on Friday is. Okay, Rue de Marmoset. Great. Is that him? Must be. Excuse me, monsieur.
I don't recognize yous, fellas. What's the password?
Password, Edom.
Oh, I took you fellas for bird-brain cops, but you actually know the secret password. So, what do you want?
Well, let's start with introductions. You're the Croque Monsieur, are you not?
That's the Croque Monsieur to you. Mon Dieu, people always get the pronunciation wrong.
I'm not really hearing the difference. In any case, Monsieur Croque Monsieur, my name is...
Don't tell me, you idiot. Bringing up names can mess up an entire meeting. Why do you think I use an alias? Just tell me what you want. Drugs, guns, explosives, slaves. Come on, I don't have all day.
Well, to be honest, what I really want is... How much money I have do I have just in case he makes me buy something? I feel like information is too forward. Maybe asking him about guns. Cheap gun, I want a lot of them. Let's say that, hypothetically, I wanted 100 pistols for as low a price as possible.
Ah, you're starting a revolution, are you? Seems everyone's doing that these days. Take a look at this. It's a standard 1777 flintlock pistol. They've been churning these things out since the old revolution, so we got buckets of them. They're good weapons, but nobody wants them because flintlocks are so 18th century, you know?
Yeah, I know.
I normally sell these at 40 francs a piece, but since you're buying in bulk, let's say 30 each. So if my math's correct, that's 3,000 for 100 of them. Do you want to pay now or what?
To be honest, I don't have that kind of cash ready to hand over right here now.
That's quite alright, we can do installments. How does 50 francs a month at 10,000% APR sound?
Well.
Sentiment, it's a buzz. Cheese it!
Not the caps.
Wait, Monsieur Croque Monsieur, come back. Never fear, Falcon, I'll tail the dastardly fellow. Don't get too close, Barrison. The crocodile's got a gun. Possibly several hundred of them. What's all this ruckus? Playing cops and robbers, aren't we, JJ? Are you blind, Severin? That was the Croque Monsieur. We were in the crux of extracting some vital information about the rebels, but your smug entrance just ruined everything. That was the Croque Monsieur? I never would have guessed. You don't sound very concerned. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm quite impressed you managed to track down such an elusive criminal, but I have something much more pressing that I need to discuss with you. More pressing than finding the rebels? Perhaps. JJ, I want you to answer this question sincerely and honestly. Did you go by a different name prior to enrolling at Paris Law School? What? What does that have to do with the rebel investigation, or anything for that matter? I would appreciate it if you just answered the question, JJ. I need to hear it from your own beak. Have you ever gone by a different name? I mean, apparently. I, as the player, am not exactly aware. I don't know, maybe saying yes will make him trust me. Should I make him trust me? Whatever, why not? I don't deny it. A man has a right to change his name. Indeed, a man does, but why would a man do such a thing? I don't appreciate your accusatory tone. You sound just like Inspector Valerdi. Wait, that's it, isn't it? The inspector ordered you to dig up some dirt on me, didn't he? Answer me, Severin. What's going on? What did Inspector Valerdi say?
Man, that croc can run.
It appears that you two are making solid progress with your investigation into the rebel group. I'll be sure to let the inspector know. Where are you going? We haven't finished our discussion. We have. I've learned what I came here to find out. Good day, JJ. Good day, Sparrowson. Going the good bird route. I just want everybody to like me so much. What was that all about? It doesn't matter. Severin's just poking his beak where it doesn't belong. Nosy. Blighter. So, tell me about your little adventure, Sparrowson. You lost the Croque Monsieur, I take it? Yeah. He looks, like a stumpy reptile. But he ran like a gazelle. I lost him in no time at all. I see. Well, with the Croque Monsieur's lead gone, our investigation has reached a dead end. Not entirely. He dropped something during the chase. He dropped something? What exactly? I'll show you. Follow me. He's dying. I think you need to do more exercise, Sparrowson. Don't judge me. It's not my fault to get winded walking upstairs. Ow. 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 Mon Dieu, what is it now? Muscle cramp? No, my foot's hurting. I think I got something in my shoe. Well, grit your beak and bear it. This is around where you saw the crocodile drop something, right? Yeah, somewhere around here. Then let's put on our investigation hats and find whatever it is. Okay. An obvious thing dropped in the middle of the road. This is the thing that the Croque Monsieur dropped. It's a list. 40 muskets, 20 pistols, gunpowder, 3,000 musket balls. Be delivered to the Sleeping City. This is an invoice. I don't see any names on here, but given the contents and quantities, the goods are probably intended for the rebels. Excellent find, Sparrowson. It was nothing. But the Sleeping City, where could that be? Well, it's a city that sleeps a lot, so somewhere in Spain would be my guess. I'm pretty sure the location isn't a literal city. One thing, we already know the city where the rebels are gathering. It's right here in Paris. The Sleeping City is a code phrase, like a riddle. A riddle, Well, I'm stumped, and hemming is getting us nowhere. We must find someone who can solve it. We need a person who is knowledgeable about all manners of riddle and puzzles. I know it all, huh? Precisely. In the meantime, I'll file this away for safekeeping. Okay. Do you think the croc dropped anything else? I don't know, let's see. Probably not, because there doesn't appear to be anything on the ground. Noah's bar, all animals are welcome. Except mosquitoes, you bloodsuckers can go get your fix someplace else. Noah feels pretty strongly about mosquitoes, huh? Well, he has a point. I'm not saying all mosquitoes are bloodsuckers, but... Whoa, Falcon, keep it classy. I'm just stating facts. Only the women are bloodsuckers. Okay. I see hanging bushels of onions. Bushels? That can't be right. It's sprigs. Sprigs of onions. How about bundles of onions? That's pretty neutral. Confederacies of onions. Okay, we're done. Blocks of onions. Anything else? Does that street lamp look broken to you? Yep, I think all of the lamps on the street have been vandalized. The ground is covered in glass from broken panes. Oh, that explains why my foot is hurting. Does? There's glass in the sole of my shoe. I must have trodden on some shards while chasing after the croque-monsieur. Oh no, my good shoes are ruined. Well, I wouldn't say good. You paid 20 cents for them. File this away in the evidence folder. You want me to file away the broken glass? Yep, I'm filing an official formal complaint to the government. Their faulty street lamp has ruined my shoes, and I am owed compensation. I think government officials have better things to do than worry about your 20-cent shoes. We'll just see about that. Are you satisfied? We have real evidence to find. Or do we? Ah. The sign is difficult to read. The paint is faded. Trodel fruitier? Tictil fcutier? There's no way it says that. You just made that those words up. All words are made up, Falcon. Okay. Anything further? It doesn't appear so. I think we're done here. Okay, I guess we can always come back if we think we've forgotten something. Alright. So they said that we needed a know-it-all. So I assume we go back to the library. Oh wait, I missed— there was a thing. Dang. Whatever. I wasn't paying enough attention. I was so laser focused on going to the library I missed the little exclamation mark in the corner. Anyway, do you think Nathan likes riddles? Of course, all librarians like riddles. Seems like a bit of a stereotype, that's all I'm saying. Stereotype or not, we have to hope that it's true. That boffin is our best chance of getting to the bottom of this. Time to put our polite faces on, he's here. Sigh. Good day, Dromio and Dromio. Why, good day, monsieur. It's a pleasure to see you again on this fine day. Tell me, kind monsieur, do you like riddles? Of course. Here's one for you, messieurs. One has 2 mouths and 4 ears, yet talks twice as much as it listens. It's you, messieurs, you. You come in here yammering and yelling, never stopping to close your beaks for 1 minute. Oh, haha, very good, monsieur. Last person we need to get into his good books. No, don't laugh that loud in a library. What was that? Sorry, I can't fake laugh. Oh, mon Dieu. Stop this farce. You messieurs obviously have some inane riddle you want solving, so let's hear it. Go on, spit it out. Oh, right, well, if we were to say that there was a place called the Sleeping City in Paris, where would it be? That's a new one. The Sleeping City. Got it. Really? Of course, the riddle was trivially easy. There are plenty of locations that can be called a Sleeping City, but only one place earns that title in Paris. Oh, where would that be? We know the answer, of course, obviously. We're just fact-checking to make sure that you got it right. Think it through, messieurs. What kind of city is only inhabited by those who sleep all day and night? What, like a cemetery or something? I got it! Spain! Don't be daft, Sparrowson. Spain isn't a city. But perhaps the monsieur is referring to the capital, Madrid. Nice sleepy place. Spain, Madrid. You two are remarkably dense, aren't you? Sleep is a metaphor. Actually, it's one of the oldest and most powerful metaphors in the history of literature. It symbolizes death itself. The Sleeping City obviously refers to a city of the dead, a necropolis. Think, messieurs, think. Use your puny avian brains. Do we have any necropolises in Paris? Of course, I'm sure we do. Gotta bury people somewhere. The catacombs, the winding tunnels of the dead that lie beneath our very feet. Very good, monsieur. That's the first semi-intelligent thing you've managed to say all day. You have more questions, don't you? Oh, yes. Tell us about the catacombs. So, the cemeteries of Paris were overflowing by the end of the last century. It was a mess from what I hear. To create space, King Louis ordered— I don't know Roman numerals, so I skipped past them, sorry. Okay, King Louis ordered for old skeletons to be excavated and put into the unused mine tunnels that lie under the city. So with a little renovation and many years of hard work, the mines were successfully turned into a subterranean mausoleum. So what, it's basically a grave for a few thousand skeletons? Millions, more like. Don't underestimate the size of the tunnels, messieurs. How could we get in, mayhap? I know that the bourgeois like to tour the catacombs, don't they? Correct. It was quite the bourgeois tourist hotspot some 20 years ago. But if you were hoping to pay a visit, you're too late. The church had all the entrances sealed shut fairly recently. Why would the church do that? Believe it or not, they considered the turning of a mausoleum into a tourist attraction to be in poor taste. Ah, right. They shut down all of the entrances, really. Surely there must be 1 or 2 left untouched. If there is such an entrance, it is not public knowledge. I see. That's all. I guess we have to go talk to the friar again. If the Sleeping City really is the Paris catacombs, then there must be some way to get in. An underground tunnel network would probably be connected to the city sewers, right? So we just need to find the right manhole and boom, we're in spooky scary skeleton town. That's a good idea. Or maybe it connects to the Seine. Perhaps some swimming is in order. You two dunces are going to get yourselves killed. If you really wish to visit the catacombs, you would be best off asking those responsible for the closures. The dead people? The church, monsieur. The church would know if any unsealed entrances still exist. Ah, right. Great. Okay. Notre Dame, I guess.
Did you sneak out to the Louvre again? I keep telling you, my brother, you can't risk being seen. There's too much at stake.
But the good word must be spread, my brother. We need as many supporters as possible. No more sulking in the shadows, no more cowering in the dark. We must rise up against our oppressors. Oh, but before I forget, here's your pen back. I borrowed it.
Again, what happened to yours?
I lost it.
So careless.
Don't sweat the petty things, brother. Let's focus on removing the obstacles that stand in the way of our father's dream.
Right, like the annoying little bird has been poking his beak into our business. He is dangerously close to uncovering our secret.
You want me to take care of him?
It would be in our interests. I have a trap in mind, but... someone's coming. Go hide.
Okay. So is Silvius Romulus in disguise or something?
My brothers have returned. What can I do for you today? A confession, perhaps?
Actually, Friar, we're here for information. We want to learn about the catacombs that lie under Paris.
The catacombs? You don't want to go there, my brother? It's a wretched and haunted place.
I'm sure it is, but we know that the church was responsible for having the entrance sealed. So we figured that maybe there's a super secret friar-only entrance that only you know about.
A secret entrance? That's an interesting idea. You know, you are not the first birds to have asked.
We aren't?
Yes. A cockerel paid a visit yesterday.
Perfect posture and snooty, or one-eyed and scowling?
The first. A prosecutor, I think he said he was. Anyway, I'll tell you the same thing I told him. If you venture into the catacombs, you will not return. Understood?
Sure. We'll stay away.
Good, very good. Now, if you two will excuse me, I have a sermon to prepare. Be on your way.
Damn, another dead end. Or we gotta try and find some other way to sneak in. You can go tell the inspector what we found and call it a day. Don't quit just yet. I managed to take something from the friar's pocket when he gave it his little warning. You were such a little thief! Seriously? Again? This is becoming something of a bad habit for you. Well, go on then. Let's see what you pilfered.
The pen.
In the friar's robes? Yep. Interesting. Actually, this is more than interesting. This is amazing. This is the exact same pen Judge Romulus uses. It even contains the same green ink. Ah, do you think it's exactly the same pen, or do you think Romulus and Remus just have a matching set? I honestly don't know. But I do know this may come in handy. I'm going to keep hold of it. Yay, now we have 2 of them. We're still at a dead end, though. My gut tells me the friar is hiding something, but I can't get him to cough up. It's not like we can beat information out of him. Let's just go do other stuff, and maybe we'll stumble across some more clues. Maybe you're right. Let's go. Okay. Have we been to the prison yet at this juncture during this section of the game? I'm not sure. Maybe there are like some revolutionaries we can interrogate in prison. I'll go back to here just to see. Is there anyone in the drinking room? Nobody appears to be interested in conversation. God, I hate my life. Why does nobody want to hang out with me?
The big fellow's returned. Here to play some cards, monsieur?
Not today. No, thank you. Maybe later. Okay. I guess we just have to leave. Well, that was a waste. Is it just like a dumb luck thing if you manage to catch people there, or is it just only one time? Revolutionaries get hurt, right? Or are mentally ill. Sometimes. Well, maybe we can ask the doctor. Go ahead, say what you need to say. Excuse me, Dr. Falrit? I just wanted to thank you for, giving me an antidote and making me well and stuff. It's no trouble at all, Sparrowson, wasn't it? Of course, there is the small matter of the debt. Right. Let's see, 1 hospital bed, 1 dose of specialized antidote, expert medical care from the attending physician. The total comes to 500 francs. Falcon, can I get an advance on this month's pay? And next month's, and maybe the months after? Calm down, Sparrowson. I'm sure the doctor's a reasonable man. He'll surely allow you to pay in installments. Of course, of course. Oh, thank goodness. With my current wages, I should be able to fully pay off the debt by the 20th century. Hey, your pay isn't that bad. No, there's no need for quibbling. I have a suggestion. You messieurs are lawyers, yes? If you do some pro bono work for me, I may be able to knock the bill down a little. Maybe to, say, 100 francs? Oh, that sounds much more manageable. What kind of legal work do you have in mind? Debt collection. Sounds time-consuming. Sorry, Doctor, but we don't have time to be playing hard muscle. We're in the middle of a very important investigation. Falcon, please, I don't want to spend my whole life paying the price for eating a bad chocolate wrapper. Let's hear the good doctor out. Alright. There was a man I treated for a small injury a couple of years ago. He's been evading my attempts at collecting on his bill ever since. I wouldn't normally pursue medical bills so aggressively, but I know that the man is a successful inventor. He can easily afford to front the bill. I would greatly appreciate it if you would pay him a visit and strong-arm him into loosening his purse strings. Well, I'm not making any promises, but maybe we can swing by if we have a free minute. Thanks, Falcon. And thank you, Doctor. We'll dedicate every waking moment to collecting this debt. Wait, I didn't agree to that. Every waking moment. Does that give us a new person to interrogate, perhaps?
I guess we're required to go here. What do you mean? Has it really been all the time that we had, or what?
There he is. Who? I would like to see. That's the rooster who shot the croque monsieur. Dun dun dun. But which rooster? I think we're getting close to unraveling this whole rebellion nonsense. Let's not dawdle, Sparrowson. We're nearly there. Alright, let me just deal with this letter first. Spam? I don't think so. It's from Cocorico. Severin? Well, go ahead, Sparrowson. Let's hear it. JJ, if this letter reaches you uninterrupted, then it means that I've been captured or killed by the rebels. What? Last evening, the inspector gave me a tip-off of a midnight trade between the rebels and the croque monsieur on Rue de Marmoset. I intended to watch from the shadows, but I know that such a mission is a dangerous one. Wish me luck. So I guess he's the one that shot him. If this is the last correspondence you'll ever hear from me, then I suppose I should end on a positive note. Falcon, you're a good friend and an excellent lawyer. I'm sorry for belittling you all these years. Kind regards, Severin Cocorico. Is this for real? There's no way. This letter has to be some sort of setup. It's Severin's handwriting. Where do you think he is? I don't know. Why would he go alone? I don't know. But we have to go help him, right? I mean, if that trade was at midnight last night and it's 10 o'clock now, he might still be okay. Maybe. I don't know. Come on, Falcon, pull yourself together. We've got to act fast while there's still time on the clock. Sparrowson, I have a bad feeling in my gut. Well, yeah, me too. This letter is terrifying stuff. No, you don't understand. I know that if Severin isn't already dead now, he will be soon, and there's nothing we can do about it. What are you talking about? You don't know that. I do, I'm certain. We messed up. We missed something. We've overlooked something vital, and now Severin's fate is sealed. You're spouting defeatist nonsense. Come on, Falcon. Let's go visit the Rue de Marmoset. We might find a clue. Oh, I can't wait to give Falcon even more of a drinking problem. Him killing this poor man. Come on, Sparrowson, keep up. No time for wheezing. If Cocorico was last seen around here, then there has to be a clue nearby. Right. Okay. Blood? There's a pool of blood here. Looks fresh. Cocorico's? I see drag marks heading towards that tunnel which leads straight to the Seine. If I had to guess, someone was killed here last night and their body was hastily disposed of in the river. But I see several sets of bloody footprints too. Some are faint, but they head that way towards the main road. So he could still be alive? Let's see where the footprints go. Okay, Notre Dame, I guess. Here? The footsteps lead right into Notre Dame? It seems that way. Unbelievable. Where's a friar when you need one? Forget the friar. Let's keep following the trail and see where it ends up. Wait a minute, Falcon. Shouldn't we get the police involved before we go any further? Hmm. Can we not trust the police? I don't know. I feel like calling the cops would take time because phones don't exist, right? Or at least not an easily, like, get toable phone. I don't know. Did they have phones? The point is, it would probably take time. They said we couldn't trust them. You know I don't remember anything that anybody says ever. Oh, let's go with the police can't be trusted. Inspector was the one who gave him the tip-off. So what are you saying? That you think the police are in on this? At this point, anything's possible. We have to stay focused on the trail. Don't want to waste time. Hey, wait up. That way leads straight down to...
Man, I'm famished. When is that mouthy parrot gonna relieve me of duty so I can go grab a snack?
The trail keeps going. Hey, isn't that the concierge jailkeeper, Quack?
It's Quark, you dummies.
I had no idea you were a religious man, monsieur.
I'm not. I had a career change. Private security pays much better than regular old jail keeping, you know.
Monsieur, we don't have much time, so I'll keep it brief. We're following a trail that leads to the door behind you. We need you to let us pass.
The door behind me? Ha, you idiots. That door leads straight to the catacombs. You don't want to go there.
Catacombs.
And besides, just because I know how to get in doesn't mean I'm just gonna let you pass. I got a job to do. I have integrity. I've promised to act as guard. That's what I'm doing.
You want a bribe, don't you?
Bingo. What you got?
Here's my fist. Just 'cause the present thing. Is there anything I could possibly give to him? Probably not. Maybe I should just pay him. For your troubles.
10 francs? What, are you trying to insult me?
Good enough. Okay, that's fine, because I have enough money anyway. See, that's what you get for not gambling. You get to keep all the money you make. That's the door to the catacombs? Is it that simple?
Yeah, it's that simple. Were you expecting a hidden bookcase or something? Go on, go look.
He's gonna say, like, ha suckers. Yeah. They're walking straight into a pitch black maze without even a torch.
I wonder, will they get lost and starve, or will they find the crazy lion girl and get shot? Either way ain't my problem.
Yay, can't wait to get shot. Here goes nothing? Great. I knew an underground passage would be dark, but this is ridiculous. I can't even see my hand in front of my face. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other, Sparrowson. I can't wait to die. I think that was the last step. Now it's just twisted tunnels ahead of us. I should take up smoking. If I smoked, I would have a match right now, and we would be able to see where we were going. Plus, you know all the health benefits, and I would probably be calmer. Keep it together, Sparrowson. I know. I'll unravel this loose thread from my jacket. We can just trace the string to find our way back if we reach a dead end. Ah, good thinking. Like Theseus and the Minotaur. Wait, there aren't any Minotaurs in here, are there? Head of a bull, body of a bull. Scary stuff. That's not... Actually, never mind. It feels like there's a gap in the wall here. I guess the path branches. I can feel a slight breeze coming from the passage to the left. The air seems more stagnant to the right. Oh no, not a spooky sound. I'm trying to think. Would they take a person that they killed or kidnapped to a scary stagnant place or a place with some air? Because maybe they're keeping him in some kind of dungeon. It's a 50-50 shot. I can only save and quit, and I don't really want to... There's not, like, multiple save states that I can do to cheat. I don't know. Squishy, you got any ideas? I'm afraid of making choices. I don't want to keep failing. Stagnant. Okay, let's take the spookier option. Yeah, I must get more stagnant the deeper we travel. Let's press onward. The walls feel weird and bumpy. What kind of stone? Well, I hate to break it to you, buddy.
It's bones!
Well, we're in a crypt. Oh dear. I thought we'd be dealing with one or two coffins, not walls of skeletons. Keep it together, Sparrowson. Severn's life is on the line. You're right. I have to stay focused. Oh, it looks like the path branches again. Are my eyes going funky from the darkness, or is there a glimmer of light coming from the right path? No, I see it too. There's definitely some light on that side. Is the lighted trap? I don't like making binary choices. They scare me. The light. At least we can see. It's definitely getting lighter. I can see my hands again. But that might just mean we're getting close to an exit, right? Maybe this has all been a wild goose chase. Hush, listen. Voices? Voices. We're getting close. Wait, Falcon, aren't you scared? Terrified. Oh, good. At least we have something in common. Oh, hey, it's our buddies. There they are. I'll ask one more time. What is your name? No, him. Are you with the police, the royal guards? Speak, bird. Man Beaumont, we've been here all night and he simply ain't talking. He didn't react to coaxing, he didn't react to torture. Maybe it's time to, administer some justice. Justice. That word. Oh, the rooster finally crows. You want to know who I am? Fine. My name is Severin Cocorico. I'm a public prosecutor for the Cour d'Assises. Well, Sevi, it's been a pleasure, but we can't be having spies running around our base of operations now, can we? So without further ado, I hereby sentence you to... Wait a minute, Piero. This is no ordinary spy. Because he's a prosecutor? No, because he's the bastard who condemned my father 10 years ago. Whoa, are you sure? I had my suspicions when I saw his smug air of arrogance, his holier-than-thou glare. But now that I know his name and occupation, there is no doubt. Do you remember, Bird? Do you remember the trial of a homeless lion in the winter of 1835? What was your father's name? Jean Beaumont. What were his crimes? His only crime was trying to feed a starving child. He took a handful of vegetables from a grocer's stand, not out of greed, but out of sheer desire to see me survive. But he was seen by a policeman, another arrogant cockerel like yourself, actually. So my father was thrown in jail. He was dragged to court. I had the privilege of watching the proceedings from the stands. I remember your sharp words. This man is a thief. This man is a scoundrel. He deserves the harshest possible punishment for his crimes. You didn't care about the consequences. You didn't care about why my father did what he did. All you cared about was fulfilling your lust to see a criminal behind bars. My father received a sentence of 5 years. He died on his 3rd. Do you remember him? Mademoiselle, in all my days as a prosecutor, I've seen over thousands of cases. I'm not going to remember a single bread thief. You rotten Connard. We're all just insects to you, aren't we? Who cares if a child starves on the streets as long as you put enough criminals behind bars to meet your quota, am I right? Your silence speaks volumes of your guilt. Severin Cocorico, you've been tried by the people of the Second Republic. We found you guilty on counts of conspiracy, of the murder of the Croque Monsieur, and on the murder of my father, Jean Beaumont. Oh, I've been found guilty? Mademoiselle, if you want to shoot me so you can fulfill your revenge fantasies, then by all means, shoot me. But don't pretend for a moment this mob resembles a court of justice in any form. A court of justice? Now there's a contradiction. Bird, you know nothing of justice. Oh no, not the gun! Frere Remus, read this man his last rites. With pleasure, madame. Falcon, we have to make a move. Say something. Okay. I'm coming too. No, I need you to get out of here. Go find the police, royal guard, anyone. I'll stall for time. Falcon. Okay, I'll go get help. Do you have any last words? Just pull the trigger and be done with it. Wait. Wait. He's right. This is a terrible trial. There's no evidence, no defense, no examination of the facts. You've dragged a man off the streets and decided his fate based purely on your own prejudices and whims. Who does this bird brain think he is? I'm this man's defense attorney. I'm JJ Falcon. JJ, what are you doing? Defense attorney? You're a raving loony is what you are. Or a spy. I've seen this monsieur eavesdropping on our conversations before. He cannot be trusted. Everyone please hear me out. I don't want to get him killed. There's a life on the line, like even more, because there's obviously a gun in front of me and it's not just like a threat of the guillotine. Okay, Fontaine? Monsieur Fontaine, we've only met on a couple of occasions, but you seem like an intelligent and reasonable person. Why, thank you. I do consider myself to be reasonable. And surely you can see something wrong with dragging someone off the streets and executing them without trial. Well, I want to see a better France, monsieur. A France with actual liberty for all. I don't enjoy violence, but I have no qualms with a traitor or two dying to achieve that noble goal. Means to an end, you know. Do you see, Falcon? This man's death, it's inevitable. For the good of France and in the name of justice, he must be killed. Justice. There's that word again. Madam, I don't presume to know who you are or what you stand for, but shooting this man right now would not bring you justice. It would only serve to satisfy your desire for revenge. Justice, revenge, what's the difference? Rationality? Justice is carried on the basis of hard facts and logic. It isn't distracted by petty emotions. Even putting aside my emotions, I can see this bird's guilt. So this is your opportunity to prove it, madam. Show that you're a leader who acts with reason, not brute rationality. Yay, we got her to put away the gun.
Madam, sure you aren't entertaining the words of this heathen.
Fine, Falcon. We'll play this your way. We shall have a formal trial for the murder of the croque-monsieur. Excellent. Shall we head back to my office and file the necessary papers? Don't take me for a fool. You walk us right into a trap. We shall have the trial right here and now. Right here, in the catacombs. That's as good a place as any. I suppose we'll be needing a judge. I volunteer. No thanks, Piero. We're trying to form a courtroom, not a circus. Oh. Just go see how the security is doing, Piero. We don't want any more spies wandering in. Radio. Great.
Perhaps I can help, madam. You know that I am a pious man, after all.
But also you're, like, biased against me, I think. Okay, Remus, you can be our judge, and I will lead the prosecution. What about the jury? With due respect, I don't trust your peers to be impartial. Look around you. As we speak, we are being watched and judged by countless dead men and women. They shall be our jury. I'm not sure if that's how that works. That may work as a metaphor, but in practical terms... In practical terms, it is me you have to convince, Falcon. Convince me this bird is not guilty. After all, I'm the one who holds the gun.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get started. The trial of Severin Cocorico is underway. He stands accused of the murder of the man known as the croque-monsieur in cold blood. Madame Beaumont, please explain the details of what happened.
Very well. Last night at the stroke of midnight, 2 gunshots were heard on the rue de Marmoset. Piero alerted us and we managed to arrive before the police did. On the scene, I saw the man known as the croque-monsieur, a good friend of ours, lying in a pool of his own blood. Standing over the body, I saw the murderer, Severin Cocorico, still clutching his murder weapon. Am I to understand that you did not witness the crime firsthand, madame? That you only saw the aftermath? Yes, but one of us did happen to see the incident itself. Oh, hey, he's back. Man Beaumont, I found this here pigeon running around our tunnels. I am no pigeon, monsieur. He's a spy in any case. What say I execute him right now? It's all right, he's with me. With you? He's my assistant. He carries my bags and stuff. Falcon, I trust that you do not have any other assistants lurking around the corner? No, madame. Then take your lackey out of my sight. Okay. Hide behind me, Sparrowson. It's safer. Psst, Falcon. What is it? I saw someone lurking in the catacombs. I think he was watching us from the shadows. Another rebel? I don't know. But he got spooked when he saw me. He dropped this. What's this, a political pamphlet? A cult pamphlet, oh boy. Well, I must be getting back to the patrols then. Not so fast, Piero. You witnessed the crime firsthand, did you not? I did, ma'am. Then you can be our first witness. Go stand in the center. Okie dokie. Do I need to say an oath or something?
That won't be necessary. We trust you.
Just tell us what you saw last night, Piero. Okie dokie. I saw it as plain as day. The croque-monsieur was just minding his own business on Rue de Marmoset, when all of a sudden this here brute of a rooster appeared with his gun in hand. Bam! The rooster fired. The croque slumped to the floor. Using the last of his strength, the croque-monsieur drew his own gun. Bam! The croque fired back. So, to clarify, Cocorico shot first. Yes, ma'am. No question there. What happened next? Well, I know you guys, Fontaine, Remus, and you, ma'am, were only a stone's throw away the cathedral, so I ran to get your help. We all arrived back on the scene maybe a minute after I'd left it. And there I saw the dead croque-monsieur and the murder of Severin Cocorico with my own eyes. Thank you for your report, Piero. It's nothing, ma'am. You see, Falcon, Pierre is not the sharpest knife in the kitchen. True that. But he is honest to a fault. I would trust his word with my own life. I don't doubt the man's honesty, madam. Nonetheless, I would like to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? What does that mean?
I don't claim to be an expert of the law. That was always my brother's role in the family. But I think a cross-examination means that Falcon would like to waste our time by asking pointless questions.
Actually, it means I would like to make sure that Pierrot's story holds up under scrutiny. Yes, I will be asking questions, but only questions that directly relate to the case at hand.
Clearly a pointless stalling tactic, madam. Shall we put an end to the trial?
No, we will let the bird have his little cross-examination. But I'm warning you, Falcon, don't mess with me. Don't mess with you. If I get the slightest inkling that you're rambling to stall for time, I will end this trial on the spot. Do I make myself clear? Start questioning Cocorico's shoe size or the color of the croque monsieur's underwear and I'll lose my patience. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Select a statement of question. I don't know. I mean, it was dark out. Could you really see if this was the guy? It might have been the other rooster. We have two roosters. Claim that you saw the incident as plain as day? Yep, plain as day. The crime occurred at night. I'd like to remind you that the crime occurred around midnight, in February, on an overcast moonless night in an unlit alley. What's your point? It would have been too dark to see. So dark that you cannot possibly have correctly identified the people involved. Hey, I swear I saw what I saw. Hold on, Falcon, you slipped up. You say the alley was unlit, but I distinctly recall there being lanterns over Rue de Marmoset. Oh, that's right, that's right. We live in La Ville Lumiere. There's a gas lamp on every street. You're right, Madame Beaumont. There are street lanterns over Rue de Marmoset, but they wouldn't have been any good.
The glass.
The street lamps over Rue de Marmoset were broken. They're completely non-functional. As proof, I present the glass shards that line the alleyway. These shards originate from the panes of the broken lamps. And I've still got holes in the sole of my shoe. Double proof. Those glass shards could have come from anywhere. You could send one of your underlings to see the broken lamps for themselves if you want. And waste more time? I think not. This sounds like a stalling tactic. Excuse me, Madame Beaumont. I don't remember whether the street lamps were or were not broken, but I do remember that we had to use a torch to light up the scene. Hey, whose side are you on? I'm just saying Falcon might be right. It was particularly dark, so it's possible that there weren't any lit street lamps. Are you saying I'm a liar? I thought we were buddies. Stop quibbling, both of you. Maybe the lamps were broken, maybe they weren't. It doesn't matter. I know that Pierre's testimony is accurate because I personally saw the rooster at the crime scene 1 minute after Pierre did. 1 minute. That's plenty of time for the real murderer to escape and for a passerby to stumble upon the scene, is it not? You must acknowledge that it is a possibility. I acknowledge nothing. There is an inkling of doubt. You know that there is a slight notion that Pierrot may be misremembering what he saw.
Don't badger the prosecution, Monsieur Falcon.
I wasn't badgering.
On to the next witness. Madame Beaumont, do you have anyone in mind?
I do. There is someone among us who is something of a gun connoisseur, a man who knows everything there is to know about the craft of weaponry. Oh, that's me again. Shut up, Pierre. We'll get off the stand. Yes, ma'am. I call Fontaine forward. Very well. I'm not sure if we have any gun evidence.
Now, Fontaine, is it true that you are a gun specialist?
Well, I hate to brag, but yes, I know about guns, their mechanics, their beauty. Have you heard about the revolver mechanisms America is developing? Wonderful stuff. Fontaine, let's stick to the guns that were found at the crime scene. Tell us about those. Ah, right. Very well. This is the gun found on Severin Cocorico's person at the time of arrest. It is a standard-issue percussion-lock Chatellero gendarmerie pistol. I hope I said that kind of okay. 24cm length, 15mm caliber. Lots of police and soldiers carry these dull things. It's a gun that says I am a reliable man of the law. That sounds like our Cocorico. Doesn't? Cocorico's always told me that the riding crop was his self-defense weapon of choice. It's strange he had a gun in the first place. Okay. And this is the gun found on the croque monsieur's corpse, clutched tightly in his hands. It is a turnover pistol, double-barreled, ivory handle, 20cm length, 13mm caliber. This is an exquisite and highly customized gun, one of a kind. Whoever used this weapon knew their stuff. The croque monsieur was a legendary arms dealer. It's no surprise that his personal weapon would be something so flamboyant. Okay. what's really fascinating about the Croque-Monsieur's gun is the ammunition. See, the bore of the pistol has been fitted with a set of grooves. Please stop, Fontaine. I didn't call you up to hear you show off your gun knowledge. Tell us what you uncovered when you examined the Croque-Monsieur's bullet wound. Ah, right. Well, a lead bullet was embedded in the middle of the Croque-Monsieur's sternum and appeared to have a straight angle of entry. So, in other words, the Croque-Monsieur was facing his killer when he was shot. That's right. The other interesting point was that the Croque-Monsieur's outer clothes were singed. This typically only occurs if a person is close enough to a gunshot to be directly burned by the gun's muzzle flash. And how close does a person have to be burned by a muzzle flash? Less than 3 meters, I would say. 5 at the very most. And there was no chance that there was a rogue sniper on the rooftops. The Croque-Monsieur's killer was standing in Rue de Marmosets themselves. As is plainly evident, only one person was found in Rue de Marmosets at the time of the incident. Prosecutor Cocorico.
Well said, madame. I think we just unequivocally proved this bird's guilt.
Not so fast. I would like to cross-examine.
I don't think so. You're overstepping your bounds, bird.
Let the lawyer try, Remus. When he fails, there will be absolutely no doubt to anyone in the room that Cocorico is nothing but a bloodthirsty murderer. Okay. Let's see what evidence we have. Valerity's letter, the Book of Judges, police pistol. Do we have the... Why don't we have our letter? Right? The letter that's like, the cop told me to come to this place at this time so that I could be framed for murder. Okay, Inspector Valerity's requested our help for a secret mission, collection of stories from the Old Testament, standard police pistol, ornate Vera turnover pistol, pamphlet on a call to reason, pen, invoice, shards, and another pamphlet. I'm fairly certain that Cocorico is like taller than the crocodile, and the police rooster is like kind of short-ish. And it said straight angle of entry, but I don't know if the game will allow me to have that thought, or if it wants more specific evidence. I'm afraid. Well, let's go with the chest one. Fontaine, you say that the Croque-Monsieur was shot in the chest at a straight-on angle. What do you mean? I'm afraid they'll think I'm wasting time. This isn't the kind of questions I wanted to be able to ask. Like, don't you have to be kind of generally the same height to get a straight-on angle on a guy? And he was burned by muzzle flash, so the bullet reflecting is nothing. I don't know. Well, that's the closest one. Dramatic forensic recreations. No, you can't have a diagram, you idiots. They don't have the patience to watch you draw lines on a chalkboard to work out the location of a mythical second shooter. Use your heads. The gunman was standing right in front of the crocodile. Right, of course. Dang. I guess maybe the pistol? Are you sure this gun was fired? Is there any way to tell whether a gun has been recently fired? That is an excellent question. Yes, there are a couple of ways. For around a minute after firing, a pistol's barrel is going to be hot to the touch. That's a dead giveaway. But you could also check for gunpowder residue in the barrel and chamber. That would indicate that a gun has been fired since being cleaned. So, by your own analysis, would you say that Cocorico's weapon was fired last night? It's difficult to say. None of us thought to check the pistol's barrel temperature at the time of the incident, so we can't use that method. If I check for gunpowder residue now, I see a little in the barrel. That could indicate a recently fired weapon, but could also indicate a lack of proper maintenance. So basically you don't know whether this weapon was or wasn't fired last night. No, monsieur. If we cannot be certain whether Cocorico even fired his gun, then this whole trial ought to be thrown out. Nice try, Falcon, but Cocorico is still our prime suspect. He was standing over the Croque-Monsieur's body with the weapon in his hands. If that gun is not the murder weapon, then what is? This isn't working. Try another approach. Never mind. I have no more questions about his pistol. The, like, dramatic chorus music is not helping my mental state right now. We used the double barrel gun. Maybe? I mean, the guns were both added to evidence. So, I don't know. I'm just afraid that they'll be like, you're taking too much time. Kill him. About Croque Monsieur's turnover pistol. I feel like if I press Nevermind, does Nevermind count as wasting their time? Like, I'm afraid to waste their time. Did they mention anything about the ammunition? In their little spiel, I wasn't paying enough attention. I need to get a better memory. I need to go to brain camp. Don't blink at me like that. He's blinking at me in that corner. Stop staring at me with them big ol' eyes. His vest and jacket were slightly burned from the close-range muzzle flash. Could something else have caused a burn? Like what? Ash from a cigar, perhaps? Well, I guess. Hold on, Fontaine. Falcon, are you saying that you know the burn was caused by something else, or is this just blind guesswork? I'm just guessing, man. I don't know. Did I miss something? Because I don't have evidence. What did I miss? I went to everywhere that would have had any amount of evidence for anything at all. Did I somehow miss something to click on in the alleys somewhere? I don't know. I don't like this. Why was the first one, like, easy, even if I let the bad guy get off scot-free? The first one made sense. This one, I feel like I'm just missing everything all the time, always. Am I stupid? I'm probably stupid. It's important we cover every possibility. I'm like actually stressed. Oh, if I get him killed, I'm gonna be upset. How long does it take for the cops to get here? Could I see them? What, his clothes? Yes, bring them out so I can do a proper examination of the evidence at hand. Falcon, you idiot, we didn't strip the Croque Monsieur down to his skivvies. We took his gun, I think Piero took the change from his pockets, and then we left the body in the alley. Fully clothed, if that wasn't clear? Ah, I see, my mistake. Ask about the ammunition. Sure. You're about to say something about the gun's ammunition before Madame Beaumont cut you off. Could you give us the details? Oh, great. Now he'll never stop talking. I'm glad you asked, Falcon. See, as you probably know, most bullets are just small, round lead balls, right? But that's not the case here. This particular weapon uses an advanced iron-tipped aerodynamic carefully grooved... Actually, it'd be quicker if I just show you. Take a good look. This is an iron-tipped Mini-A ball. It is very rare, top-of-the-line technology. Before last night, I had never seen one of them in person before. Like I said before, the Croque Monsieur was a legendary arms dealer. It only makes sense he would have access to the latest weaponry. Where did you find this bullet, Fontaine? In the turnover pistol's chamber. Okay. Hold on, I'm confused. I thought the Croque Monsieur fired his gun, so how is it possible his gun was still loaded with a bullet? A turnover pistol is double-barreled. That means it can hold 2 bullets at once, ready to be fired in quick succession. I see. The Croque Monsieur fired 1 bullet, but died before he could fire the second. I trust that you have no more questions about this matter, Falcon. We've wasted enough time already. Where is the other bullet? What other bullet? The fired Mini-A ball. There were 2 shots that night, remember? One from the assailant and one from the crocodile. I scoured the scene for a couple of minutes, but I couldn't find it. It's a pity. It would have been great to have 2 of these magnificent bullets. Madame Beaumont, did anyone find the fired Mini-A ball in Cocorico's body? In his body? You're asking if Cocorico was wounded by the bullet. No, that much is plain to see. So again I must ask, where is the fired Mini-A ball? Please, 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 it was the other guy, don't kill my mans. Well, I don't have any clue. What are you trying to get at, Falcon? Isn't it obvious? If the bullet wasn't embedded in the alleyway wall and it wasn't embedded in Cocorico, then that means... hit the murderer. The real murderer, and must still be embedded in whoever attacked the Croque Monsieur. A ludicrous notion. It makes perfect sense. The double-barreled turnover gun, the missing bullet. Fine, I'll humor you. Let's say that a bullet did indeed hit the real perpetrator. What of it? Well, it's only been a few hours since the shooting. Presumably the person will still have the bullet lodged in them. Find the person with the unique iron minier ball embedded, and you'll find the real murderer. That's reasonable, but we don't have the time nor resources to search every citizen of Paris to uncover an injured gunman. You don't have to search everyone in Paris. I believe the murderer to be someone in this very room. Oh, you think we have a traitor in our ranks? I do. This was obviously a planned attack. Someone invited Cocorico and the Croque Monsieur to the same place at the same time to create a setup. Only someone with the rebels' connections could engineer such an event.
This is ridiculous. Are you really saying that someone in this room was shot last night? That's clearly untrue.
A bullet wound can be concealed. Perhaps if you all were to take off your shirts? No, I'm not having everyone in this room stripped down to their knickers just to cater to your outrageous theory. If you can't think of a more reasonable way to prove your straight bullet theory, then we end this damn trial here and now. A more reasonable way? At that moment a chill ran down Falcon's spine. He knew his theory was true, it had to be. But he also knew he had no way to prove it. Madam, I assure you this will only take a moment. If everyone could please just take off their outer garments. Remus, why don't you go first? I'm not saying that you are the murderer, but if you were to have a bullet wound, then...
He's floundering, madam.
Agreed. I've heard enough of these rambling theories. Falcon, your respect for your comrade is admirable, and you displayed great valiance by leaping headfirst into the lion's den. But you failed to convince me of this bird's innocence. Madame Beaumont, I implore you. Not another word. We humored you. We set up a court and went through the motions of a trial, and now the Rooster's guilt has been formally proven. We have more evidence. Enough. The trial is over. Severin Cocorico, you've been formally tried by the people of the Second Republic. We have found you guilty on the counts of conspiracy, of the murder of the Croque Monsieur, and the murder of my father, Jean Beaumont. Madam, please. JJ, it's all right. I've made my peace. It's far from all right. Dying in the name of a new republic at the hands of rebels, there are worse ways to go. It was good enough for Robespierre, right? Severin. Dang. Curses. Hate this game. Tend to the body, Piero. Yes, ma'am. Was there any way that we could have made her not kill him, or I think she was just set on killing him no matter what? Do you plan to kill us too? Why would I do that? You two have done nothing wrong. I see no reason for you to be tried, let alone executed.
Your mercy is admirable, madam, but I fear if we let these two go, they'll tell the police everything. It would compromise us.
No, we promised to keep our beaks shut, right, Falcon?
But we cannot trust the word of potential traitors. Madam, for the good of France, we must execute the birds right now.
Some man of God you are. I hate to admit it, but you have a point, Remus. This is an unpleasant situation. What to do, what to do. Okay, I know. I'm going to give you a choice. You have two options. The first is that I shoot you right here and now. That's not something either of us particularly want, but if it must be done. What's option number two? You join us. We need lawyers to help bring the new republic into fruition. Your skills would be very much appreciated. Our skills? Somebody has to draft new laws. Somebody has to file the paperwork to secure the new republic's internationally recognized legal status. Somebody has to prosecute the officials who corrupted this country. Wouldn't that be a glorious job? You mean prosecute the Prime Minister? Or the King? We can discuss the specifics later. For now, I need to hear a decision. What will it be? Do you think that they'd probably just actually shoot me if I say I would rather die? I might have to negotiate with terrorists on this one. We can be like double agents about it. We can be double agents about it. Fine, we'll work with you. Good, then a verbal contract has been made. Good as the paper it's written on. So what happens now? Piero and Fontaine will lead you to Le Canard Joyeux. I will finish up here and meet you in 2 hours. Needless to say, they shall be keeping a close watch on you. Don't even think about running. Of course. Then we're done here. Fontaine, lead the way. Yes, madame. Come along, you two.
You can't seriously be trusting these filthy lawyers, madam. They're probably plotting revenge to their dead friend at this very moment.
I do trust them. Throughout the trial, I got the impression that Falcon was trying to de-escalate the situation, avoid violence. Such a viewpoint is naive, but it's exactly what we need in this revolution.
But they'll betray you.
If they're stupid enough to even raise one feather against me, they will regret it. Dang. Gosh darn. Okay, well, on that note, I fail everything all the time. I'm the worst lawyer on earth. Okay. I think we're gonna end it. It's getting a bit late. She's crazy. She's nuts. Now I'm upset. I can't believe we killed him. Did we have to kill him for plot? Was it required to kill him for plot? I'm gonna cope. I'm gonna cope and say that he had to get killed for plot. She seemed very adamant on killing him, no matter what I said. Unless, like, I don't know. Maybe I was, like, wasting too much time with the other questions. I don't know if it was a timed situation. Everyone is dead and Falcon is an alcoholic. Yeah, that's the takeaway, it seems. Even when I win a case, I lose a case, so it doesn't matter. We're like 3 for 3 on bad things happening to the people that we're trying to lawyer at. The murderer got away in case number 1. Case number 2, the murderer didn't deserve it really, and case number 3, our guy got shot, so nothing, absolutely nothing. Horrible, horrible work. I should be disbarred. But yeah, okay, well that's that, I guess. It's so horribly silent on this menu. Let's turn on some tunes if my BGM works. I don't know. I can't tell if it's working. Whatever. We'll see. Anyway, I blame France and the dubious legal system. Exactly. It's all the French. If this was taking place in America, we would have gotten every case like perfectly. We would have done great. It's those dang dirty French. Okay. Well, I'll see ya. I hope next time I play the game, it's less sad. But yeah. Good night, goodbye. Good night, goodbye. I'll see you on Friday, I guess. I was gonna say maybe tomorrow, but yeah, I have the day off tomorrow, but then the next day I have to go to work, so I don't want to stay up till 2 a.m. playing video games. But on Friday, I will see you again. Perhaps we will do some more lawyering. Perhaps we will fare a little bit better. But yeah, I'll see you then. Good night, goodbye. Have a good whatever time it is. I need to go.